Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome again. We appreciate your company tonight on Mtembei TV for your favorite program, the Open Forum Political Discussion. Thank you so much for making time to join us. And I believe you're going to have a great time together as we look into the latest development on our political front. Well, ADEN Duale, former majority leader in the National Assembly, dares President Uhuru Kenyatta to spill the beans. He says he's ready to pour the beans in case the president carries out his threat of spilling the beans on William Ruto. Where will this end us? What is happening on our political front? And of course, Raila Odinga's Azimio La UMOJA MTAANI continues. They are holding campaigns countrywide in Western Kenya, they are in Mombasa, they're in Homa Bay, and things are heating up as far as political campaigns are concerned. We invite your opinion on the same, even as we proceed with the broadcast tonight. I'm glad that you're joining. Thank you so much. Please make sure you invite somebody to join in the discussion. Things are getting better. I believe you are able to get us. Well, the link to use to get through to the studio, I just shared it in the comment section. You click on it, allows StreamYard, the app that we're using, to have full control over your camera as well as your audio, and you will be able to get in the studio. Alafu tuanze mjadala wa leo. Namshukuru anaitwa Paul Tony. It's good to keep time. Time is money. Thank you so much for the pressure to start on time. I will do better next time. Thank you very much. Ahmed Rahamadhani, leo studio imefungwa. Hapana, tuko on. Kwa nini? Subiri hapo, sisi ndio hao tumeshafika. We njoo tujadiliane. Kuna huyu Tito Chepkech. You are biased. That is my middle name nowadays. Mwalimu Eshhati Mmoja. I spilled ndengu. There are beans to be spilled. Alafu basi kuna Kengo Omwangu, our faithful follower. Thank you so much on board from Nairobi. Anasema inawezekana. Bas, thank you so much. We look forward to having a great time as we look into this spill the beans politics, as well as Azimio countrywide campaign. Will William Ruto sustain holding one rally a day, or rather in one section of the country, when Azimio is having multiple campaigns countrywide? How will he be able to match up? Things are getting better, things are getting tougher, things are getting confusing. Let us ensure that we apply ourselves to required. Okay, kuna supu ya Brugenge. Your device is not well configured. Please try again. Make sure that you allow StreamYard to have full control over your camera as well as your audio. Don't disable any of its control, and you will be able to get to the studio. Thank you. The link is right there in the comment section for those of you who want to join in the studio. We look forward to having a great time together tonight, even as we dissect the political threats and counter threats from different political persuasion as we continue in this discussion. I believe you know that things are going to get tougher and tougher as time continues. I want to salute all of you that are joining. We are looking forward to having a great time together. Kevin Otieno anasema tuko karibu sana kwa show. Smith Crafter, Aden Duale is a toothless dog. He is going nowhere. Okay, maoni yako hayo. Na huyu anaitwa Monu Alice following the comments. Thank you so much. James Leakey, always on board. Great show, Bernard. I will join in the conversation at an appropriate time. You're most welcome. Thank you so much. Alafu kuna huyu anaitwa nani? Anaitwa Tyrone Roni. Nasema Simba inaguruma State House. Haya, mambo ni kama hayo. Susan Otieno, karibu kwa show. Alaska Kipgeno, I should be neutral. Thank you for your advice. Well, we are Kenyans now. We have to have a political stand. Being neutral doesn't mean that I don't have a political persuasion. I have one, and I need us to look at it against the truth, not against one another. We are here for such time as this. Okay, Omar Kipkowech, karibu sana kwa show. Kuna Dere Tony Blessed, we salute you. Thank you so much, Mr. Jackton. Karibu kwa show. Enoch Steve, karibu kwa show. Julius Matim. Haya, following from Joro, karibu sana. Alafu kuna Bakiz Mohamed. Thank you. Kuna David Osoro watching from the USA. Karibu kwa show. Rainbow Eric, we salute you. Those of you that are coming to the studio, please to join mara moja, tumia your link, ingia studio, tuanze maongezi ya leo. Mambo yanaendelea kuboreka ama kuchacha wakati siasa inaendelea kusonga mbele. August 9th haiko mbali, kila mtu anajipanga na kila mmoja anajitahidi kuhakikisha kwamba mrengo wake ndio utapata ushindi. Kwa hivyo ni lazima kila mmoja awajibike kupevuka na kujifunza yote ambayo unapaswa kujifunza ili umakinike kwa siasa ya leo. ADEN Duale anasema ako tayari kumwaga mtama kwenye kuku wengi kama rais atatekeleza ile inaitwa nini, threat yake ya kuambia Wakenya nini ambacho kinamkosanisha yeye na makamu wake ambaye ni William Ruto. Sijui haya mambo yataenda vipi, ndio natazamia kusikiliza maoni yenu ili tusonge mbele na mjadala wa leo. Kwa hivyo usikose, na hakikisha ukishatupata unamwalika mtu ili tukajumuike pamoja. Mtembei TV iko hapa kwa ajili yako na kuhakikisha kwamba hautakosea katika siasa hiki, hutadanganywa na wanasiasa, utapata ukweli, kwa sababu hapa tunahakikisha kwamba mbivu na mbichi inajulikana. Hata ukuje umejificha vipi, lazima tutakufumbua, lazima utatuambia ukweli wa mambo. Kwa hivyo mahala popote ulipo, karibu sana. Hii ni Mtembei TV. Tunapatikana kwa Facebook na kwa YouTube globally. Kwa hivyo tafuta tu Mtembei TV alafu utatupata kwa njia iliyo safi. Naamini unaweza tupata, na kwa comments hapo unatuambia uko wapi, unatupata kwa njia safi ama kuna itilafu. Kama unatupata kwa shida fulani, tueleze ili turekebishe, ili usikose kuelewa ni nini kinachojiri katika siasa ya Kenya na nani anaye upeo mbele ya mwingine katika mambo ya siasa. Karibuni sana kila mmoja, asante na tusonge mbele. Mama Selina, habari ya leo?
Salama sana Penat.
Karibu. Mama ni hayo, anasema wanamwaga mtama kwenye kuku wengi, itakuwaje?
Yes, hapo ndiye tumeingojea sana, kwa sababu Mudavadi wameongea kuhusu kura kuipiwa, wanasema waliambiwa. Haya, wanasema wanataka kutea rais, lakini Temba na kuuliza, hiyo yote ilifanyika na rais ama ilikuwa inafanyika na rais na deputy yake? Kama ndoa bado iko mzuri, watu wanalala kwa kitanda moja, wanafaa tai moja. So wacha watu mwambie hiyo yenye hatujui kama Wakenya, kwa sababu huwezi kusema they are not part and parcel of it. Ile mpango yote ilipangwa, kama ni kuipa hiyo kura, kama ni kufanya ile walifanya pamoja. Na Mudavadi akiongeanga, sijui kama anajua Ruto alikuwa bado ni serikali, kwa sababu maoni yake na yale Ruto wanasema watu ya UDA ni tofauti sana, kwa sababu anapiga serikali yenye Ruto na Uhuru wako pamoja. kama deputy anasema kwa yale mazuri ilifanyikwa na Jubilee anataka kuisapika, yale mapaya ilifanyika pia kwa Jubilee anataka kuisapika, kwa sababu you cannot separate mkono ya kulia na mkono ya kushoto. Ukienda kushoto unaona ni mzuri, unasema nakata hii mkono yangu ya right. Ukienda right na uone right ni mzuri, unasema hii mkono ya kushoto si wangu. So tunaingojea kwa hamu, na kwanza nataka kumwambia Duale watufanyie favor kufungua hiyo cipher, ndiye sasa ukweli itajulikana. Sasa kama anasaidia Wakenya tujue mwisi ni nani, watufungulie hiyo cipher. Tujue kweli baba alikuwa na kura ngapi, na hao walipita mara 2, tutakubali. Na hata baba sahi akijua alikuwa amepita, ana ubaya. Anasema yaliyopita si ndwele, tukange yajayo. So kama yeye amekubali, lakini wanajaribu kutisha. Huwezi tisha rais mwenye anaondoka. Uhuru Kenyatta hana anything ya kulose, ya anaenda nyumbani. So ukiambia mtu hiyo nyumba yako unaishi pena ninakuja funga kifuli, na we una kifuli, kifunguu iko na mwenyewe, utasema unafunga nyumba ya wenyewe aje? You don't have an access to that house. So Uhuru Kenyatta amemaliza kazi yake, anangojea tu aende nyumbani. Kwa hivyo mtuambie ndio tujue jinsi mlivyo. Ingine nataka kupongeza watu ya Kabarnet. Sasa mkutano tunasema tuseme ukweli. Kama mkutano ya Azimio ya UDA ingekuwa inachipanga vile watu walichipanga Kabarnet, those are the real people. Hawakununuliwa, hawana ma-t-shirt, au kuona ile ma yellow caps, au kuona ile ma-t-shirt wamefaliwa wakae mbele. Wametokea vile walivyo kwa manyumba yao. And that is what tungetaka kuona kwa mkutano yao. Tumekuwa tukilalamika ya kwamba hii ma-t-shirt ni ya kununua watu ndio wa shout. So leo mkutano nataka kupongeza, ilikuwa sawa. Mkutano ingine sasa ilifunja record, na ikafunja mara 100, ni mkutano ya Homa Bay. Oh my God. Hiyo pia ni mkutano watu wamekuja kwa kupenda, wako na starehe, wanasikiza vile viongozi wanasema one by one. Na mimi naona huyu mama Gladys Wanga pia ni wakati wake. Anyway, kama viongozi yetu wamefanya vizuri, wanastahili promotion. Kama huyo mama ameng'ang'ana, na watu ya Homa Bay wakiona kumpatia promotion si ya kulazimisha. Ingine nataka kusema ni ya kwamba nimefurahia vile nimeona wamama ya Azimio vile wamejipanga. Penat, I give credit to those ladies. Wamejipanga na wanajua chenye wanafanya, na wako decent, hawakuji kutingizana, hawakuji kutuonyesha aibu. Wamefaa kama wamama, wamefaa national dresses, si kukuja kutuongelesha na mamongo ingine fupi ukiinama unaharibu stairs. So nataka kuambia ongera wa mama ya Azimio, wamekaa vizuri jinsi ile vile wa mama wanastahili. Naona Kashako anasema Deputy President, tunakukaribisha Nyeri, lakini kabla hujakuja Nyeri tunataka ukae chini na sisi utuambie pesa yetu ya kahawa namna gani. Anamwambia maneno ya Machani. Sasa walikuwa Central 4 years na walisema yeye ni kingpin, yeye ni kiongozi ya Central. Ni nini sasa tena wanataka kuandikisha na Deputy President kama kwamba hawana watu wanajaribu? So wamesema ukikuja kwetu make sure tunakaa chini, atukupatii kiti pure. Sasa hiyo ni nafikiri kama mimi mwanasiasa hapo iko question mark. Kwa nini hamkuuliza yeye 4 years yenye mumekula pesa yake na mumekuwa Central every week kujenga kanisa, kujenga dirisha, kujenga bodaboda, kujenga? Kwa nini hamkuuliza Deputy President? Shida yetu kwa hii serikali ya Uhuru ni Machani yetu, ni kahawa yetu, ni masiwa yetu. Sasa wacha tungoje hiyo Central. How could they have that meeting kama wajai kuwa na meeting for 4 years? Hiyo ni ulakai. Wangetaka tu kumwambia Deputy President leo huku kwetu imekuwa ngumu, sasa ujipange vile utakuja. Lakini kuja kusema, na akaambia watu ya Baringo, pia nyinyi Baringo, msikubali mambo ya Ruto kama hata andika na nyinyi. Anyway, Wakalenjin tumempenda Ruto pila alivyo. Watu wetu watampigia kura, hawatamuuliza chochote, lakini ile nataka kuuliza ni watu walisema Central ni ya Ruto, yeye ni kiongozi yao. Sasa wanamwambia utakuja Nyeri uandike. Hiyo ndiye kitu ningetaka kusema siku ya leo. Nafikiri kwa hiyo viongozi waliongea ni hawa tu. Ya Mudavadi anasema kesha anataka kutoa statement, ambie wa Kenya pesa bilioni zimeenda. Mudavadi pia ametuambia kuna mtu alimwambia kuna IPC 2 na ako tayari kutuambia, na kama watasema kama wataendelea kuipa kura, Musalia ametupromise atatuambia ni nani walimwambia kuna IPC 2 vile wanaipa kura. So wasilalamike kwa Azimio na wasiambia Azimio mtaipa kura. Azimio ndio wamekuwa victim, wameipiwa. Wenye kuipa kura wamepatikana 40 days. Kumbe 40 days is real penalty. Thank you so much. Sitaki kuchukua nafasi kubwa. Wacha niwachie wenzangu tukiendelea kusikiza, tukiwa na maneno ingine, kwa sababu mimi napendanga niongee kitu nimesikia. Sitaki kukuja hapa alafu watu wanitout. Nataka kufuata ile sijajua siongei. Kama sasa nikipatia wenzangu nafasi, nataka kujua kila kiongozi alisema nini hapo, ndiye tupate kuchambua. Asante sana na everybody welcome, na tushukuru amani, tupige kura ya amani.
Thank you Mama Selina, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako na mchango wako. Tuendelee mbele. Naamini kila Mkenya anakupata kwa njia safi, na tunamakinika katika siasa zetu na katika campaigns zetu. Naomba tumsikilize huyu Beja, na wale watu wote mko nyuma ya curtain, tuko karibu kuanza kuongoa kwa sababu screen mpaka ikuwe bright ili watazamaji wafurahi wakitazama Mtembei TV. Beja, upo? Beja ni Benja ama Beja? Okay, inaonekana haupo. Omar, unmute Omar. You unmute the mic beside your name, then you speak.
Haya, nimekupata Umenipata?
Ya, kabisa. Karibu. Namna gani?
Asante sana Unanipata kweli?
Yes, toa maoni yako, tunakusikiliza.
Sawa, mimi niko na around 3 issues.
Yes.
Issue ya kwanza, nimesikiza huyu mama vile ameongea vizuri sana. Issue ya kwanza, mimi huwa naongea, mimi napiga simu nawasikiza nikiwa Eldoret. Kwa Ruto kwenyewe. Constituency ya Ruto, Sugoi kwenyewe. Hii mkutano nikiongea mara ya kwanza, ukiangalia agenda ya hii mkutano ya Kenya Kwanza, ukiangalia watu hawana agenda, mpaka saa zingine wanakuwa confused. Unapata mtu anapigia Azimio, anawapigia upate. Ili watu wanafaa kujipanga, wakuja watuletee mtu kwa mkutano, anafaa kutuambia ni nini atatufanyia. Ukiwaangalia wao, kazi yao ni matusi. Kama leo wamekuwa kwa kinau mama Selina hapo Baringo Marigat, hakuna kitu hata moja wanasema tutafanyia nyinyi. Kazi yao ni matusi. Sasa ukituzi rais, what benefit will you get? Ruto amekuwa 24 hours akikampeni tangu wachaguliwe 2017. Amekuwa Karen. Ile ofisi kweli ni ya Ruto? Ni ya serikali? Amekuwa kihold mkutano ever, anaita watu and there is nobody ana complain. Nao rais Ameita mkutano mmoja tu peke yake State House. Angalia vile watu wanakimbishana. Pili, kuna issue tena nataka muangalie, muongelee. Kuna wabunge hawa wanaweza leta shida. Tuko na wabunge, mwe especially mbunge kama Oscar Sudi. Ukimwangalia vizuri matamshi yake, akipanua mdomo once, Deputy President anapoteza kura. Kama leo ukimwangalia vile ametukana huyu mama anajua sio anaitwa Pori ni Njoroge. Si ndio? Are you getting me? Hello?
Endelea tu tunakusikiliza.
Ukisikia ukiona akitoa matamshi kama hayo si matamshi mazuri kwa wamama. Oscar Sudi ana heshima kwa wamama. Ukiangalia vile ana ile maadili ya kiongozi. Ya mwisho, angalia vile kampeni inafanywa. Angalia Central. That's why initially tuliona David President alikuwa ameweka energy yake yote, alikuwa ameiweka Central. Sasa Uhuru ametoka. What next? Sisi tunataka tarehe 9 hiyo tuweke papa. Kitu tunahitaji kutoka kwa rais ambaye atachaguliwa, ambaye ni papa. Kitu tunahitaji kutoka kwake ni kitu moja tu, atufungie corruption. Kenya ni nchi ya amani. Kenya ni nchi tajiri.
Okay, asante Omar, ni kama mitambo imeleta itilafu, lakini ujumbe wako ushafika. Asante sana kwa mchango wako. Naomba tusonge mbele. Haya, tumsikilize huyu, I think it is Guru. Mr. Guru, how are you?
Yes, Bendant.
Yes, namna gani?
Mzuri sana.
Ground mambo namna gani?
Ground inaendelea ikiwa soft. Unajua mzee tulimpatia viatu.
Yes.
Ili akwae mlima. Na inaonekana aste hiyo ndio inakuja kufanyika. Utabiri wangu ile nimekuambia kwa siku kadhaa, inaonekana inakuja kutimia polepole. Kwa mada ya leo ni kwamba mwaga mtama ni mwage mtama, sivyo Banat?
Mwaga tu mwage.
Mwaga mtama ni mwage mtama. Sasa ndio Wakenya watajua wanasiasa wa Kenya wako namna gani, sababu ukisikia kiongozi akiongea namna hiyo ni kumaanisha ile mambo ambayo wanatuficha ni mingi na si mambo mzuri, na ni kuonyesha pia kwamba njia zao zimeanza kuenda segemlenge, kwamba sasa wanatumia kitu inaitwa blackmail. Blackmail inakuanga njia moja ya kudhibiti mambo. Ninajua umefanya kitu fulani, nakuja kwako Bernard na kuambia usipokimia mimi nitaenda niseme hii. Ili watu wanjue ulifanya hii ama ulifanya ile ingine. Sasa tukiongea ukweli na usafi wa siasa, nchi kweli inaweza endezwa na njia hiyo, kwamba wewe unatumia blackmail on other leaders ikiwa una uhaki na uhakika ya ile unayo moyoni. Sema, wacha kutisha watu ati utaenda kusema ni nini huwezi sema, labda hata ni propaganda umepika ya kuharibu watu akili. sababu sasa utasema niliona hii, nilisikia hii, na hakuna mtu mwingine alikuwa hapo. Kwa hivyo mtu ambaye anaongea na anasimamia ukweli huongea kwa kuongea clearly, sio kutishatisha ati nitasema. Ukiangalia kampeni za hawa watu zimeenda ziki change siku hizi, na nataka unisikize hapa Bernard. Nimesema kwa forum hii miaka mingi, ile siku nimekuwa hapa, kwamba mambo ya hasla ilikuwa specifically to deal with the Mount Kenya region. Ilikuwa ya kuleta uhasama ambayo ni sawa na ile aliyekuwa rais alikuwa ameweka kati ya wale wafanyabiashara na wale watu wana pesa na wale hawana. Ikawa kwamba waonyeshwe kwamba wanateseka sababu ya wale wanayo. Na nasema hivi kwa sababu leo sijui mtu kama kuna mtu amesema mambo ya bottom up huko Baringo. Sijui hapo juu, sijui huko chini, sijui ukitoka chini unaenda juu, na uambiwi ni juu unaenda juu ukielekea wapi, to Mercury or to Jupiter. Sasa mnaanza kuelewa, na ile nimekuwa nikiwaambia hakuna mambo hapa ya ati bottom up. Issue ni kuweka uhasama kati ya wale wana mali hapa Central na wale hawana, ikiwa campaign platform, ili waweze kuweka ile hasira kwa watu ya Mlima Kenya, haswa vijana, ili wajitokeze, sio kuchagua viongozi, lakini kuenda kuprotest against a certain family or a certain people. Hiyo tu, hakuna kitu ingine ilikuwa imepangwa kwa hii mambo ya bottom up. This is a specific political gimmick meant to put hatred in the majority who don't have as much against their brothers, so that when they go to vote, they don't go to vote with their brains. They go to vote to protest. And what is funny is that you are not being told what will be done with those who have. Is it that what they have will be taken and distributed to those who don't have? Ukiangalia rally ya leo huko Baringo, mimi si kusikia mambo ya bottom up. Ni kumaanisha kwamba bottom up ni ya, actually what I'm telling you is that it was meant for Central Kenya, period. And it borrows from the define that was put there by the former president when he actually nurtured, encouraged, and tolerated Mungeki, which was a representation of the underclass in the Kikuyu community, as a containment policy and a way to manage the politics of Central Kenya. Hiyo naweza sema kwa uhakika, sababu mimi nimeishi na nimeona, na hakuna lingine mtu anaweza kuniambia. Hata huko Western mimi sikusikia mambo ya bottom up. Wamekuwa wakienda round, bottom up is no longer there. Sijui hapo chini, sijui tukienda juu. Mimi sikusikia na sijasikia hiyo. So wacha wamwage ile wanayo. Sidhani wana mtama mingi. In fact, nadhani mtama yao ndio mingi zaidi. Sababu ukiona kama huyu anasema anaenda kuwa deputy president, the proposed. Already hawezi sema hata ile pesa iko kwa account yake alitoa wapi. The asset recovery has already signaled that they will be going for that money. Bandara ya kuja kutuambia vile watapigana na ufisadi na vile wataweka maendeleo na njia safi, ili kila mtu afaidike, ni kuja kutuambia mambo ya mtama. Wacha wamwage mtama yao, ndio itakuwa mtama ile kubwa, sababu wao wamepepa kila mtu ambaye ashawahi kufanya madhambi katika nchi hii. Watu wale wamepora zaidi, wako upande moja, ni kama that is their patron. Na nataka kusema hapa, this has nothing to do with the tribe. Kwa hivyo mtu asione ati kwa sababu huyu mtu ni wa kutoka kwetu, hii ni kabila yangu. Sasa Rigathi alipo kama pesa hiyo anasemekana iko kwa account, imesaidia nani? Nyeri si ingine hata alipoa kutoka kwa hao watu. So this is not about tribe, it is about principles, it's about values, it's about what we must stand for as a nation. It is about our future, it is about what we want to be in the future. Asante sana hapo Bernard.
Okay, asante Bwana Guru, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako. Naamini kila mmoja anamakinika. We'll move right forward. Let's listen to Honorable Bundi. Honorable Bundi, how are you?
I'm good, Mr. Bernard and the viewers. How are you today?
We are good. Karibu, songa mbele. Mtama tunamwaga mwage ama mnangoja tumwage kwanza?
Wacha wamwaga, tunaongojea, hata wangeanza jana. You know, I don't understand the theory these people are using, because they are telling Ruto is forgetting that he's the deputy president. Kwa hivyo amekuwa akikalia kiti ya Wakenya, amekuwa amekula pesa ya Wakenya kimakosa. And that is a mistake which will not allow people to choose them again. Because kama ulipia watu, they should go back and answer that judges first, together with Uhuru, as we continue forward. So wacha ape Mudavadi asimame, yeye waende watuambie ukweli, kwa nini wamekuwa wakikalia kiti ya wenyewe na uongo. I think Serena has already said it all, but I can just the way I see from far, hawa watu waliishiwa na maarifa. Ndio maana, that's why you see they pick one thing from Azimio, they put it as agenda. Kama ile ya Sabina Changa alisema, bila tuliipa hii tutaipa hii. It has now come an agenda, the order of campaigns, they can just talk on that. They forget to tell Kenyans what they want to do with Kenyans. What are the manifesto? What the changes? What have you been doing? Why did you differ with the president? Why are you not sitting in the office? Why people are saying you stole mahindi? Kwa nini wanasema ulikula kimorel? Kwa nini wanasema Wakalenjin wanalia? So he should have stood every day and defend himself. Because I've never seen William Ruto talking of corruption in any meeting, anywhere. The word corruption itokangi kwa mdomo yake kabisa. Hiyo sijaisikia. Kitu wanasema ni up, down, up. Down, up. Hiyo ndio manifesto yake. Si hawa wa mama, tutaongeza pesa bilioni 50, tumeweka maji, tumeweka stima. That is the agenda. But saying anything, some people rooting government money, tutawapeleka wajibu mastaka ama serikali yangu kutakuwa na ufisadi. I've never seen that. Even enough the members, I think hiyo ni kiapo walikula Karen kabla waanze misururo ya campaign katika nchi yetu. And that is very sad, and the Kenyans should worry with such a kind of person. It's dangerous. And you see, hata pale nyumbani, watu mkikosana na mke wako, munakaa, baadaye unakuja kumkumbusha makosa yenye alifanya, ama unaambia watoto wake. That is childish. Ile yenye walifanya, Raila moved on. Raila amefumilia kwa baridi from 2007, 2013, 2017, actually 15 years they have been doing that. That's a fact. Raila was won election 3 times. Nambari na kuwin election, amesumbuliwa watu wake wamesumbuka, marafiki yake wamewawa, akina Chuma, akina Musando, familia zao zinateseka. Amepoteza kijana yake ambaye angemrithi kisiasa. He has been tortured. Right now Kapara waanze kumwaga mtama, waanze na kumwaga mtama ya Musando. Who killed Musando? Waanzia hapo. Waanzia who killed Jacob Chuma? And who killed the witnesses who came from egg? Walikuwa witnesses wale waliwawa because their families want to reason. Wakianza na hiyo, we shall trust them. But about dreaming of election, we are not interested because hatuwezi rudisha kalenda nyuma. But if they want to say, let them say, watajua wajui. Otherwise, in history, you can't rule out Uhuru to be a president. Yeye in history ni raisi wa Kenya waine. In history itabaki hivyo. Aiwe aliipa ama hakuipa, that is the history. Na ameritaya. So the person mwenye kama ni kesi wataenda kotini ama itaanza, I don't know vile itaendelea. They are reviving, I think that is, they are also reviving the post-election because somebody somewhere, there is a photo went to I think, but ilinyamazishwa. Na records are there. So, hii utoto wanajaribu kuongea, actually itawakura wenyewe, lakini ukweli ni kwamba hawana agenda. If you see from the campaign from day one, from morning to evening, kila mtu amepangwa vile atatukana kiongozi fulani. Kila mtu ameongea juu ya bottom hiyo bottom up, even time they can't explain. Ruto at least anajaribu kueleza hata kama hatuelewi, but wengine wote akina Kimani Ichung'wah, hata hii mwingine, hata kama ni mimi illiterate, siwezi kuwa illiterate kama hii Nakuru hii. Kuna mtu mwingine hapo Nakuru sijui anaitwa Kimani nani. Yaani kama kuna watu sijui haki ya Mungu voters please, if there is somebody
Ngojiri.
Yeah, tisi Ngujiri. Huyu mtu swali alipita aje paka. How can somebody vote that kind of a person surely? Yeah? I don't know. It is high time voters, we should actually see him to vote. This is somebody who is going to make a law. Anaenda kutengeneza sheria yenye itakugovern for the next 5 years. Somebody who is going to determine your economy. Somebody is going to determine for you to get a good road. Such an idiot who can talk just anything on front of cameras. I don't know. And those are the people who are surrounding the vice president. Nikitoka kwa Mutama, I'm going back to Homa Bay. And ODM meetings around the country. Not ODM, Azimio meeting around the country. Papa is not here, but the kind of a campaign we are witnessing, it can really show that Azimio is in another level. And things are going to be messy from 25 and 26 after the maga of ODM and the Jubilee with other friends, parties who may join. I think, I don't know what they'll talk next because even in Central, things are just changing day and day. I have some of friends, very close friends to another chairman wao, for the last 2 years. Hawakuwa wananisikia. For the first time today, when we met kwa chama fulani, they were telling me, we are trying to combine this thing together. Huyu mtu kweli is a dangerous person. In fact, tumeruka, wacha tupe huyu mzee, tuone ni changes gani hii angefanya miaka yote anasemanga anafanya. We just want to vote for this mzee. Yaani watu wameanza kuingia masinani kueleza watu pole pole. And actually, I don't know whether it's good or bad. Directives sa SK Macharia. Kama wewe unapinga mambo ya Azimio sana, you are not supposed to be hosted. Hiyo ndio shida sasa imetokea. Sasa wewe ile mambo inaongelewa it's all about Azimio na Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Mambo ngine ati huko hapo ile Gachagua alikuwa anapata platform anatukana na watu, is not there. If you see even news, wale wana watch news, Ruto inakuwa 1 point something seconds, ya hii Azimio inakuwa around 3 minutes. And that is, hiyo ndio TV inaongoza Kenya hii, na ndio Wakenya wanaangalia. Radio stations, around 17 radio stations. So I think Masalia is doing a very good job. Yes, amechangia sana. Kama Raila atachaguliwa, ndio anachaguliwa, ni mzee ambaye amejitoa kwa mali yake kwa wakati wake, na anasema yeye, ukiona mahali ameingia mkutano ya mtu kama yenye amekuwa leo ya Gladys Wanga amefanya kazi. Kwa wala mujui, Homa Bay County ni neighbor ya Nyamira County where I come from. Homa Bay County imepita Oyugis, ikaenda mahali inaitwa Kadongo, ikateremka mahali inaitwa Chabera, ikagusa mahali inaitwa Sondu. Hiyo ndio mpaka ya North Mugirango constituency. So that means we are neighbors with Homa Bay County. We know what he has done. He has opened some markets. Ako na vikundi ya kitu wanaita table banking. Alileta pesa, unachukua pesa kidogo, unachukua nyanya, unauza, jioni unarudisha na faida ya shilingi 40 ama 50. Hii pesa faida haichukui kwa mfuko yake, anapea wengine. He started watu wakianza kupanda zile viazi tamu. Area called Iringa. Iringa is kwa wale wanajua, Iringa is a way to Oyugis. Wanapanda zile viazi, wanageuza, wanasikata, wanasichoma, zinakuwa sweets, zinakuwa kama wanaspark. So this woman has done a lot. She deserves to be a next governor, and I know she will make it. As much as I'm not a voter from those sides, this is one of the people who have demonstrated to do the leadership. Ya mwisho, as I normally make my points, IPC imefunga kuchukua kura. Pati wenzangu, kama uko na rafiki mahali ambaye ana support ocha ya Azimio, anaruhusiwa kuenda katika kituo cha Huduma Center na abadilishe kura ama achukue kura. Hiyo inaruhusiwa. Mimi nauliza kura hapa Mountain View. Kama unaishi hapa, tafadhali msiwezi kwanza kujipigia debe. Tafadhali nipigie, mimi tu ndio si mwizi. Nitafanya kazi vile natakana kufanywa, na PPI ikipita, tukipewa ile 90 million ya World Development Fund, nita make sure nimepatia kila mtu vile anatakana. Asante sana Mr. Bernard.
Sawa sawa, Honorable Bundi. Hii Mountain View ya Nairobi ama Mountain View ya Nyamira?
Mountain View ya Nairobi, mimi mkaji wa Nairobi.
Haya basi, sasa ndio tumeelewa. Ukisema Mountain View inaweza kumaanisha mahali popote, ndio nilikuwa nakuelekeza.
Yes, sir.
Okay, asante kwa maoni yako. Naomba tusonge mbele. Wapi anaitwa Grape Joy? Grape Joy, uko hapo? Nataka hawa watu wako nyuma ya nini wani. Eric Raymond. Eric Raymond. Okay, wale watu wako nyuma ya camera, we get rid of you so that we brighten up the nini. Mr. Mala.
Yes.
Namna gani leo?
Yes, Bernard. Yes, Bernard.
Nimeona KABARNET imetanda.
No, it's okay.
Ehe.
Things are okay. Just 1 minute. Azimio TV. Moja kidogo. Yes. I've just joined in a few minutes ago. Very interesting debate.
Yes.
It's very important. And I think this is the way to go. We want to know where our money went. We want to know about Kimwarere. We want to know about Western Hotel. We want to know about power poles. Many more. We want to know about $1 billion Kenyan pipeline, 1.3 billion EPZ, 1 billion SGR, 30 billion missing in some counties. We want to know about the 4 billion on the drought agencies, 18 billion, which Auditor General mentioned. We want to know about 200 million Jamilil. We want to know about 2.1 billion fertilizer funds. We want to know about 16.3 billion, which was raised by the auditor. We want to know about 3 billion DCI to prop the 3 billion cooking gas contract. We want to know about 7.3 billion multi-billion Kalana. We want to know about 30 billion parastatals. We want to know about 1.7 billion, the new KCC. We want to know about 4 billion, which was mentioned by the Auditor General, missing. We want to know about even the contracts going on in town here, understand something going on in Nairobi, about the Capros. Who are these contractors? We want to know about the SGR. We want to know about the collapse, Mumia Sugar Company, the 2.3 billion lost. We want to know about the collapsed Kisumu molasses plant, 2 billion lost. We want to know about tax evasion scandal, Mombasa Port, about 200 million stolen. We want to know about Triton scandal, oil, Yaknesh Devani, you remember, and the Kenya Pipeline Company, 7.6 billion stolen. We want to know about Kazi kwa Vijana, USAID funding stole over 300 million. We want to know about the bankrupted KQ. We want to know about the Golden's Bank scandal. We want to know about selling illegal ethanol using the company Sparta International Limited, 400 million lost. We want to know about Pan-African Petroleum Company, created and partnering with some Arab companies, the Libyan and the Saudis. We want to know about the Sudanese oil scandal, connected to some Japanese and China company, about 3.8 billion lost. We want to know about the sale of the Grand Regency Hotel, all these things. We want to know about the mist scandal. US Park Crane handled in Mombasa, you remember the 5 billion of shillings out of some relief cereal from South Africa. We want to know about the acquired state open 240 acres Kisumu molasses plant, 3.6 million shillings. We want to know about the sale of molasses plant to a Canadian farm. And some family was paid about 500 million shillings. We want to know about the shady cheap oil imports deals with Al Bakari International. When some of these leaders were the ministers. These are the things we want to know. We want to know about the crop land for Ramogi Institute in Kisumu. We want to know about crop Kenya Airport Authority's land in Bondo. We want to know about crop 600 acres in Yata. We want to know about the crop of Bondo Farm. No, I'm mentioning those are the things we want to know. Thank you.
Stop shouting. You believe
want
that
to know. There are so many things. So
beans.
people should not panic. People should not panic. Let's this is a good debate. Let's discuss openly.
You have given us a list.
There are many things we need to discuss, man.
You should tell us how you
want
to know. There are many things.
We will know. Let people start exposing. When I listen today and you mention, I just join and you say Duale was talking about this.
You can't come here and begin to lead the debate, okay? You have given us an endless list of what we want to know, what we want to know.
The list is big. The list is big, and we can continue talking about
you want to know them through the spilled beans, or you want to know them through what?
Either through the let them spill, let them through any form of, I don't know. These are the things we want to know.
So you have the cases you have not investigated to find where
It's not the question of investigating. All these are
the truth of what you're saying.
Let us see. I want to know all these things. So the debate is good. The debate is good. Let people talk.
Okay, Bwana Guru, uliza swali.
Mr. Mala, habari yako?
Just continue.
Habari yako?
I am okay. Just continue.
You can't even greet me. What's the problem? I think I like your approach, and this is what I have been saying and hammering in your head over some time, that we need not to hide anything in this country because we are defending people who even some are even far off from us. However, what I don't like from your statement is the tone. The tone does not seem to indicate that is exactly what you want. If you are talking in an even manner that this is the truth that should be pursued, it's okay. But the tone does not indicate that is the intention that you have. You are still trapped in that tit for tat. Mwaga mtama ni mwage yako, yangu kumi mtama, yake kumi mtama. We can't continue like that, my friend. However, you have started off well. Let's continue that way. You will soon be discovering that that is the way to go. It's not about defending individuals. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Guru. Mala, do you have a response, or we'll go to the next person?
No, we'll go to the next person.
But Mala, relax. Stop getting worked up over nothing. Thank you. Now let's.
No, Bernard, but Bernard, thank you so much. You know, the way you normally guide this debate. I know you are campaigning for Raila Odinga. You don't want to mention anything bad. When you mention anything about Raila Odinga, you get mad. So, can you balance a bit?
This one I'm only moderating. When I will begin to campaign, wait. Let's hear from KCD.
Okay, asante sana Bernard, asante sana. Nashukuru. Okay, habari zenu?
Salama, karibu.
Okay, yesterday I didn't make it because of my network. So before I go to bottom up issue, okay, let me just talk about Duale. Naomba sana vile ameshatoa hiyo vitisho, hiyo ni kumaanisha they are now lack what to say. Hawana kitu ya agenda sasa kutuongea. Ukiangalia in all these campaigns, kila kitu mle mwenye anamka baba, mwenye anamka Raila, mwenye anamka project. Ukiangalia wenyewe they were project before. They have to understand that this project of this time round is different from the one they knew. Hii yenye inakuja sasa ni ile tsunami inakuja. So naomba sana mwage hiyo mtama ndio tuseme Uhuru na Ruto hiyo mtama yenu msonge kando, si tusonge mbele. Hapo ndio sasa watatoana manguo, watatoana uchi. They have to learn from Songo. Wakati Songo alikuwa amesimama Bomet akasema nitamwaga mtama. Hakukanyaga Nairobi, alikanyaga Nairobi akaambia enda chifu kwanza yako, hata sijai muona, ni kama aliokoka mpaka sasa sijai muona. So naomba sana naomba Duale amwage hiyo mtama ndio atusonge, afuate Songo, si tuendelee mbele. Hiyo itatusaidia sana. Secondly, about bottom up. Sasa tuko kwanza Kenya. Wakenya hata hawajaelewa bottom up ni nini, inaelekea wapi, imetoka wapi. Tunaiba tu bottom up, na jamaa mwenye anauza bottom up hajaongea kuhusu corruption. Wakati akiwa Minister of Agriculture, as from the Rift Valley, we used to be called bread basket. Lakini siku hizi, my friend, hawezi ona hata mind huko Rift Valley. I don't know what happened. We were given that 50-50 serikali to about 2013, lakini hatukupata anything like to say Ruto did this. Every Uhuru is now going to retire with a legacy. But as from Rift Valley, we got deputy president, and we don't know what was the point of getting that, because we were told mfumilie nu, tukipata serikali ndio tutaongea. Taongea aje na maendeleo inapotea mase? Wakati wa Kimwarera hata tushio pesa ilienda wapi? So what I'm only requesting Ruto, the day Ruto ndasikia wakati ataongea kuhusu corruption. But kama anaficha hiyo anahubiri, lakini vitu zingine inafichwa kando, hiyo my friend, sioni kama tunaelekea wapi. So naomba sana Kenya, they have to be very clever. Moi alikuwa amesema Ruto is a political broker, lakini watu wengi hawaoni. This guy has a powerful tank, anaweza kukuconvince uingie shimo, lakini bado yeye ako tu kando. Huyu jamaa kuna ile ulimi yenyewe amebarikiwa kweli kweli. So wakati Moi alikuwa amesema is a political broker, our Kenyans tunarushiwa tu mahindi 1, 2, 3. Tunasema tunapick tu, tunatoa kama kuku. Unajua ukitaka kushika kuku, rushia mahindi. Lakini kuku achui anaenda kuchinjwa. Sisi wenyewe tunachukua tu mahindi. Wakati tulikuwa tunalia wakati wa uchumi, wakati wa mafuta ikiongezeka, sikusikia Ruto akisema wananchi wanaumia. Sikusikia maisha wananchi wanaumia ama nini. But now he is now concerned about mama mboga. As if mama mboga walisaliwa juzi. We had mama mboga before. We had vijana before. Lakini now Ruto anajua vijana hawana job. Hiyo 1 million kwanza, 1 million jobs alikuwa amesema he's going to provide. He was the one who was talking about the jobs, not Uhuru. He never even provide that 1 million. Now he's talking of 3 million. If you didn't provide for 1 million, now you're going to provide for 3 million Kenyans. We have to be very careful. We have to be very careful. Sasa hii ukiangalia Uhuru is there. What a deputy president from that Kwisha Kenya. Now, when this NYS mentioned the corruption of NYS, Ruto was the first one to say wajana na huyo mama afanye kazi. Huyo mama ako na bidii. Lakini vile viti tables were turned the other way around. Akaanza kusema huyo kisungu mingi, catwalking, hapo ndio sasa watu wengi wanachificha hapo katikati. So it is us Kenyans to think twice before we vote. We have to know who are we voting to. Tusiangalie mzee tuseme ati ameseeka na wananga wengine wanasema ameseeka. Angalia akili yake. What is his plans? Ni nini ako naye kwa agenda yake? For sure sijaisikia Raila akiattack anybody. This guy has a vision for Kenyans. Even though us we are like ni kama tumeroka. Ni kuna neno moja kutoka Wakalatians. Paulo alikuwa anasema, alikuwa anawaambia wana Israeli wafuate njia mzuri, wakasema wakaenda njia sawa, wakasema Paulo akasema ni nani aliyewaroga? Sasa ingine anauliza wa Kenya nani aliwaroga? Mpaka sasa hata hamwezi jiuliza, tunaimbia wheelbarrow. So that means after this guy took over, we are expecting wheelbarrows. Ni heri 6,000 shillings because in every government kila mtu ako na kitu ya kupeana. Laptops walikuwa wametupatia laptops. Ukiangalia Moi era free education. Free masiwa Nyayo. Kibaki it was free education. Now in Ruto's government we are expecting wheelbarrows. Alafu ya Raila ni 6,000 shillings. Kama hii ya wamama wasee wakati wako wamepeana wakati wa Kibaki, hatuwezi tunaweza kosa hii sio 6,000 kwa wale wenye wanako chini. It is now hii Kenya yetu inahitaji maombi masee. Lakini naomba tu wa Kenya, let us pick a leaf from Kipra style. I was there in Kipra. We were campaigning. Una change leo we ni Korino, kesho unaingia Ukristo, kesho bora tu upate pesa kwa Ruto, lakini ikifika wakati wa kupiga kura, hapo ndio Ruto karibu haruko akili. Kwa sababu pesa yote ilikuwa imemwaga, mpaka wa mama wengine walikuwa naomba Uhuru isongeshwe kidogo, at least wa mama wengine wakule nyama. Kuna nyumba zingine hawakuwa wanakula nyama, lakini on that day wengi walikula nyama. So naomba tu Kenya tukule nyama, ikifika hiyo tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 tuchue kura inaenda wapi. Maisha ya Kenya inaelekea wapi? Tusaidie hii uchumi. Mkibaki alituachia uchumi at the better level, it was 60%. Lakini vile Jubilee take sahi tuko almost 20% below poverty level. Alafu tunaambia ule mtu mwenye alitukanyagia chini atukuje tuokoe. Yeye ndiye atakuja kutuokoa ama atakuja kutufinyilia chini. If you want to lead a society, make them to live poverty. Watakuabudu maisha wakingojea tu ile kitu kidogo. Utalead forever and ever. So please let us vote wisely. Let us know who is who. Who is now, who is planning for attack for us. Thank you very much, Bernard and the members.
Thank you very much, KCD. I appreciate everybody on the platform and on the comment section. Please, let's keep civility as we debate. Now, before we bring in Jay Ba, I want us to listen to this video shortly and then we proceed. Let me see.
Kenya kwanza, watu wa Baringo. 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 Kenya kwanza, Ketija, shikilia. Kenya kwanza, mama ana. Aya. Baringo hamjambo. Baringo hamjambo. Baringo Bwana asifiwe. Baringo chamge. Omune. Baringo Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Naona mkochonjo mbaya sana. Salala. Mimi nimekuja Baringo mara nyingi, lakini sijaona hii. Yaani Baringo kimeumana kiasi hii. Mumeamua. Mimi nawauliza. Si mnajua kuna majamaa kule Nairobi ati kwa mahoteli makubwa makubwa na maofisi makubwa makubwa ati wanatuambia ati watatupanga, ati watatupangia nani atakuwa rais wa Kenya, ati watatutafutia kibaraka wao watupange na awe rais wa Kenya. Inawezekana? So nyinyi watu wa Baringo mnawaambiaje? Ati Baringo mnawaambiaje? Salala. Ama hiyo ngoma iendelee. Haya wewe DJ wapi ngoma? So tunakubaliana watu wa Baringo ya kwamba hatuwezi kupangwa na mtu. Mimi nataka niwaulize ndugu zangu watu wa Baringo. Si mnaona Manueta yuko hapa? Si mnaona ma-DVD yuko hapa? Tumekubaliana kwa sababu umoja wa Kenya ndio muhimu. Tuunganishe chama ya UDA, ANC na Ford Kenya. Nyinyi watu wa Baringo mnakubaliana na sisi jameni? Unasema tuungane kama Wakenya na tuwalete Wakenya wengine waingiane pamoja na sisi. Hebu nione wala wanasema tuungane, 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 tuungane. Jambo la pili, tumekubaliana ya kwamba muungano wetu huu sio muungano ili viongozi wapate faida ama vyeo ama mamlaka. Muungano wetu huu ni kwa sababu taifa letu la Kenya liko njia panda, na ni lazima tufanye maamuzi, na ni lazima tuwe na sera na mpango ambayo itabadilisha taifa letu la Kenya. Na sababu hiyo tumesema mambo ya katiba na vyeo na mamlaka ya viongozi ingoje, kwa sababu maneno ya muhimu kwa taifa letu la Kenya sasa ni maneno ya uchumi, na tunataka tupange ili mambo ya uchumi tuanze na ajira ya vijana wetu. Zaidi ya milioni 4 wamemaliza shule lakini hawana ajira. Na wauliza watu wa Baringo, nyinyi munasema vile kitendawili ati mambo ni kubadilisha katiba, tuongeze vyeo, tuongeze mamlaka ya viongozi. Munakubali mambo ni kubadilisha uchumi? Munataka tubadilishe uchumi ama vyeo? Munataka tubadilishe uchumi ama katiba? Munasema tubadilishe uchumi? Hebu nione wala wanasema tubadilishe uchumi, tubadilishe uchumi. Jambo la pili, nataka tukubaliane na nyinyi, kwa sababu tumekubaliana tunataka tubadilishe uchumi. Tuko pamoja watu wa Baringo? Sisi tunasema agenda yetu namba 1 ni kubadilisha uchumi, na agenda yetu namba 1 ni kupanga ajira ya vijana wetu wa Kenya. Vijana wa Baringo wapate ajira. Agenda yetu namba 2 ni kuhakikisha ya kwamba tunapanga biashara ili kila Mkenya, hata kama biashara yake ni kidogo, asiumizwe na fuliza, asiangaishwe na mashailo. Tuweke pesa ya serikali katika biashara ya wananchi wa chini. Agenda yetu ya 4 ni kuweka pesa ya kutosha kwa kilimo, ili tuhakikishe kwamba kila mkulima wa Kenya anapata nafasi ya kuongeza mapato yake, kama ni ya maziwa, miwa, mambo ya kahawa, chai, kama ni sukari, kama ni mambo ya maziwa. Kila mkulima aongeze mapato yake, ndio awe na pesa mfukoni na tuwe na chakula ya kutosha, tuondoe njaa katika taifa letu la Kenya. Tunakubaliana? Jambo letu la 4, tumesema kabla ya mwisho wa mwaka huu wananchi wengi wanapata shida kwa sababu ya bei na mambo ya malipo ya matibabu. Tumesema mwaka huu kabla ya Disemba tutahakikisha ya kwamba kila Mkenya ako na bima ya afya ya NHIF, na kila mmoja wetu utaenda hospitalini, utatibiwa na utaenda nyumbani bila ya kuulizwa pesa yoyote. Tunaelewana wangwana wa Baringo? Tunaelewana? Hapo ndio tuko. Mimi nawauliza watu wa Baringo, mtakubaliana na sisi tubadilishe uchumi jameni? Munasema tupange uchumi, ndio tupange ajira ya vijana wetu, na tupange biashara yenu, tuwaokoe kwa fuliza na mambo ya mashailo, na tuwapangie kilimo, tuondoe njaa, na tuwapangie mambo ya universal health coverage, kila mtu aende hospitali na alipiwe na NHIF. Tunakubaliana hapo? Ndio mimi niko na maswali mawili peke yake watu wa Baringo. Swali ya kwanza, munasema tubadilishe katiba ama uchumi? Katiba ama uchumi? Wale wa uchumi nione kwa mkono. Jambo la pili, tumekuwa tukiendesha uchumi, model inaitwa trickle down. Ati watu wachache wanafaidika kule juu, alafu wakifaidika kwa huruma wakuja waangalie wengine huku chini. Hawa wa chini wamengojea miaka 50, wale waliofaidika juu hawajarudi hapa chini. Mimi nauliza nyinyi watu wa Baringo, mnataka tuendelee kungojea ile ya juu ama mnasema tupindue tuanze na huko chini? Tupindue tuanze na huko chini? Tupindue tuanze na huko chini? Hapa chini ndio tupange ajira yao vijana kwanza, na tupange kilimo kwanza, na tupange matibabu kwanza. Mnasema tuanze chini hapa bottom, alafu tuende up bottom, alafu bottom bottom bottom. Hebu nione Baringo wala wanasema bottom up, bottom up, bottom.
Okay, welcome one. Where is Beja? He dropped out. Okay, Mkenya.
Yes, I'm here.
You are where? Yes, you are hiding. Okay, karibu.
So much. I really want to appreciate for this discussion. It's a very nice discussion. I only want to say something that, you see, UDA, without taking sides, UDA, the symbol for UDA is a wheelbarrow. So if someone says that UDA will be giving wheelbarrows to Kenyans, I think that is, I don't know what kind of thinking is that. Like, let's say ODM has a symbol as an orange. Does it mean that ODM has been giving oranges since 2007 when it was formed? So that mentality, I think a right-thinking man should not be taking that direction. On the other issue, I think Ruto, if I talk about Ruto, from the campaigns he has been having with the Kenya Kwanza Alliance, I think he has taken this other team by surprise. Initially, I'm sure the plan was for the Azimio people to line up their people together and leave him alone. But I think they were surprised for him to get friends from Western, and now the team is building up. So if you say that Ruto has nothing, I'm telling you, he's not someone you should underrate. Ruto, from the politics we have seen, is someone who is tough, and from the way we are seeing, he has been in Transnistria, he has been in Western. You see, he's moving, and he's still coming down. I think by the time he goes around the whole country, I think we'll be in a position to see which direction we should take. On the issue of Azimio, they're also planning their brigade. They are already planning their campaigns well. So I think let's just observe each group and see which way to follow. They also the other side of Kka, which is also a third force. I think they are trying to compile their people. So we have several options to choose from. And on the issue of the president, I think the president will be in an awkward situation if he goes for Raila and Raila fails. So I think he's taking a bet which might not be the right way for him. I think the president I don't know what games he's playing, but I really doubt. I think it will be better if he just goes like Kibaki. He'll have a legacy. But now let's say, for instance, he takes on Raila and Raila fails. What will people say? You see, on the issue of him spilling the beans, you see the issue of him and Ruto, that was the day they were coming to Kenyans in 2013, we didn't meet them. They just came to us and said, we are now together, vote for us. So whatever happens in between, it's between them. So we are going to listen to whoever has good ideas and agenda for Kenyans. That is what I can say. Thank you so much.
One moment.
Mukiruta wera na huru baru eno wohoere kura nigetha nduike mũmbunge wa Ruiru mwaka wa 20 na nituikite mashinani muno turaiga kaba mwaura muthungu mashinani kaba mwaura muthungu kaba mwaura muthungu ama namna gani? Hakuna mwingine, ni kijana mtetezi muthungu wa Ruiru, si ndio? Hapo ndio tuko na haturudi nyumba. Na nĩ moyo wega mũno mwaura ndetigagira. Na ndarĩ guoya. Nĩguo. Na ndagũagũa. Nĩ mũkũririkana wega hawa watu walikuwa wamerudisha nje ya Senate. Si mnajua hivyo? Tusikiza kidogo tafadhali hapo nyumba. Walikuwa wamenirusha nje ya Senate. Lakini nashukuru mliniombea sana. Nikashinda kesi na nikarudi katika hiyo Senate. Si hiyo ni Mungu? Na leo ni Sunday. Na tu kuogopa. Kuna watu wengine wanaogopa kuonekana wakiingia UDA ama kuwa na deputy president ati ndio wasirushwe nje ama ati waitiwe KRA. tukamwira atiriri, hata uhuru wa nchi hii ulipiganiwa na maumau kwa sababu hawakuogopa kwenda msitu kupigana. Otherwise tungekuwa katika minyororo ya mkoloni, si ndio? Kwa hivyo raundi hii tunataka watu ambao wanaweza kusimama na ukweli ili watu wa Kenya waweze kufaidika na watu wa Kenya. Hiyo iko sawa kabisa. Katika hali ya makilia
I believe that has settled that. Huh? Those are really wheelbarrows being given by Maura and is being given to mamas. If you need another evidence, I'll give you the one for the DP himself distributing. But I wouldn't want to get into that. Naomba sasa tusonge mbele ili tuelewane. Mkenya uko wapi?
Niko hapa. Promise after promise. Promise after promise after promise after promise. Asante sana. Nice to be here today. And first, my prayers goes to those the casualties of the tragic events of the explosion, of the tanker explosion. I wish them God's quick recovery. That one said, I also wish to pass my congratulations to Dennis Onsarigo for being appointed the communication to head the communication team of the RAILA ODINGA Secretariat. So that goes with a lot of congratulations and proves that the fact that you're a blogger, you talk too much, that does not please your leader. And RAILA ODINGA has shelved the bloggers who are putting pressure on him, and he has gone for someone who is a very professional. I was just trying to compare between Dennis Onsarigo and Hussein Mohammed. Both of them have achievement. We celebrate all of them. But if Hussein Mohammed is a news anchor, the one who is given report and reads on the news, Dennis Onsarigo is an investigative journalist. So you can see who got the deal. Okay. To the first point, it's about spilling the beans. Let them spill the beans as long as it is in the right order. We Kenyans need to know what is the truth. The truth, if something is wrong, it doesn't matter. Whether it is Ruto doing something wrong, whether it is Uhuru doing something wrong, whether it is RAILA ODINGA, Musalia, or anyone. If something is being done bad or terrible, let it be exposed. We don't hide anyone. So the fact that I'm supporting a candidate does not mean I defend that candidate when he's doing something wrong. If, for example, I'm supporting RAILA ODINGA and they're saying that there is something bad he's doing to the country, then let it be exposed and let Kenyans debate that constructively. Today has proved that William Ruto is the kingpin of Rift Valley. So those who have been arguing that Gideon Moi may take away some chance, that is a daydream. So William Ruto commands the Kalenjin-speaking nation. That was very evident in today's rally at Baringo. And that is a very good strategy. I would like to congratulate his team on that and maybe wish them better than this. Of course, they don't deserve that. So this was a very good strategy, retreating to Baringo. Of late, Azimio has been on attack. And the country has been, the expectation or the move is the Azimio movement. So everyone has been singing Azimio. Then if you look what has been happening to the other alliance of late, some shouts, very poor turnout. So even some of his supporters were getting delusioned and saying that the opponents are winning. So if the opponents are winning, you look, where do I have numbers? So he has retreated to his home just to assure his supporters, we are still in this fight. So that was just a very tactical retreat back to his support base where he can mobilize the numbers and assure his supporters that we are still in the journey. So that was a very good strategy. However, I have a concern, people may not see it. When we talk of Mahindi Likulwa, which region grows maize? Your answer is as good as mine. Now, you see in politics, at times leaders may take you for granted. Akijua wewe ni wa kwake kabila yake, even if they call for this strategy, tuseme tumeitwa strategy, tunapewa maybe facilitation fee of 5,000. What ambiwa wewe ni mtu wa nini, wewe enda huko. And I can tell there is a rudeness with some of the quarters of those people related to that guy, to the locals. So, but I hope they will not look down upon them, those who turn down up at the rally. Then I will talk of the Azimio at Homa Bay. That was very nice event, well captured, well labeled, and I wish Gladys Wanga well and encourage more women to come out and vie for governor, not just the women representative seats. I believe women have the capability to come out. So that is a bold move with Gladys Wanga. The final decision lies with the people of Homa Bay. I'm not a voter there, so I will encourage more women to go for seats, not just women rep. They have all it takes to capture the seat. Then I also have a concern. For example, we have Gladys Wanga vying for governorship in Homa Bay. Her rival is Mbadi, the chairperson of ODM. It should be, I think there should be a law, if you are an aspirant, then resign from any political party post. So this is a Mbadi and a chairperson, then there's this. So I think if you are vying, you should relinquish that post. Like I know Sifuna is vying, is the Secretary General of ODM, coordinating all activity. So for fairness sake, they should those posts should go for people who are very neutral and focused. Then
Mkenya,
yes.
As a point of information, Gladys Wanga is the chairman of ODM in Homa Bay, or chairperson for that matter.
Okay. So
I almost told him that.
Okay. Given that, the bottom line is Mbadi is the chairperson, whether the Gladys Wanga is the chair, also the chair lady, that if you're holding a position post and you're vying, resign, because there's other candidates or other aspirants who are vying and they don't have that privilege. So give it to people who don't have that interest, who are very neutral and focused to the party. Then it was good that those people who spoke about her strength, not as just as a woman, but achievement. A good example, of course, is the musicians' income, where they improve the skiza tune. So the women spoke there of the strength. And if you look, there was the Azimio women who are there, they were talking of points. Contrary to the other side, we had a politician who was busy shaming a woman, talking about some unspeakable things. That is Sudi speaking about Pauline Njoroge. That is a shame, and it should not be encouraged. Let's engage politics from neck upwards, not from bottom downwards. So, but I think that is a stuck to their mind that it's bottom up, as our focus should be engaging from neck upwards. So those attacks on women should stop. Then lastly, I saw a video trending about Baba's somewhere giving his vision for the Africa. My friend, if you saw the guy is not even reading. He has the facts here, talking about the energy in Congo, the railways connecting Africa. My friend, this is the kind of leader that this country wants. And not only this country, but Africa, if you are to move to the next level. So I don't have much to say, Bernard. That's it for today. Bottom line, I am pleased with what Raila said, and he has a great vision. I believe this is the time that he should be given a chance to take this nation to where it belongs and deserves. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mkenya. There is this guy called George Gakure and Sema Bernard, evidence for what how most Mulima guys use. I don't get your sentence. Is it a question? Is it a comment? I don't understand. But evidence about wheelbarrow, that one we have given it out. Wheelbarrow are being dished out. It only ended up as a party symbol, but initially it was a project that was used not once, not twice, and not in one place. So it is prejudice to say it's just a symbol. It's just like the relationship between Dabadi, Weta, and UDA. They are just friends. So at least that one started on a good footing. They are just friends. But for Wheelbarrow, it was not just friends. It was not just symbol. It was part of their project and their proposition to Kenyans as part of bottom up. They will pick the people of the bottom and take them up and deny the people of the up whatever they have so that the bottom people can get what they have. All the same, naomba tusonge mbele na wale wote mko kwa comments, tafadhali respect each other. Acha maneno ya kutusi watu. We met on this platform. You don't know me. Even if you do, you don't have a right to insult anyone you have met on the platform. If you want to use bad language, go to your account that bears your name, okay, and write there as much as you want against whoever you want, so that when the questioning begin, it will be you investigated under your name. It is bad manners to use somebody else's platform to do what you cannot do on your own platform. Respect everyone. It is important, and we can't tolerate that, no matter how biased you call us being biased. We want everybody to be civil because Kenya is here to stay. After the elections, Kenya will be here. And Kenya for all Kenyans cannot be stopped at this point in time. So those who want Kenya for themselves will not succeed. Only Kenya for all Kenyans will be available after August 9th. Kenya for all Kenyans. If you know what that means, thank you very much. Inawezekana?
Yo, Bernard.
Vipi inawezekana? Mtama tumwange ama to withhold?
Withhold, please. I will be here to give my contribution.
Oh, you are not yet ready. Is that what you said? Okay, bas, tumesikize Bishop Sila. And I want to be sure that that BP means Bishop.
Yeah, hi Bernard.
Hi to you. That
yes, it
BP
means Bishop. I was actually named after Bishop.
Oga Bishop. Welcome.
Yeah, it means Bishop. I was named after Bishop.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
But I'm not actually a bishop in that sense of preaching, and that I was actually named after. Thanks for this opportunity. Just want to go straight to the topics, which is DP in Baringo and the Azimio team that is well spread out. I would start with DP Rally. One of the panelists who, by the name Guru, said that we are underestimating Ruto. We are not. Ruto is a worthy candidate, a worthy competitor, and we don't take him lightly. If you see Azimio guys spreading out in different regions, it means that Ruto is not someone who can just sit and wash him away like that. We know he's a worthy competitor, but we have the strategy, we have the numbers, and we're going to beat him on the 9th. That one, be sure. We are sure of that. For their messages, still the same thing. Repetition means they don't have anything to offer, and just going back to the normal way of saying huyu jamaa wa kitendawili anataka kutengeneza viti vicheo zikupatiana nini. And I would ask myself, why did Wetangula and Moses join him? Wasn't it for to have positions in the government?
Yeah, Bwana Bishop, umekwama. Yes, endelea.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
You can hear me? Hello, Bernard, you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Can you hear me,
Bishop,
Bernard?
we can hear you. What is the matter? Are you not getting me?
No, akona simu iko analog. Bernard, relax.
Just a minute, just a minute.
Alex,
Okay,
drop
you'll come in
drop
later.
that statement.
Alex.
That was a light statement.
But it came out heavy.
But at the same
So
time, it's very heavy.
you had to change the weighing machine. But inawezekana uko ready sasa?
Yes, niko ready, niko sawa saa hii. Asante
Toa maoni
sana.
yako tulete huyu mtu wa heavy statement.
Yes, thank you Bernard and all the panelists. Yeah, mambo imesemwa mambo mingi. Nimesikiza Mkenya hapo ametoa facts, pure facts. Like Dennis Onsarigo cannot be compared to our beloved Hussein Mohammed. We like Hussein Mohammed, but Dennis Onsarigo na investigative news, you know what he does. He does the best. Anyway, about what has happened in KABARNET, the DP retreated, as one guy has said. Ilibidi amerudi ground kwa sababu penye alikuwa anaenda Western hakukuwa na matokeo, hakukuwa na mavuno. The people, even to some extent, Wetangula was saying watu wavotie Azimio. Another aspirant also one time alisema mupigie kura Azimio. So things were not good in Western, things were not good in other areas like Kilifi, when he went to Kilifi the other week. So that was a good move that the DP made today. The crowd was there na aliassure his people that bado ako strong, ako mundu strong with his two Luya guys ambao wamekufa politically. Today I wanted to say something about this 2022 general election. This election is a two-horse race ambayo inahusu an idea whose time has come versus a man who is all about himself, who will do anything to get to power, to make sure that he clinches that power, and we don't know what he wants to do with that power. We are not sure. This is a man ambaye ako inconsistent. The guy who has been campaigning for the last 9 years amekuwa akisema mambo mengi sana. Anataka bottom up economics, anasema kuna matajiri versus mamaskini. Amesema yani ni mambo mengi tu amekuwa akisema, which is very inconsistent all about him. This is the guy that ambaye anatuambia amefukuzwa kwa kazi na waziri sijui ama ni nani, to be specific. Is just crying out, crying full, yani anataka watu wamuhurumie, wampatie hiyo cheo, which is a lie. It should not be like that. The guy has been going round when he is supposed to be chairing meetings and yeah, you know, such things. Na ni mtu anataka tumpigie kura. This is a time for Raila Amolo Odinga ambaye ni an idea. When you see the way he is campaigning, he is not in the country, but he has several teams who are talking about Azimio. It's all about unity. It's all about watu kupata kazi through factories, through industries. Watu familia ambazo hazijiwezi zipate pesa mfukoni. You know, this is an idea whose time has come and you cannot stop it. It's just like a sneeze. When you want to sneeze, you cannot. Sneeze. This is the right time for us to vote for Raila. Yeah, that's just what I wanted to say today. Thank you, Bernard. Maybe someone else can take over. Hello.
Wewe inawezekana nitakushtaki. Nimekusikia. Bwana Alex, karibu.
Shukrani Bernard, sema.
Haya, wewe nafurahi kukuona leo.
Hata pia mimi nafurahi sana kukusikiza.
Naona wikendi yako sio safi kabisa.
Iko nzuri sana Bernard. Ni aje Bernard? Leo nimefurahishwa kidogo. You know, the choice of Baba for Dennis Osarigo I think was the perfect. Unajua Dennis Osarigo started very small, and you cannot take he's my homemate. You cannot take his rise away from Dennis Itumbi. I don't know if you know that they went to school with Itumbi together. They were roommates with Itumbi, and they are very close with Dennis Itumbi. Did you know that?
Oh, umeanza to spill the beans.
Yes. So, yes, they are. Actually, they are very close. They have taken different political paths, but they have still maintained their friendship, which is very interesting. And that's how politics should be. Kama wewe unataka kubaki kwa wheelbarrow na sisi tunaenda kwengine, it's okay, but we cannot just because you are in a different formation of politically, si lazima urafiki yetu iishe. I think that is maturity they have shown in the journalistic society. Even though Dennis has reduced himself to be a blogger, you know, nobody remembers that the guy is no longer a journalist. But that is a perfect choice for Baba. And it's going to be interesting how Itumbi is going to throw tantrums. I know he's going to do that because that was unexpected. I don't know how long those talks have been going. So I think on that, Baba's team has made a boost, and I'm happy. But huwezi kuwa happy without seeing how everything is going to take place, because even the guy that is managing the DP is also an astute, you know, even if he was a news anchor, as Mkenya said, he did his work with great astuteness. And even when he was retiring, remember, the person who made him retire with great ratings was Baba. He had to bring Baba in for his last episode. But what I saw in Homa Bay was not right. I don't think going there to campaign for Gladys Wanga was the right thing. I think if we start going to every county agitating for other people, Azimio is going to lose the focus. Watch Azimio. For me, if Azimio is serious and what we want is to win the presidency, when we have national, like when they went to Siaya, Orengo was very categorical. Akasema, tafadhali, hatukuja hapa kunikampainia or to agitate for anybody. We are here as Azimio and we are campaigning for Baba. We want Baba to win. And so that every county is unique. Every county is unique, so that people can fight for their democratic space. For the last 10 years, we know how ODM has helped us or failed us through our governor and through our leadership. So Gladys Wanga should not take advantage of the overall Azimio movement and unity. Ianze kumkampainia. I think that is wrong. Let us disassociate that, because that one will start internal struggles like the ones that we saw in Kajiado. We should move away from those kind of internal struggles that we see in Kajiado, and we have seen them in Kirinyaga, we have seen them elsewhere, so that when your national leader whose presidency candidacy is going to be subject into pettiness of the county. Otherwise, if we go to every county to start to agitate for specific people, we are going to start losing followers. Let the people decide, like Kenneth Matiba told us in 1992. Ikifika kwa counties are unique. in religion, in culture, in economics, in everything, in how they view women, men, and youths, and let them have that debate. But Sabina Chege and others going there to agitate, they are going to create a rift between leadership wrangles within Homa Bay, and that is not going to be. Nevertheless, they can go there as friends. If my friend is so and so, they can come for me as friends now, not as Azimio movement, a larger Azimio movement. If I like Sakaja, but I'm not in Kenya Kwisha, and I like Sakaja as a friend, nothing prevents me from going to campaign for him, but not as Azimio. Let us know the noble cause of Azimio is to take the presidency from Ruto, period. Ruto is not going to win any presidency in Kenya, and that is what we want to prevent, and that is the idea of coming together, and we must protect that by all necessary means. So these petty things that will come from here kidogo kidogo, let's avoid them, because if we start agitating for specific, tuende Mombasa tuanze kusema huyu ndio mzuri, tuende coast western tuseme ni huyu, tuende Turkana ni huyu, we are going to cause small wars everywhere. So when we go everywhere, we find that there are wars on the podium. We don't want wars on the podium like the ones we have seen so far in in Kajiado, and they eventually precipitated into violence, which is going to be given as a tag. We should avoid that. So I think the Azimio Secretariat should start to avoid that. And SK Macharia kind of disappointed me today. SK Macharia, as a media owner, said a very dangerous statement that I didn't think we'll come to see. Say, kila kitu iko live leo kwa sababu ninataka Gladys Wanga akuwe governor na Raila akuwe president. Let's be honest. If we are on the other side and we don't own the media, and the media owners are agitating for Ruto, it can be very cold on our side. So let us realize that the media is the field. Nobody should own the field. Let us give everybody the opportunity as a media, but as a media owner, for you to speak, you say Inoro is live, Ramogi is live, 13 stations are live. I think that is wrong. We cannot degenerate the media into being biased. I think by all necessary means, we must avoid that in the podium, so that him as a person, let him support, say, as SK Macharia, as before he has said. But today we must criticize him within Azimio that he should not support us because he owns Citizen. He should support us because he knows Raila as a person, and he believes in Raila, that his policies towards the media and other stakeholders that he's interested in will take this country to a different level. So I think those are my submission. I don't know who is next here. Maybe Mukenya wants to say something. And yes, Mukenya, you can say something.
Yes, I concur with what you say, and I would love to hop on the same string. And I would love to congratulate the ODM leadership. Joho, Oparanya, Junet, and other people who hold a post. They were never there in Homa Bay. So they kept off these big wigs. They really kept off that. Alex, you are the moderator.
Yeah, I think that was great maturity. You've reminded me that those people realize that they're going to have partisan politics, which we do not want. Partisan politics, let me remind you, internal democracy is worse than national democracy. So Bernard, thank you I was a moderator for 30 seconds, and that's very unfair.
No, I've got a Bernard. I've got a question.
Fairness in itself is unfair. So let's learn to live with it. Thank you very much in the first place. Let us listen to Julia, and then we can proceed.
Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Bernard.
So, just a moment, Julia. Inawezekana iko nini?
Yes, I wanted to ask maybe Alex to clarify something. Ni kama alinilenga. Aliniona nimeinua kidole lakini akalenga. I thought we saw one of the branches of Azimio there present, ambayo ilikuwa inahusu akina mama, the women wing of Azimio. I think they were the ones who were leading that campaign. It was all about women, supporting women for like governorship. So I just wanted Alex to take note of that. Haikuwa entirely about the whole Azimio thing. Ikuwe sasa wana support one governor for that candidate. Yeah, that's what I wanted to comment.
Let me respond to that. Let me respond to that quickly. We need to agree on this because there is no question about it anymore. Anybody who is going to disagree on this is going to go against what we have so far created. Sabina Chege is no longer Sabina Chege. She's not just a woman. Sabina Chege has changed to be something else in our country. She's the face of national politics now. Do you understand that, inawezekana? So her position is not defined, but her role now within Baba is well defined. She's a woman that we respect. You understand that? So
yeah,
and you can realize how the DP and his people responded to what she said the other day. Did you realize that?
Yes, I realize, but you are not
So
taking note of something.
her words are no longer, she must take account for how she's no longer the Sabina Chege of Jubilee. She's the Sabina Chege of Azimio. And she must now know that her role is like Raila has no position in that country, but her role makes her Baba. And you don't even know now that Sabina Chege is the mama. So mama must respect herself.
Okay, let me just rest it for the hapo niachie hapo tu. Thank you.
Alex, leo umekuja na kumwaga
Jared, talk. I know Jared wants to talk.
Nitakujia baadaye. Relax.
Jared hajaenda kanisani.
Subiri hapo nitakujia baadaye. Naomba tumsikilize Julia kwanza. Njiru nimekuona lakini subiri. Julia,
Okay.
karibu.
Thank you so much. My name is Julia. This is my first time in this show, but I follow this show through YouTube, and I've been like looking forward to just participate and say something. I'm calling from South Carolina, USA. I'm a high school teacher here. So I'll talk to things, allow me to talk to things about myself. Now, one thing, what I'll say, it may help someone or someone who knows somebody here who is a teacher. I worked in Kirinyaga County up to 2018. I was teaching in Motira Girls. I was the deputy principal. Then I was hired by a firm known teaching with faces in South Carolina, faces as in Yauso, FACES. They hired teachers. They are still hiring teachers. This year in this county, they brought 10 Kenyan teachers. Now, it's a real thing. They pay your air ticket. They process your travel documents. They place you in a school, and they pick you from the airport. They host you for 2 weeks. They ensure that you settle down. Now, so the America is really in need of teachers and nurses, but teachers more. And right now, they are really hiring teachers like something else. So if you know somebody who holds a Bachelor of Education, mostly maths and sciences and languages, they are also hiring special education teachers. I write there on the chat, the site, then people can follow. You can tell them to apply. It's a real thing. It's working. It's not fake. It's sponsored by the American government. They bring in teachers here. So it's a genuine thing. That is one thing I wanted to say. It has changed my life, and my life is very different. Now, secondly, about what you're discussing, I'm very happy with this show. Now, I come from Central Kenya. I am born and brought up I'm born in Murang'a County. I'm brought up in Nyandarua District. But I am supporting Raila for one reason. Mzungu alisema, show me your friends and I'll say who you are. So if your friends are suspects of crimes against humanity, if your friends have corruption scandals here and there, I really don't understand why many people in central Kenya are voting for UDA. I will never understand them. I will struggle to understand them so much. Now, on the other hand, when I look at Raila Amolo Odinga, I don't have much to pin on Raila Odinga. I don't have much against him. In fact, I don't have anything categorical against him. I can't say that I suspect him for corruption. I cannot say I suspect him for this. So with my conscience, I would vote for Raila Odinga. And I believe that there are many people in central Kenya who are, especially of my age, I'm 49 years old, especially of my age and above, who will support Raila. And the thing that will happen in central Kenya, either people of my age, I know people who have said they are not going to vote because they are not sure about voting for Raila, but they have made up their mind they cannot vote for Ruto. For one thing, for those accusations, crimes against humanity, corruption, we can call them accusations because we need proof and evidence and all that. Now, but Raila Odinga, we don't have much to judge him from. Now, the third thing I would like to say, which is my last point, is about the campaigns that are going for Raila. It's a good thing that people are campaigning for him while he's away, but I do not understand why Joho is going to Nyanza when he should be working in Coast Province for Raila. He should be going from county to county. Joho is very influential and he's very eloquent and he's very smart. He should stop wasting those resources in Nyanza. Nyanza people don't need to be convinced to vote for Raila. Luo Nyanza, whether you campaign or you don't campaign, they'll vote for Raila. That's common sense. That's waste of time. That's waste of resources. They should not go to any Luo Nyanza county. Now, Kisi Nyanza, Nyanza people never used to like Kagothi when you say Kisi Nyanza, Luo Nyanza. But allow me to say Kisi Nyanza. Kisi Nyanza, you can give it to people like Matiang. People respect him. He's a national leader, and I'm sure the Kisi still think he's hero. He is their hero. So let this grouping, one group goes, the whole group goes to Nyanza, is a waste of resources. Then the next day, the whole group goes to Western, is a waste of time and resources. Now, Kijana Wamalwa is doing a good thing in Western Province. Leave Kijana Wamalwa and his team to work in Western Province and make sure Raila gets vote. Then give Kisi Nyanza someone like Matiang and his team. Then let Joho go back to Coast Province. Let him stop wasting time in the other provinces. Now, about Central Province, I am kind of disappointed. There's a lot of obsession for Ruto in Central Province. And even when people are talking about Peter Kenneth as running mate, I don't think Peter Kenneth will bring as many votes as somebody like Peter Munya to Raila. My argument is this. Peter Munya comes from Upper Eastern, and that is Tharaka Nithi, Meru, and Embu. They are going to see him as their hero. They have never had any opportunity to get close to power. So if Raila decides to have Peter Munya as his point man, more so if he decides to appoint him as his running mate, the whole of Upper Eastern is going to turn to Raila. I'm telling you that. Because Mount Kenya votes are not as many as you think without the Upper Eastern. Mount Kenya is only a major voting block when you include Tharaka Nithi, Meru, and Embu. But you remove Tharaka Nithi, Meru, and Embu, you have destroyed Mount Kenya voting block. So the trick here should be, let Peter Munya go to stop wasting time wherever he is. Let him go back to Upper Eastern. He will get over 1 million vote. But if you talk about Peter Kenneth is a good running mate because he has a lot of respect. But Peter Kenneth, you can take this to the bank. He will not give Raila more than 200,000 votes. Because I'm telling you, the Central Kenya, those who are walking around, they are kind of obsessed with Ruto. And the only way to beat Ruto's votes is to take as much as you can from Upper Eastern, which is very possible because those people, they have never had anyone recognize them. So you can imagine how they are going to feel when for once they see the running mate is from their region. And more importantly, Peter Munya is very aggressive. Ruto needs somebody like Peter Munya. He doesn't need soft people. He needs somebody as hard and as aggressive as Peter Munya. So those who are talking to Raila, tell him to stop wasting time with grouping in Nyanza, grouping in his strongholds. Let him get these strong people who can walk around and get him votes. That is a trick for Raila. Others, I'm in South Carolina, and there are many people I know, there are many Kikus who are saying Raila for presidency. Those who are still voting for Raila, I will only understand you if you are a Kalenjin. But because you may say this is our man, but to surprise you, I have many Kalenjin friends, especially from Ergo and Marakwet, who are not supporting Raila because they believe in doing the right thing. So anybody listening to this, tell Raila people to stop wasting time. It's waste of time and resources. Let them go out and campaign in their region. Thank you so much, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Julia, for that is very insightful information. We are glad that you have been to the platform today and shared that information. And the information about teachers, you leave the link there so that those teachers that need to go across the sea to teach, they can find their way. Thank you very much for that information. I will look forward to interacting further, even as the show continues. Bwana Njiru, karibu.
Yeah, I have a question for two of the audiences today here. That is Mr. Alex and Madam Kanyoro. First of all, thank you for continuing the support and joining the team here. So, Mr. Alex, there is one question which I will ask you, and I think you need to withdraw one statement which I was not very happy with. You said that we can have friends who are vying with UDA and we can support them at an individual capacity. But what I wanted to say in that statement is that, many of the people who are vying on UDA, they have been unable to separate the lives. Personally, I even have relatives who are vying for MCAs and other things, and some of them are vying with UDA. And personally, I've dissociated with them. I've told them the fact that you have been unable to understand the lies which are going all over the country, and you are now coming to vie with UDA, and you want me to become part of your campaign team and part of the somebody who can be able to sell your strategy, I will not be able to do that. So I think the fact that some of us are supporting Azimio, we cannot now start diverging and saying, if I have a friend in UDA, I can support him. The fact that that friend of mine has been unable, maybe he might be having good character, I don't deny it. But remember, a politician is somebody who can be able to understand and make a good decision. Your question is this one. So, can you tell me, can you try to tell me what you think is the influence of Baba from the international relationships which he is building? Like you said, right now he is close to 5 days in India. What do you think the image which is being built in that? And then for Kanyoro, I want to ask you one, and thank you for the information which you gave. So I want to ask you one question as person who understands Mount Kenya. What do you think is the influence of Uhuru Kenyatta on the general area of Mount Kenya? And number two, if Raila Odinga appoints Munya as his deputy, what do you think will be the reaction of people in Kiambu, Muranga, and maybe Kirinyaga? So can you try to separate if the running mate is from Upper Eastern, what happens on the rest of Central? Can you try to separate that and you discuss that influence? Thank you.
So, do you want me to respond first?
Ladies first. Let Julia respond first.
Okay. I talked to my people back home, and I'm kind of disappointed that Kikuyus have one thing, have nothing really nothing categorical against Raila. It's just a tribal thing. And it's also another thing that, okay, in those days we were voting for Uhuru. It is a thing like sometimes has to do with his followers. I mean, the Kikuyus think that his followers worship him so much. But now what happened, I think, over the last 5 years, Ruto's people really went around and poisoned them. And they paint Raila as something that to be afraid of, somebody that you cannot trust. Now, when I'm seeing them voting for Peter Kenneth, I still see a situation whereby, okay, there are people who are made up their mind they cannot vote for Ruto. So, but they are not, the majority will still vote for, with Peter Kenneth or not. I can assure you, the majority will still vote for Ruto, with Peter Kenneth or not. I can assure you that Muranga, Kiambu, and Nyeri, more of them will still vote for Ruto, with Peter Kenneth or not. But I was seeing a picture of Peter Munya, and I saw the picture is the people in the Upper Eastern have never had any opportunity to be any close to power. And if you saw one meeting that Peter Munya held, you could see he had such a massive following. But you can see that Peter Kenneth and even this other lady who is campaigning for Raila, yes, they're having some crowds in the meeting, but I know they'll be disappointed if Raila wakes up and decides that Peter Kenneth is not going to be the running mate. But I think what Raila can do, he can call those teams to the table and just have a talk with them. Call Peter Kenneth, call Peter Munya, call those leaders from Muranga County, and then they work out the maths. They look at it this way. Okay, I know you want Peter Kenneth to be the running mate. How many votes do we expect from Muranga County? They sit down and they genuinely and candidly discuss this. Do you think I can get even 30% of Muranga County? Then they look at Peter Munya. They think, do you think that Raila can get over 60% of Upper Eastern? So if Raila can get 60% of Upper Eastern and only get 20% of Muranga County and Kiambu and Nyeri, then he's better off going for Upper Eastern. Now, the Kenyatta influence is very tricky because for the last 3-4 years, there are many people in central Kenya who think that Kenyatta should have allowed Ruto to take over to be the next running mate, but to be the next president. But I'm seeing some people saying that Kenyatta should go there and explain to them exactly what happened between him and Ruto. Probably that will change now and bring back Kenyatta as the kingpin. But still, Kenyatta coming back as the kingpin is an uphill task, is quite an uphill task, just to be genuine and sincere and to look at things down on the ground. It may be such an uphill task to bring Kenyatta as the kingpin. However, he may still influence a lot of votes when he goes back, and he should be candid. He should tell them that this man tried to do 1, 2, 3. He should not be afraid. I don't even think now he should start saying that. I don't even like the way he's saying that situko kwa Azimio. He should just go there and tell them, I am supporting Azimio and I'm supporting Raila and I'm proposing Raila. Period. Kama nimbaya, nimbaya. Those who are supporting Raila already on Raila's side. So this thing of being afraid that Raila will be called government project, it is, the damage is already done. They have already gone around and said Raila is government project. So Kenyatta now should go back and tell the people in Central Province why he thinks Raila should be the next president. But still, for him being the kingpin is kind of an uphill task. So negotiating between Peter Kenneth and Peter Munya, I think it should be something that should be discussed between Raila, Uhuru, Peter Munya, Peter Kenneth, and they should just agree. Now, Kenya is bigger than all of us because they must play with the numbers. They must play with the numbers. The numbers here matter much. It is not having our man on the table. It is having your man, yes. So how many votes do we get by having your man? It's not just having your man on the table. It's having your man, yes, but how many numbers? That's the question. And because you've asked me, I forgot to mention this. Those who are going to Nyanza province, what you should do. I know some people talk about Uhuru rigging or Kibaki rigging, but I was in Kenya when we voted for Kibaki. I was in Kenya when Uhuru won. Now, rigging or not rigging, Kikuyus know how to mobilize their voters. In Kikuyu land, every person votes, even the one who is turned 100 years. And they stand at the polling station. They look at the polling station, the list there, the number of voters. They see Julia is in this voters list. She has not voted. They call me on phone. They look for me. Why it is 5 p.m.? Why have you not voted? They make sure everybody who is breathing that day votes. That is how they manage to get their numbers. That is how they manage to get their numbers. So these other politicians supporting Raila, that is what they need to do. Okay, they should have mobilized the registration. Now, because the registration is done, when voting comes, they should go to the polling station and make sure anybody who is breathing that day is on the voters list, votes. That is how Kikuyus get their large numbers. However, this time, I don't know whether they are going to do that, because there's also the tribal factor. And this one, I don't want to tell the Ruto Kka to do or to be aware, but the tribal factor will play here. They may not do what they have been doing. They may not mobilize, they will be mobilizing. But as Kenyatta being kingpin, I am not sure he's getting there yet. He needs to work so hard. I am not sure whether he has, I don't want to lie and say here that I believe he'll have so much impact. He has a lot of work to do. Between Peter Munya and Peter Kenneth, I think Raila should call a meeting and have a candid discussion with those people and agree, yes, running mate or no running mate, Kenya is bigger than all of us. Where do we get the numbers? Because what Raila now needs is those numbers. He needs to eat into Mount Kenya region. In whichever means possible, he needs to eat into Mount Kenya region. So that's my view, Mr. Njiru.
Okay, thank you, Julia, for that. I think Mr. Njiru is satisfied. Now, before you go, Julia, there is a private chat on the side of the wherever the screen. There is a special show we do on Tembei TV for opportunities abroad. We would love to host you on that, and therefore request for your phone number on the private chat, not on the public chat, on the private chat. And then we'll be able to get to you, plan the show, and then you'll be able now to share more information on the opportunities that you talked about. So please leave us your number just in the private chat there, and then we'll pass it across to our desk that will plan and arrange for that show if you are available, and then we'll be able to let everybody know what they need to know. Thank you very much. Alex.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I think the question from Jiro was very simple. Raila International Nation platform and his friendship. And I think we cannot deny that Raila, as a candidate and a former prime minister, had a privilege before and even now as a UN envoy to have some of the best friendship that Kenya has enjoyed from his personal side and also from Kenya as a country, as a republic. And if you know, Raila comes from a background of his father being a deputy, vice president, not deputy. And through that, he also had friendship that you can remember even before they ascended into being a prime minister. You saw some of his father's friends like Leguno Obasanjo, people who his father had contacts with, come in and try to help him negotiate when Kenya had a standstill. But the greatest asset that Raila has always had is a man called Salim Law, Lome or Lowe, I don't know, whatever it is called. That guy on the platform of International, he has been a great asset to RAILA, and he was able to manage RAILA affairs internationally for a very long time. And effective, is an intellectual. Not only that, he's an implementer, but also a performer. So given those few contacts that he was able through various meetings that he had, Raila himself has been able to maintain some friendships that we didn't even know. When you look like people like Zangarai, you look at people like Muammar Gaddafi, you look like President of South Africa, Ramaphosa, you look like people like the current president of Zambia, and so on and so forth. And Raila has always maintained his political friendship through party ranks. When you come to Britain, Raila has been a friend to Labour Party for a very long time. Raila has in the US, Raila has attended Democratic Convention, the DNC, the National Democratic Convention, and Raila has been able to attend even Malaysia Democratic Convention and many other Democratic Convention because he subscribed to some of their political, philosophical, and ideological tenets. So on the platform of International, you can see he has been even an attributor. When Ivory Coast had a problem, Gbagbo and Ouattara, he went there and he gave Ouattara very good advice, which I later regret because Ouattara wants to remain in power forever after trying to get Gbagbo out. But the person who told him on how to negotiate and get that thing out of Gbagbo was Raila Amolo Odinga. So on international level, we just don't see him on the issue of just friendship. We see him as a negotiator. We see him as an investor. We see him in many platforms. So if the country was to go to him, I think the country will be in safe hands. But needless to say, when you have those credentials, the international community does not like you. You have to remember that international community is looking for weak leadership to negotiate with them, to twist them, to give them loans that they will have to enslave them for years. And therefore, there are those who look at Raila as an asset to our country. But we have vultures out there who wants to give us quick and cheap loans, that some Eurobonds and so on and so forth. And you may think that, and that's why you find such kind of investors that went to invest with Ruto in Uganda, and some dubious people that he meets in Dubai, and other people that he meets in Italy when he goes there. You can always know that for every good people who are out there who are for our country, there are bad people who wants to mess our country. And as much as you may think that Raila has a good platform in the world for the better of Kenya, Ruto also has those who want to destroy Kenya. So equally, both of them have their best to help them get to power. But the problem is not power. The problem after they get power, what will happen to us? So that is where I look and I say that Raila is in a better position. He has good international relationship, but we cannot undermine the relationships that Mr. William Samoei Ruto has had. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I believe, Mr. Njiru, you are satisfied with that? So, thank you very much. Now it is the turn for Jared, but Mkenya wa Spain ameingia. And for gender purposes, naomba tupatie Mkenya wa Spain kwanza, alafu Jared aingie. Ama niseme Mkenya wa Nyamira.
In fact, it's Mkenya wa Nyamira.
Oh, God. Vale. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Bernard, for the chance. Hope kila mtu yuko salama salamini.
Salama.
Gerard, I hope soon I'll visit Nyamira. Sijawahi kukanyanga, but I wish nikufike nione venye Nyamira kuko. Thank you for the invitation. Okay. Leo nataka kuzungumza tu maneno mawili machache hivi. Juu mengi yamesemwa. What I would like to talk about is that I can see things are getting hot day by day. What I can tell Kenyans, if we leave behind the tribalism and look for the better of our country, hatutakuwa tukisema ati mimi siwezi nikapigia huyu kura ati what we should look at is this person able to take our country where we want it to be. But one thing is this, tumejawa na ukabila mingi. Mtu anasema mimi siwezi nikapea huyu, si wa kabila. If we tukiangalia most of the campaigns, hata si za this year but there before, unaangalia tu unaona people are just following because maybe this person is from my tribe. But if me, I can tell Kenyans, if we leave behind this tribalism thing and look person who can make our country better, who can make our country a good place to be, we will one day appreciate it. We will one day say, yeah, we did what we were supposed to do. But if we just look, this one comes from my area, or this one comes from my home area, and then that I just put my vote without thinking twice, then we will find ourselves regretting. We will find ourselves paying mkate 500 shillings. And I wish turudi mahali tulikuwa buying bread. Mtu alikuwa anapewa 50 Kenya shilling, unarudisha mpaka change. But now you can't even get a balance of 50 shilling. Ukienda sokoni hata it can't give you anything, and we know why, and we all know why, and we have heard our president talking about it, complaining. And if we want to bury our country, let's bury it voting badly. Bad choice, bad leadership, we just bury our country, Kenya. Because calculating how the economy is, if we have people who can retire with what we have, that's over with Kenya, and it will be hard for those who come late and enjoy. Maybe we can vote for somebody na akatalia hapo, aseme he wants to rule mpaka afikishe 30 terms ama afikishe sijui how many years. Do we know there are leaders who, when they get the leadership, they can change even the law because they have the power. Sometimes they take the power from people and may take themselves the power. So let us vote wisely. Let us listen to what they say, but choose wisely. Thank you, Bernard, for the chance, and my fellow panelists. Hope we'll do better.
Asante sana Mkenya wa Spain, karibu tena katika mjadala wetu, tuendelee kuwa pamoja. Nashukuru sana. Kuna mtu anapiga debe hapa anasema you have brought what on the nini should keep remaining on the screen. So unapendwa sana. Tafadhali usidisappoint mafans wako hapa wengi sana.
Asante. Nimeshukuru pia, nimewasalimia sana.
Asante. So Jared, you are coming in. Toa maoni yako.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Let me respond to Alex and Julia before I give my submission. So first from Alex. Alex was talking about the Azimio people who are in Homa Bay today. I do think, Alex, sometimes there is a lesson you have friends, and the friends have to make a difficult decision. when it comes to this. I know that in any way we're going to have to correct some other things, but we have to stand for our friends. I do believe those people who went there for Gladys Wanga, they were Gladys Wanga friends, and they had to stand with Gladys Wanga. Because as much as we want to be together in Azimio, we're not going to let Kidero run down Nairobi and go back to Homa Bay again to run it down. So we need people to stand firm there. If you saw those who attended actually there, it was like kind of a plan. If you see, Joe did not go there. Junet Mohammed did not go there. That was a kind of plan because Junet is from there, so he didn't want to show that biasness. But these are friends of Gladys Wanga who came from outside. And I think the guy from Citizen TV explained very well why she prefers Gladys Wanga. She was explaining what was her role in helping the artists to get funds. So I didn't see any problem when you can convince your fellow Azimio guys to come and support you during your launch. It was good for Junaid because Junaid represents RAILA. Akina Joe not to attend so that they don't show the favoritism. But there are some other people who were from outside. They need to come there. If you saw, even this guy Kanini Kega did not come, but I believe Sabina Chega came as a woman. As much as we know that she has taken a different role, but she is a woman, so she needs to support. Look at the Ngiru and all this. They came there. You know, sometimes you have to play double roles. She was there to support a fellow woman that they would want that woman to succeed in Homa Bay, which I also think that that lady should be supported. I hope that the chairman of ODM will forgo that aspiration and then leave that woman to go. She has done enough to warrant that. That's what I could say to Alex, and I hope that soon I will see them, those kind of friends going to Kisii and supporting Simba to send a statement that we want good leadership. As far as we want to get right at the port, we still want to encourage people to get the right people there. Coming to Churia, who she gave a very good presentation. But as far as asking or questioning why these guys are going to Nyanza, I can tell you, my sister, that in fact, one of the impediments of Raila presidents has been Nyanza. If you add why they went there, is that there's voting, election is about a process. There is a process of being registered. The registration from Nyanza has been low in 40s, while in Central it's been around 60%. So they wanted to make sure first these people can register. So we needed people to come to explain to them. Remember, I think it was one of either Sabina Jega or somebody was explaining to them that, hey, look, if you could have registered those people who were qualified to register in the last election, 2017, there was a 1.6 or 1 point something who missed out. So the first phase is to make sure that these people register. That's why you have seen Akina Sabina Jege, people from Central coming to the Nyanza to tell these people what is the importance of registering. And then now they can go to the next level to see that they go actually forth. So that's why they are doing that. Some of the people, and I can quote this, that some leaders are not actually much respected at home than they are respected outside. I'm very sure that even Joe has cost under control is very much respected outside. the cost. So that's why we bring these people to encourage the Nyanza people. Tell them that now we know that all of you are for Baba, but it's just not just shouting that you are for Baba, but they are the small things like registering and going to actually vote. So that's why we are seeing these people. So, but when we look at the bigger picture, is that Baba went to out of the country for now almost 10 days, but he left the campaign going. You might not even notice that Raila is not in the country because they are going around. Remember that if UDA has spent much time in Western, I don't know if you have noticed this, that in Western, there is always, in a week, almost 3 times, there are functions in Western. So they trying to clean up. Wherever it brings up, they are cleaning up. Coming to another point which you mentioned about Ruto having the central, yeah, nobody denies that. It is because for the last 4 years, it's been only Ruto going to the central. I bet you, as we know from historical background, up to today, the Mountain Kenya have not even decided who they're going to vote for. They usually decide way later on. And I am very sure that if you have seen the trend, without even the president stepping out to Mount Kenya, just speaking from State House, have you noticed that Ruto has not been in Central Kenya for anything? Instead, he has been in more than is just going Western Nakuru, and these other places. That shows you that now we are now in the leader politics. I am still not quite sure how Ruto is planning to run his campaign when we have in Omapay today, we have in why in Kirinyaga, in Nyandarua, or where this guy is the chairman of the secretariat. How are you gonna do when you are only have everybody in one side for Ruto? So there is a challenge in there. Also, the last one you talked about Munya effect. Sometimes, in fact, and I saw that Ruto has been going around saying that he helped the president to be elected for the last 2 terms. Sometimes the running mate is just a figure you just put there, and then it gives you a leeway to go to the place and say you are part of this government. But when we come down to the numbers, it might not be true. So Peter Kennedy might not have numbers, but there are people who would feel comfortable when he's there. There is a politics in central Kenya itself that, hey, in Kiambu, we have got presidents there. In Nyeri, we have got presidents there. They feel that it's a turn for Muranga to have their turn. Personally, I do think that still it should go to central, but I would have preferred it to go to a woman, because one of the things, if it goes to a woman, then the rest of the country will not look at it as a Kikuyu running mate, but as a woman running mate. I hope that, which I think that's why Mother Karua might be in Oka, so that when Oka will be trying to negotiate, they can be able to be told, okay, we can give you the running mate, but the running mate has to be a woman, and maybe it's Mother Karua. Or I've said here in this platform that there is a reason why Sabina Jege, I thought she was running for governorship in Muranga, but she has gone a step higher. What is that? You might not know if they are trying to send a certain message. For the Upper Eastern you are talking about, don't forget that they had the speaker. A speaker is actually, after the president, and the deputy president, the next person actually is a speaker. Today, they actually have the president of the Supreme Court. So those also have to be taken into consideration when you say what do they have in this government. So they still have already. I think that will be much of the impediment that they have the president of the Supreme Court. That might play into a factor. That's why I still believe that this running mate will have to come from Kirinyaga or Muranga. Those are the places which I think might get. The good thing which I thought just people took it as a downside when there's some national papers which reported that the president will be the one appointing the deputy. These things don't come out just for the sake of it. Sometimes it comes out that if it picks from anywhere, then it will not be for Raila. It will say, you guys have decided this is the one we're going to go with. And then it will be not, which I think that this will be just a negotiation. If ODM going to go with Jubilee, Jubilee will have to produce the running mate, and then it will leave for the Jubilee party leader to front who they want to go with that running mate. Canada is a very nice guy, but I also believe that he will be a good candidate, but he might not be able to bring the votes as other people. But that will be something which we have to wait and see. Now, before I finish, if I come today on what these people are daring the president to spill the beans, there is no beans to spill. Okay. All the president has to say is that I had all the interest to leave this seat to my deputy, but the deputy was not there to support me to build the roads which you have seen in Central. And in fact, the Central people, the Mount Kenya people, will come to appreciate the president. Even the whole Kenyan will come to appreciate the president way after he has left, which is very unfortunate, way after he has left the presidency. Looking at what the president has able to do infrastructure-wise and all this, he has done things to put the Kenya on the map. He didn't want Kenya to lag behind. It is not about Kenya itself. You have also to think about where do we stand as a country in terms of Africa, in terms of the world, in terms of where is a destination when somebody comes from Europe or America and they want to invest, which country should it go? Ethiopia was giving us run for our money. I don't say, if I can say, thank God to what is going on, their political instability. That's why you see the president is insisting stability politically will enhance Kenya if we can have political sustainability. The president have always looked at where Kenya will be in the nations of Africa to have a stand there while people are thinking on the local terms. When I hear somebody say at Tukuli Parabara, and then you wonder, did this guy go to anybody's school or it's just politics? When I hear somebody saying that Nairobi Expressway will not help, you wonder where these people, but I cannot blame them. Some of these people went in maybe Kakamega High, another one went to maybe Sugoi High School and happened to get to Nairobi. He has never stepped out to see where the world is. The government responsibility is not to make profit. When the government provides service, it's not to make profit. That's why they will give free healthcare. That's why they make roads. It is for us to enable us now, the citizen, to make profit by putting those structures. If they ever thought that everything we have to work against, what we're going to gain from there, then they are very wrong. So I will stop there by saying that we're going to appreciate what Uhuru has done way after he has left. That's why we never appreciated Kibaki when he was in power. But when he left, That's when everybody is saying Kibaki did something. In fact, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta has done much more than Kibaki, but it's only that it's always politics and local politics. We have to look beyond that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jared, for that elaborate submission. I believe it's clear enough. There is Jackton asking whether registration or transfer of voters can still take place. Yes, only at the IBC headquarters at the constitutional level, constituency level, or at the Huduma Center. You can still register, but it will not be ongoing. I think after like 2 months, they will close so that they clean the register in readiness for the elections. So if you did not register during the mass registration, hurry up and go before they close, because they will close for the general elections, then resume immediately after the general elections. So don't allow yourself to be locked out of these historic elections. You must vote, and your voice must be heard by your full participation. So if you missed out on the mass registration, please go and register. And if you did not go to confirm your details, you can still go to the constituency IBC offices and be able to confirm your details so that you are set for 9th August 2022 to make Kenya great by voting in credible leaders. Don't vote in everything that is on the poster. Vote in people that can be able to propel this country into the first world within the shortest time possible. Don't vote in people who want to drag this country into one small village where everybody is jostling for the little that is available. We want this country to be enough for all people, comfortably supplied for by our vast resources that we are rich with, if only it's well managed. Thank you very much. Naomba tuende kwa Wekesa kwanza, tumkaribishe aseme mawili matatu, ndio tuende kwa Kimere, alafu tusonge mbele. Wekesa, namna gani?
Good evening, Bernard.
Good evening to you.
Yeah, niko huku Masaku.
The
good news is it's a season for mangoes. We are harvesting and eating. So we are enjoying the season.
I need mango juice on my desk right now.
Yes, I will send by courier. One sack ikufikie. Another thing is that I've been listening to the conversation on the ground because I'm in Eastern. I think the conversation has changed from, there are quite a number of people who had been convinced by UDA. I've seen people migrate from UDA. They thought Oka was making sense, but right now they are saying Kalonzo is delaying. He needs to move with speed. Otherwise, atatupata kwa Azimio. So the conversation, I think most people on the ground are saying that hii kitu Papa amechukua. So it's either Kalonzo joins him, ama we can still work with the governors who are there. So I thought I needed to answer someone who said that without Kalonzo, Baba cannot get Eastern votes. Even the governors has some kind of persuasion, and people have come by the devolution did a great thing. So most people know that governors are small presidents of the counties. So they also have some executive authority, and they know they are the solutions to most of the regions. And so they are great opinion shapers. As much as sometimes our friends in UDA want to say that most governors are retiring, even Uhuru is retiring, but he has a persuasion. I also wanted to comment something on I think on Homa Bay rally. In my view, because I watched the whole of it, there was little to do with Azimio as the main brand. It was the candidature of, actually she was launching her candidature the same way Raila launched his candidature at Kasarani. And you remember even the list we floated around, and we said that there was people coming from US, Zimbabwe, where to come and grace the occasion when Raila is launching his bid for presidency. So the question then is, why do we feel that Raila needs support? I remember even last time when he did, he invited the guy from South Africa to the ODM when he was launching his bid. So why do we feel it's right when Raila is inviting friends even beyond Kenya to come and witness his launch? And just Wanga here inviting Kenyans, it becomes an issue. They say, I heard you say the word, sometimes fair is not fair. I want to say that favor is not fair. Sometimes when you are highly favored, and those who are not favored think it's unfair. It's an unfair process. So why you and not us? In fact, sometimes we ask God, why not me? Why was I not chosen? So, and I want to say that we can only argue on Commonwealth, where the money of the taxes, if it's being involved, we have a problem with that. But there is also uncommonwealth, where some people were born in the palace like Uhuru. I cannot complain why he was born in a driving, and for me, I have to hustle to get. In other words, sometimes you can have privileged friends, and when they show up, there's a time I organized an event, and a friend of mine came, and I personally was organizing, and I didn't have even a vehicle. When a friend of mine came, he came with 3 vehicles, so he almost took over my event. You see, and he's just a friend. So there are those friends that you have, when they come, they somehow give you mileage, and some people feel like they are disadvantaged over the same. So for me, I will say that Gladys has a network which is determined her net worth, and somehow it can intimidate her, the opponents. But when you look at it, even the guys who are going for Laikipia asked to speak first because they were going. That was not the main event they had to do this day. They only came to show solidarity that this is our colleague, we know her, and I have a testimony and why I think she can be a good leader. So they kept their own opinion and left. But the rest, especially the ladies, put up to the last part of the event. Yeah. Also, we have there are people who are having issues with people like Junet, and but there's a reason why Baba uses Junet, Babuino, and Joho. Some people have been asking, why is Oparanya not featuring so much? I think we need to understand that in a mix, in a team, people play different role. Oparanya is not this guy to excite the masses. In fact, let me use the words my governor said. My governor is Wycliffe Wangamati. He said that kuna watu wako na kipawa ya kuchekesha watu kwa matanga. Na mimi sina hiyo kipawa. Lakini when you come to real work, you see, maybe the previous governor alikuwa na hiyo kipawa ya kuchekesha watu kwa matanga, and he became so popular. But for me, I don't have that kipawa, but I have the kipawa ya work. I'm workaholic. And when you look at my development record, it's superb. So in other words, when we put up political rallies, we know the talents that are supposed to be in political rallies. There are those people, most of the people who come to rallies want to be excited. Actually, people who follow on issues to do with the manifesto or whatever, they don't go to rallies. They will want to read it even in a book, whatever. Where is your manifesto? So those ones will sit at home and follow that, and they want the details. But people who come to the rally want people who can excite them, who can make them feel happy. And so you choose your troops wisely when you are presenting them. So it's not just a matter of where is Oparanya, where is whatever. As much as they can come, they may not even have the power to excite the masses. Let me speak about just one thing, then I also close up. I think on the UDA rally, Baringo, yes, like someone said, they could have been retreating to also build momentum, because the last trips they have done in Western, they ended up disappointing them. So they needed somewhere to recap, like a commercial break, have a place where they can be welcomed and be cheered and feel they are still part of the game. There's a lady who was here, Julie Kanyoro. I think she might have a script about the mountain, but she might not know the movements that have happened to the mountain. I remember I went the first trip when Baba was going to the mountain, I was there. And the way mountain was last year, July, and the mountain is, there is a milestone. They have really moved many steps. And there's a reason why they are going slowly by slowly. They are allowing people to absorb the information and accept that there's change happening. We are told in science that when a sufuria is hot, you don't pour water on it to cool it fast. It will crack. So you put it somewhere and allow it to change the temperature. So if Baba could have gone to the mountain with a bang and he wanted to show he can have the numbers, and Uhuru comes in and they bombard them with information, it could have been counterproductive. But they are doing it on a political, scientific, a satisfied method that allow people to transit. First of all, they created that in Itwanga belief crisis. The belief crisis was there when people were reacting over Raila. Huyu Raila wenye tulisema ni muganga. How will we vote for him? So they started reacting to the information. They also created that belief crisis when they introduced people like Kina Murathe mapema to prepare them psychologically. Wakasema na Uhuru hata achia kura mtu fulani. So it creates some crisis, but it starts preparing them psychologically of the things to happen. And right now, when you see the rallies that are happening on the mountain, there is an acceptance that is happening. So towards the finish line, I can tell you, if it will not tilt, it will plateau, where the two guys may have a very minimal range of votes. And for the team Azimio, that was the goal, to levelize the mountain that was huge. And that's why when you look at Baba, he was very categorical. He was not going for any other presidential running mate, but he was focused on the mountain because he knew the role it plays. Just my view on the DP, and then I stop there. I think the plan that has been hatched, but I'm not saying this with absolute authority, is that the reason why Uhuru has retained the leadership of Jubilee is to take care of Mount Kenya West and most probably the DP will come from Mount Kenya East. You can see when Munya relinquished his post, he was going to run for governor. So there is already a background and negotiations that are going on. But for me, I see it's very strategic, and Azimio will still have the numbers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Wekesa. I hope hakuna swali kwa Wekesa. I support your perspectives, and the mountain is being climbed slowly by slowly, and I'm sure it's going to yield some surprises, if not shockwaves. But for the William Ruto to pocket the entirety of the mountain, it's not no guarantees as at now, and even as we get towards the elections, because we will have still voter apathy is there, and then the demography is counting on the youth. Let's wait for IBC to give us the final figure of how many registered youth took place in this second and final mass registration. If those figures are anything to go by, Kenya Kwanza Alliance has an uphill task. And then also the mountain has a way of surprising, a surprise of mass abandonment. They can leave you kwa mataa at the 11th hour when it is no time for you to get an alternative to fill up when they have walked away. Now, when that happens, Kenya Kwanza itatupwa chini ya basi asubuhi na mapema, because it will be very difficult to get that kind of basket of votes from any other part of the country. And of course, the Rift Valley is also split at the center. So naona mambo yatakuwa ngumu kiasi. Naomba tuende kwa nani? Tunaenda kwa Njiru. Tukitoka kwa Njiru, twende kwa Kimere, alafu Bantu, then Kawel. I think that's how the list goes. And Wekesa, I hope you're here to stay.
Up to 2.
Sawa. Rift Valley is not a block like George Kagure wants to believe. Rift Valley is not a block. There is the South Rift and the North Rift. The North Rift can be for Kenya Kwanza, but the South Rift, we have a huge slice in there. So as much as you would want to console yourself, sioni hizo kura kuna kura vile lazima watu wa Azimio watazizoa hata kutoka North Rift. Uasin Gishu is cosmopolitan. Bomet has a huge number of other people, and so of course Nakuru. So the Rift Valley is one of the very we will say unpromising block, because you combine them as a block, like I saw on the newspaper that they are 5 million, but in this 5 million, it has the cosmopolitan aspect of it, brings in other people who will not vote together with the residents of the place. And so without any intimidation or any threats to those people who are living within the Rift Valley, there will still be surprises. And if the elections is well managed, that no rigging, no votes manipulation, we will have a very good surprise even from Rift Valley. So whoever thinks that he has everything under control may be shocked on the day of the elections. And historically also, the Rift Valley has a way of pulling a surprise towards the tail end of President Moi's regime. The Rift Valley became very hostile to President Moi in such a way that he could not even go to hold a rally there. It was hostile. They didn't want him. They were tired of him. But when it went to the elections, they voted for him overwhelmingly. So it's such that they are with you, and at times they can turn against you. They can show you they don't want you, but at the 11th hour they will all turn and vote for you. So if you don't analyze the Rift Valley well, unaweza kuihesabu alafu ikakuacha, ama ukaihesabu na ikakuonekania vizuri. Naomba tumuingize Njiru tafadhali, na screen iko sawa. Njiru peke yake ndiye ako nyuma ya curtain, hajapokea ruhusa ya kuwa hivyo, so jaribu tafadhali. Asante. Karibu.
Okay. Thank you very much for our discussion today. Yeah, I know today we are really discussing a lot, and we are unfolding so much things. Maybe before I give my point, I would like to add to some of the things which Mr. Wekesa said there. One thing which I can tell people here is that the Mount Kenya East region, or the Meru region in specific, even when Mr. Raila Odinga was receiving a lot of opposition, they were able to vote 2 ODM MPs previously. In 2013, we have 2 MPs from Meru region who are voted on ODM ticket. So that one can really tell you that Meru region is a very progressive area, and even with more support and with more inclusivity, they can be able to embrace Baba. So I just wanted to say, to add that on that. And to me, I see there is more affinity and more gravitation towards Mount Kenya East as compared to Mount Kenya West. So I think that one will be a factor which will be considered, because history informs present. So we cannot just rely on the present without looking at history. We had some 2 Meru MPs who were elected on ODM in 2013, and that one is a plus for those people, because they embraced the Baba the time when there was a lot of opposition for him. Wekesa, do you want to comment on that as we go on?
Through the chair.
I think let him respond when you have finished your submission, because when we begin to share slices like that, tutakuacha hapo katikati.
So,
let me finish. Okay, let me now do my presentation. So today I wanted to comment about what is happening, the different campaign rallies zile tuko nazo leo. Hii kampeni ya Ruto ya Barigo, to me I see nothing, because it is like asking your wife, do you love me? So it's common sense that in Baringo he will fill stadiums. It is common sense in Baringo he will create a momentum. So to me, I do not see a momentum which is created in Baringo. In fact, what I would be worried about him is I would still want to see the ambitions which he could do in Baringo. As we know, in Baringo he has some opposition from the Moi family, and those opposition are trickling down to West Pokot and other areas. So to me, what would worry me is if I hear somebody like Gideon Moi has joined him, somebody like Ronyangapu has joined him. To me, that is what would be news. But going to Baringo and filling a stadium, to me, it's somebody being crapped for by his kids after buying for them lunch, which is normal. So let me talk something brief about the wheelbarrow project. You know, a wheelbarrow, anyone can buy himself a wheelbarrow. A wheelbarrow is worth 3,000 shillings in most kwa mahando ya mingi. So mimi hata even without being sponsored by anyone, in a family sioni vile tunaweza kosa pesa ya kununua wheelbarrow 3. And to me, I cannot elect somebody who is coming in the pretext that you want to give us wheelbarrows. And let us not take this one as a joke. Tunaweza fikiria tu ni kitu ya popularity, but it means what he is saying. So wheelbarrow we can buy for ourselves if we want them and if we need them. So let me comment something about Mr. Hitler, because history is always very good to understand about history. And those people who like reading history, I will refer you to an article. It is even in Google. Na hiyo article inasema the history please, the rise of Adolf Hitler. Sitasoma yote, I will just ile tu kitu tu nitasema, I will just try to explain what happened during Adolf Hitler. So Adolf Hitler came to power after World War I. Just immediately after immediately when there was a lot of Great Depression. Watu wamesoma history, you can read about Great Depression, you can read about World War. Na mnajua ile wakati watu wanatoka kwa vita wanakuanga na mashida mingi sana. People do not, yani people are everywhere, there's a lot of problems. So what happened is that people in Germany they wanted change. They wanted people who can bring them all together and build their economy back again. Because after the Great Depression, the middle class and foreign, and there was a lot of devastation. And poverty level in Germany ilikuwa imeenda so low. It was so high, I mean. So now what happened is now, during that time, Adolf Hitler now created a populist movement, and he was giving very serious speeches ile pahali anaenda. And in his speeches, and that is what I want us to capture, speeches zote za Adolf Hitler, kuna kitu alicapitalize nayo sana. He capitalized on improving people's lives, and he also capitalized on improving the masses, to make sure that the masses, their lives have been improved, without giving a proper framework. But under the curtain, Hitler kuna zile vitu ambazo alikuwa anajua, once I get power, kuna zile vitu nitaenda ni propagate. So me, I would just like to encourage people, just in your quiet time, enda tu usome tu hiyo story ya Hitler vizuri, uone vile siasa yake ilirise, and you start fearing politics which circles around one person and somebody who wants to prove that he can solve all the problems you have. There is no any human being in this life ataweza kusolve mashida zako. So the moment when somebody is saying ati atakuja atusaidie sisi wote as a wholesale, I doubt that one a little bit. I want to see how you will connect the system, how you will connect the functioning organization within a country to propel people without creating a division. That is the most important thing. I want to see a leader who will not create division, because division too, it continues destroying country, and destroying country. Lastly, there is something I wanted to comment about our Kenyan politics, sababu nasikia watu wakisema sana. Kuna history ati we are saying that 02 and 2022 they can be compared. Ati because Moi failed, Mr. Kenyatta can fail. Kuna mtu hapa juzi alielezea there is a little bit of dynamic changes, which I would want to say yes. So kuna kitu moja, there are a number of things which made Moi not to be successful in 2002, and we know them. That time, people were tired of Moi government. That time, Uhuru had no experience. So Moi tu alileta mtu ambaye hakuwa na experience. So Uhuru was a walking baby in politics. That time, he was a walking baby in politics. So in 2022, we don't have that. So kitu ya kwanza, I don't think we are tired with Uhuru. What is there is that ni vile term ya Uhuru imeisha. So let's get that straight. It is not that we are building a revolution to get out Uhuru from power. No. The revolution, which is the change which we are having, it is because time yake imeisha and he has to exit. That is now the difference. In 2002, Moi had to get out. We were tired. Hakuna mtu alikuwa anataka story ya Moi. We were very poor. Kulikuwa na mashida mingi sana. Now it is just a transition. We are not tired. So the other thing which I also want to tell people, it is that Mr. Kenyatta, kuna kitu ameleta Kenya, which has not happened since our history. The fact that he has been able to see sense even from the opposite, from the other end of the wale watu ambao walikuwa anaopposiana na wao, it is something which is bringing a very good weight in the Kenyan politics. because unajua ya kwamba ile norm tulikuwa nayo, we were expecting that maybe Uhuru angekuja support Ruto vile alikuwa amesema, but sasa we can now see somebody who has been able to grow and he has been able to show insights that anaweza support somebody outside his political class. Hiyo kitu inakuonesha nini? Inakuonesha the growth which Mr. Kenyatta has gotten throughout his 20 years political period. If I pre-assume his political period started between 02 and 2022 now. So unaona the extent in which Mr. Kenyatta has been able to grow. Ameweza to grow to the extent ametoka from a tribal cocoon and he can now reason nationally, because vile Kenyatta anafanya saa hii in 2013 I'm sure angeweza kufanya kitu kama hii. So to me, I'm seeing a political growth. I'm seeing somebody who is now becoming more wise, and I'm seeing somebody who is building something better. So lastly, ili nimalizie, so what about Ruto? Mimi kuna kitu moja tu naona kwa Ruto which to me it discourages me from him. Unaona, in this life, and let's not despise. Kwa hii maisha, and even those people who have been able to, hata kwa job yako, for you to grow from one point to the other one, no matter how wise you are, no matter vile hata unajua kupanga watu, kuna kitu tunasemanga kwa hii maisha, you have always to be humble and respectful to the people who are above you, whether wako na masomo mingi kukuliko, wako na masomo ndogo kukuliko, or whichever the status they are, you cannot demean your bosses. So, but mimi naelewa the reason why Mr. Ruto is demeaning his boss. Number one, in 2017, he got his PhD. So, he thinks that now that he has more education than Kenyatta, he can, and even one thing which I'm not sure, mimi hata sijui alisoma saa ngapi, because I am still, I will still debate about that doctorate, sababu it is not possible to be a deputy president and campaigning and you get a doctorate. Hiyo mimi ningetaka UN tuambie story ya hiyo doctorate. Hiyo doctorate mimi na doubt. I know my friends who are doing doctorate degrees na they are getting white hair. A doctorate degree is not something which you will get in a political podium. So hiyo doctorate sitaki kusema ni ya uongo, lakini not true. He is learned, I don't deny. Lakini hiyo story ingine, Moi refused him. Na watu wengine wengi sana wamemkataa. Who am I as a human being kukubali mtu ambaye wale watu hata walimjua kabla nimjue wamemkataa? Then the other thing ni confusion ameleta Mount Kenya region. Mount Kenya has been a very stable region for so long. We have been making very good decisive decisions. Lakini ona huyu jamaa toka ingie huko Mount Kenya, people are getting divided. We are even starting fighting our own people. So see that division analeta huko. Wazee na vijana wanainukania, sio kitu ya mzuri. So mile tu kitu tu ningeomba, I know we have so many people who support UDA here, and it is your political right to support them. But mile kitu tu ningetaka tu kuwaomba, please sit down and know the CV of your candidate. Your candidate has no character. Your candidate is a bit, mimi sijasikia, apart from kuongea tu na hiyo, and then one can talk. By the way, hata mimi venye munaniona hapa, I can form a presidential campaign if I want. I only need to promise a few things. Nitokeze, alafu na niseme nitawafanyia hii, nitawafanyia hii, nitawafanyia hii. So to do a presidential, hata Wajakoya ametokezea, yule amesema atariga rais Bangi, and we will have 8 prime ministers, ametokezea. So getting out as a president is not a problem, but the problem which I'm having is character and how you are going to unite people and bring people together. And I can see Azimio is bringing something we have not received in Kenya from 1963. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Njiru. I think Wakesa can now respond to the question before we go to Kimere.
Okay. The one thing I want to add, Kenya Mesema, you cannot compare Uhuru to Raila because Uhuru was working on a crash program. Do you know that he was introduced to parliament in 2001 October, and the election was to happen 2002 December. So those were how many months? 14 months. So he's introduced in politics 14 months, and he was actually, Makto was removed. Then he was nominated into parliament. From there, he was given a ministry. So it was a crash program. So whoever saying that Uhuru project failed, there are things that made it to fail. So you cannot compare. Raila has been in politics for all that time, and he has been established. He has followers, not just followers, cultic followers, who mwenye hata umeona hata kama ako UDA kama nani Weta bado anasema Azimio, because he's still a follower of Baba. So Baba has serious followers that you cannot just brand him a project of create a work. Uhuru, it was within 1 year to be known. He was pushed to be local government minister, and then they revamped that Afra Stadium to introduce him to the people. He was to be introduced to Kano leadership, and everything was crashing. There was not that time of rebuilding the crisis of belief, because there are people who were already geared to succeed Moi. Now that a new man has been introduced, they didn't have that time to, and that's why there was a mass walkout. Let me tell you, if handshake was introduced last year, October, if handshake was introduced last year, October, the same thing could happen to what you are talking about, Raila. Because there is no third time even in Mount Kenya to think about Raila. Are you seeing? It's a short period, but that they knew what they were doing. There was something you were discussing hata nilikuwa nimesahau. I think ameenda. Let me just stop there.
Okay, thank you, Wekesa. Where's Kimere? Okay, before we bring in Kimere, let's get these two videos, and then he can come in.
In charge of agriculture. Today, today nasomewa about the collapse of Mumias, about the collapse of Sijui Nzoia Sugar, about the collapse. Sasa, was I there when those things were collapsing? Yeah? Wale ambao wanashtumu jiulizeni nyinyi walikuwa wapi? When we're sitting back, wakati tulikuwa na KMC ambaye ilikuwa inachukua mifugo ya our pastoral people, right? Ambaye tuliweka billions of shillings na haikufafulu. Leo, go and visit KMC, right? And see, yes, a company that before was slaughtering 3 or 30, let's say, let me take the monthly figure, 30 animals a month, and they could not even pay salaries, to a company today that is slaughtering 300 a day. All right? And for less than a quarter of the money that we had given them to go and revive. Go today to Mwea, where people were throwing away their rice. We are expanding that rice project. When they used to buy rice from Pakistan, today, our prisons, our military, our police We as government are buying from our farmers in Ahero and Moya. And the price is there for all to see.
Umesikia maneno? Hiyo kura mimi nasema ya kwamba 2017 kulikuwa na shida ya uchaguzi. Mpaka Supreme Court ikaharibu hiyo uchaguzi. Wakarudia baada ya mwezi mbili. Baadaye handshake ikafanyika. Ndio nchi ikatulika. Sasa sisi tunajua Ruto wewe ni mwizi ya kura. Sisi tunajua. Na safari hii tumekupima kabisa. Hakuna pali utapita. Safari hii hakuna pali utaibia mtu kuu. Jambo la pili. Mwizi ni mwizi. Mwizi ni mwizi. Mwizi ni nani? Mwizi ni nani? Mwizi ni nani? Mwizi ni nani? Bas, kumbe nyinyi watu wa Malaba mmeshika rada. Jambo la tatu. Mimi nimeona Ruto anatembea kwa kila safari hapa, kila rally hapa. Na nimeshangaa watu wazima, wanaume wakubwa ambao walikuwa wanatudanganya, walikuwa wanasema wanataka kuwa rais ya Kenya. Sasa wanafuata Ruto kila pali kama kondoo. Tunasema shetani ashi. Shetani ashi. Mimi saa hii nimesikia kwa redio saa hii ati mkutano inafanyika hapa Malemba. Wewe unaweza leta mtu kwake nyumbani kama bibi harusi jameni? Hiyo si ni aibu kubwa sana? Hiyo ni aibu kubwa sana. Shetani ashi. Jambo la ya muhimu ni ya kwamba baba Raila Amolo anataka kubadilisha maisha ya Wakenya. Anataka kuleta hapa Kenya usawa. Anataka kufanya maisha ya Kenya iwe sawa. Amesema ya kwamba familia ambayo hawajiwezi watapata kila mwezi shilingi 1000 ngapi? 6,000. Amesema ya kwamba watoto ambao hawana karo ya shule watasomeshwa na serikali yake bure. Amesema wale ambao wanataka matibabu ambao hawezi kulipia matibabu watatibiwa kwa bure. Si amesema namna hiyo? Wangapi wanasema uchaguzi inayokuja ni ya Raila Amolo? 2022 rais ya Kenya ni nani? Raila Amolo Odinga. Kabla sijaita marafiki zangu nataka kusema hivi. Mimi nataka kuambia William Ruto ya kwamba William Ruto, heshimu mkubwa yako ambaye ni Rais Uhuru Kka. Awache kutuzi rais kila saa. Awache kutukana rais kila saa. Nimesikia Murkomen sahi akisema ati rais heshimu State House. Awache kukutana na wananchi kwa State House. Na hii nyumba ya Deputy President ambayo iko Karen, ambayo imekuwa kama choo, kila mtu anakwenda kuhara huko. Hiyo ni nyumba ya serikali ama sio nyumba ya serikali? Hiyo sio nyumba ya serikali ama sio nyumba ya serikali? Sisi tunataka William Ruto ahamishwe kwa hiyo nyumba, kwa sababu anatumia vibaya, anatumia kwa siasa peke yake, hatumii kuendesha kazi ya serikali hapo ndani. Niseme nisiseme?
Okay, Bwana Kimere, karibu.
Asante, Bwana Bernard. How are you?
I'm well. Good to have you again. Karibu.
Thank you, how everyone else. Alex, are you still driving? Anyway, let me come to it. Ningependa kuongelelea mambo ya Mount Kenya. Actually, I heard what Julia said before, because I have always wondered why watu wanampinga Raila. But if we go back, actually, for the last 5 years, Ruto amekuwa akipiga campaign Mount Kenya throughout, day in, day out, yeah? And I think the aim there was to brainwash the Mount Kenya people. ndio maana alikusanya wabunge wote wa Mount Kenya, hata hao wakaanza kuongelelea vibaya. They downplayed rais, ndio wakisema hakuna kazi imefanyika. If you remember, like 2-3 years ago, when even Moses Kuria, now he has gone quiet, they used to say that president is not doing any project in Mount Kenya. Project zote amepeleka nje, amepeleka Nyanza, amepeleka Pwani, you know, and people became so hostile with the president. But ukiwauliza watu ni vile wameshoshewa, they really don't have any reason. And about Raila, as Julia was saying earlier, if you ask people from Mount Kenya really what they can, ni nini wanaweza sema wapendi Raila, hakuna, no one can substantiate why. It's just ni kushoshewa. And I had a conversation 2 days ago with some of my relatives. And, you know, you provoke people and ask them, oh, who are you voting? Just to say, okay, I said, well, I've just changed my polling station and I'm going this direction. They say, oh, no, don't tell us you're going there. I said, why? And you know the reason, what reason they gave me. And that worries me, because a lot of people, especially the uneducated or people who are, you know, people who are a little bit curious and want to research of which direction they want, you try to get to be informed. But some of those people from the villages really don't have that possibility. They don't have people to educate themselves. They believe what they have always heard. Niyo mambo ya uganga. You know, because you talk to them and they say they are born again and they can't relate with someone who goes to Muganga and all that. And that's all nonsense. See, so we really need to educate those people, because they just don't like Raila out of perception, really, not because they have anything against him. Nile mambo ya. But I think that is changing, at least with the most educated people and informed people, and especially a lot of people from Central who don't live in Central. I believe many of them will vote for Raila. And can I ask, maybe this question I'll ask Alex. Alex, if you're listening, I know we are on the same side, both of us. But I still have to have someone to explain to me what Ruto stands for. Because I have tried to watch most of his rallies, and I really can't say that I come out with something. There's no message, apart from talking and insulting, but even the promises he makes, he doesn't explain how he's gonna achieve whatever he is promising. You know, because sometimes when you promise things to people, you have to account where the money will come from and how you'll be able to implement that. When I listen to Raila, for example, when he talks, a lot of people query about the 6,000. And he explains where he's going to get that money. He's going to try to tap all the corruption routes and that's where the money going to come from. So, but can someone explain to me really what Ruto brings on the table? Because apart from all talking and blaming others, insulting others, I can't really say, if I go to his meeting, I would go home without knowing what that man stands for, really. I don't know whether I'm the only one, or maybe you guys have, but to me, it's out. And about the Azimio campaigns, I like the way they are doing it. Actually, having multiple rallies on the same day is good, and that means that Raila has the people. Today, I saw the meeting at Nyahururu with led by the governor of Laikipia. Then, of course, we saw the Grandis Wanga's ceremony they are launching. though, well, Alex has criticized that a little bit, but I think all the same, it was a good event, and still the Azimio came out and came strong. Obviously, I agree to a certain degree with Alex about we should really resist from trying to localize trying to promote local leaders on a national platform, just because if you have more candidates from the same coalition competing, then we should really not be favoring one or the other. Those are things that they need to agree on boardrooms. And when we come out with a uniform message. So that's another thing. So, and about the Peter Munya thing, yeah, that could be a good idea to have, but I think we can't really settle it now to see who the running mate can be, because I see, if, for example, suppose there's something I've always asked myself, or we can try to challenge ourselves. What if the Oka joins Azimio and probably proposes Martha Karua as the running mate? What would that scenario be? We can just try to challenge ourselves to try to think how that would play. And but I'm sure, and someone was saying that probably Uhuru wouldn't have an effect in Mount Kenya, but I believe that Uhuru is still a big factor in Mount Kenya. And when he will hit the road, I'm very sure we'll see a massive difference around that area, because there's a lot of people in Mount Kenya who are just chilling and waiting. And when that comes, then we'll really be able to know how things are going. Yeah, that's my take, unless there is any question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Kimere. We appreciate your perspectives. You wanted Alex to respond to something. Alex, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Your screen inakaa dangerous.
No, haiko dangerous man. Sema. Mimi sikwangi dangerous, you know me. I'm here.
Bwana Kimere alikuuliza kitu.
Arudie. Unajua, he was not audible on my side and I didn't want to disturb. Just for clarity, repeat.
Yeah, Alex. No, what I was asking, but this is just it's something I wanted us to have a discussion, because so people don't just say that we criticize Ruto. You know, the people from UDA, they think that we just criticize the man because we don't like him. So I said I'm gonna challenge Alex and ask Alex whether he can try to expound something, because I'm saying every time I listen to his rallies, I really come up with no message. I can't really tell what that guy stands for, because it's only talking, blaming, and insulting. Can you say that you get something from what he says? He can't quantify, he can't account for how he will implement things, where he will get the money from. Can you? I know you are in Azimio like me, but when these people are coming here and telling us that we are just we hate the man. We don't hate the man. We just don't find any value in the man.
Yeah, for clarity's sake, let me say I have loved Ruto for a long time. I first met the man when he came to Minnesota in 2007 with then Honorable RAILA Amolo Odinga, when the ODM was still fresh. First time they were contesting. He had just been put among the Pentagon people, and we were among the first people to really question his purpose within the ODM, because we thought that initially he was against the Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga's candidature. But we sat down, we had a candid, robust talk. I drove him around a few times, and I came to know him as a person and also as a politician. Now, one thing we fail to see is that our proximity to politician is always through newspaper and the media and what we hear. But when you sit with some of these people, you realize they are totally divorced from what we see on TV. So when I found him, he's a very humble man, and true, he's very prayerful. In the morning, he does pray, and he has a routine that you cannot say this is the man that you see on TV. Now, Ruto as a person is totally different from Ruto, the politician. And when we criticize Ruto, the politician, people should not be agitated on that. Because Ruto, the politician, is a shrewd man. The first time, for me personally, I came to say no. I mean, I cannot support this man's politics totally. It was during the Mau eviction. They trained one of the people to say things that we should have not even aired in the news, in the TV. And that clip is the most hilarious clip that I've ever watched in my entire TV political life. A man came and said, wanatudanganya, mvua inatoka Mau. Mvua inatoka mbinguni kwa Yesu. You remember that? And he refused to divorce himself from that statement. He made a whole community of Kalenjin believe that mvua inatoka wapi? Mbinguni. And he insisted on that for a very long time. And that is when I realized politics is so toxic and polarizing when we have a figure who wants to lie to the end and to death without telling the people the truth just because of power. And then here we had a man who said, we will save Mau even if I go back to Kibera. Hata niuze mandazi. So that was my decision time. I realized if we have a politician who is ready to die by lying to his people, when actually famine and rivers were drying, and Kericho, the green land, was no longer the greenest land in Kenya, and yet he perpetuated those lies, I realized that we have to tell people that the politics of William Samoei Ruto are not the politics that we should play in Kenya. The politics of lie have a lifespan. The politics of lie ends up in poverty. The politics of lies end up people to be angry because you are told things that will never happen. And when they don't happen, we continue to be angry, angry, angry. We don't come here to criticize Ruto as an individual. We criticize him. He has raised a beautiful family. He has a beautiful and a gracious wife. As a business person, I've learned a lot from his rooster business, and I'm one of the beneficiaries who are given the rooster chicken from Eldoret, and we brought them to Kisii. But as a politician, he's ready to die for lies. And a country that lies will not thrive. It will thrive in poverty, angry people, and people are waiting for 50 billion bottom up, which does not exist. I met a man yesterday who believed in Ruto so much that he has a tow truck here in Minnesota. And he was saying that Ruto will give us money. We will do business. And you wonder, how can a man exposed in a country that is the most powerful in the world believe such kind of lies? And yet he criticized the 6,000 that will be legislated and is a social protection. And this person received the $600 and $1,400 that Trump gave us. And he knows what a social protection program is. So when we lie to people, we are waiting for a ticking bomb. Ruto will not stop lying at anything. That is what we are criticizing. And politics of lies will not take us anywhere. If he can lie on this, continues to lie, remember, if you lie and you're caught, you have to use another lie to protect that lie. And those are the politics he has played. There is no policy or anything that he can tell us that this is the agenda. Every day he will tell us about kitendawili, huyu jamaa wa kitendawili. He will tell us about matapeli. He will tell about this. he thrives in lies and he thrives also in abuses. And he has made his followers now, when you sit down and you want to have a cogent, persuasive argument, they end up not only abusing you, but being very angry. So when you found a people that are angry and also very abusive and also thrive being mendacious. Mendacious is being even more worse than pathological liar. When you are mendacious is when you don't even know that you have lied. So I think we have that kind of leadership in UDA, that even when they lie, they don't even know anymore that they have lied. That is pathetic. We cannot allow that. We will criticize that with all our strength. We are even ready to die to say that he is lying to our people. The truth will set us free. Truth is incontrovertible. And lastly, our strength lies in the truth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex, for confirming my worries, actually. So at least I'm not the only one seeing it that way, because as I was saying, you listen to him, you know, he might be as good as a bread as a person, but politically, you don't take anything from him, really. It's just talks, empty talks. And also, as Alex said, that man never apologizes. He knows he has committed a lot of atrocious things, but he will never one day apologize. So lies, when you continue covering lies with lies, then it's never ending. It's a pity that he has a lot of people following him, really. Thank you so much, Alex. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all, both of you. We want to watch this before we bring in Bantu. Just this one short video, which I believe.
To be here this morning, and I work with Madam Amani, who has spoken before, for the African Union in the field of infrastructure. We all now agree that the aid era impoverished Africa, and that what Africa needs today is trade and investment. This is what has been accepted. But then the constraint here are two major factors. As Madam Amani said, the Africa Free Trade Area Agreement came into effect on a few days ago. It has been recognized that Africa trades very little with itself. The inter-African trade is only about 15%, whereas the inter-European trade is 70%. In Asia, it is 50%. But then how does Africa trade with itself? Or what are the constraints? One is infrastructure. It's a major constraint to inter-African trade. Madam Sylvie has told you she comes from Central African Republic, a stone's throw away from Kenya. But how does Kenya trade with Central African Republic? You have to get a ship that will want to go around the Cape, up the West African coast, up to Duale in Cameroon, and then by road to Bangui in Central African Republic. The French are earlier there than you. So we're talking now of trying to connect Africa. And the African Union has come up with infrastructure projects. The inter-African highways, 6 major ones, Cape to Cairo, to Tripoli to the Cape, Dakar, N'Djamena to Djibouti, and then Dakar, Lagos, Mombasa in East Africa. Then there is Trans-African Beltway, the railway line from the port of Lamu in Kenya, through Juba in South Sudan, Bangui in Central African Republic, to the Cameroonian port of Duale, to create a Trans-African highway, railway line that links the Atlantic Ocean and the Indian Ocean and opens up these landlocked countries in the interior of the continent. That will make the trade easier within the continent. The other constraint is energy. Energy because most of the African countries export many commodities. They export agricultural produce and minerals, in terms of oil and other solid minerals. There is need, and this is recognized in the continent, that there's need for value addition of these raw materials that are abundant in the continent. Africa is the richest continent on earth in terms of resources. So this is an area where Africa also requires investment in order to add value to these resources which are abundant in the continent before they are exported to the rest of the world. And here is where we need Russian investments. First, energy, because most of African countries are energy deficient. Some of our countries have oil, like Angola, Nigeria, Egypt, and so on, but others don't. That here we have, for example, a huge hydroelectric potential in the Congo River called the Inga Dam, with the potential to produce 110,000 megawatts of power. This cannot be developed as a national project by the DRC. So it requires to be developed as an African Union project. And investment is required in order to be able to tap this potential and interconnect the continent. You have the Southern African Power Pool, the Eastern African Power Pool, the Northern African Power Pool, the Central and the Western African Power Pool, which could all be connected. This is also another area where there could be opportunity for cooperation between Africa and Russia. Thank you. I rest my case.
Bernard, I mean, and I know sometimes we should go to quarantine, but I mean, Bernard, that was
I am sending you to quarantine right now.
Yeah, I don't mind as long as you allow me to say something 30 seconds, because that was too appetizing for me not to say anything.
Okay, fall for you.
Here comes a man ingrained with integrity. His dignity is beyond bar. I mean, if you can only be insane if you don't admire not only his articulacy, but also his well-founded knowledge on how Africa, in a nutshell, can expound itself through borderlines, not only through borderlines, but simple infrastructure program, simple energy, and simple revenue collection through intra and inter. Look at 15% of our trade is only intra. I mean, that is so myopic. And yet all raw materials that are going to China and Europe are coming from us. And yet we can only have African trade at 15%. Do you know what that means? It means we are having 75% of everything we are importing. And the two factors that are important for our economy to be grouped where it is how we balance our budget and how we balance our trade. If our trade is at 75%, import and export is only 15, that means there is 10% we don't even know where it comes from. And then we start speaking about wheelbarrow. Bernard, what is that?
Wow, that's a good one. We're either going forward or backward forever. There is no time for turning back. We must do everything within our ability to move forward, no matter how much it will cost. We can't go back to the dark ages. Let those who want to go there alone. This country is overdue for maximized potential, and it needs leadership that has brains that can envision the future and prepare for that future before that future arrives. I don't see that in the DP. The DP is too much wrapped within himself. He wants everything for himself and he wants to eat it now. We can't entrust him with our future. We need somebody who wants to generate something that our children and our children's children will be able to live and enjoy, even when it's long gone. Bantu, karibu.
Before you invite, I have 30 seconds. Can I comment something on 30 seconds?
Okay. Bantu, hold on. Wekesa and Njiru.
Yeah, 30 seconds. I just want to say that Raila knows Africa at his fingertips. And not only he knows Africa at his fingertips, even Africa knows him. When he was in an event at Kempinski, I listened to one of the sons of presidents of Africa, the son of the late Kaunda. He said when he received a letter that he's been invited to an event to celebrate someone called Raila Odinga. When he read the letter, he changed his program. He said, I can't miss. That is how Africa sees Raila Odinga. Nimemaliza.
And how does it see Ruto?
Njiru, forget that. You people forget comparing. Don't compare the incomparable, for heaven's sake. Njiru.
Okay. Nilikuwa tu nikitaka tu kuomba kitu moja. Please, after umecheza video ya Raila pia ningetaka kuona ukituchezea video za Ruto where he has been involved in international organization or anywhere. At least I want to hear his speeches. So hata kama kuna kakitu kadogo amesema internationally tu tutafutie tu. Let's not just tusicheze ya Raila peke yake. I want to hear pale Ruto ameongea. Hata kama ni ile yake alienda sijui ilikuwa 2018 ama ni lini ile alienda Chadha Mauzama where I would like to hear what he said there because it's actually nothing anyway. So just one comment to Raila. Hiyo kitu inakuonesha ni kwamba record ya Raila is straight and he doesn't even need to campaign. Mimi kitu nashangaa na Wakenya up to now is that kuna mtu ameketi and he want to be convinced. I think we are dishonest. Raila Odinga is overqualified for Kenyan presidency. I'm not saying he is qualified. He is overqualified. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Bantu Warrior Karibu. I'll find the video. I think I have it somewhere. I'll get it before the show is over.
Yeah, asante sana Bwana Bernard. Asante sana. Habari za
Endelea na
leo.
kazi, wacha nikutafutie.
Na wasalimieni nyote panel wenzangu Wakesa, Alex, Kaka na wengine wote waliokuwa hapo. Namshukuru Mungu sana kwa kuwa na uwezo pia hii leo kuweza kujua baba yuko karibuni atarudi, na tunamwombea Mungu arudi akiwa na furaha na fikra njema zaidi. Ningetaka kusema sisi kuna bahati sana, nafikiria nilizungumza zamani hivyo, kuwa na this gentleman, na tunahitajika tumshukuru Mungu, tusipotezee wakati wake akiwa bado this man is still breathing. There is a lot of knowledge ambayo huyu mtu yuko nayo, na baba is a statesman kama vile wenzangu walivyoongea hapo nyuma. He is a statesman, is respected because anajiheshimu na yeye anaheshimiwa na yuko na knowledge kubwa sana. Siwezi kufuata mtu kama Ruto kwa sababu aliapa kwenye oath alipokuwa anaapishwa kuwa rais, yeye na rais Uhuru Kenyatta walichukua oath kuwa watasimama wafanye kazi yao mpaka wamalize. Lakini wenzi wangu, kama mnavyoona, huyu jamaa alibetray, hakuweza kukaa kuendelea na kufanya kazi yake. Ni kama huwezi kuamini kama unaenda naye soldier, unaenda kwa vita, lakini anaweza kukimbia wakati wowote tu ule na akakuacha wewe peke yako. Ikiwa yeye ameweza kufanya mambo kama hayo akiwa kiongozi, basi pia anaweza abandon ship anytime. Ni mtu ambaye yuko na karakta tofauti tofauti, haeleweki kabisa. Wheelbarrow, it doesn't make any sense, sababu watu walioko Wajir, watu walioko Northeastern, watu walioko North huko na sehemu nyingi, Lamu, Malindi, sijui kama wanazihitaji hizo wheelbarrow. Northeastern, watu huko wanaangamia na mbuzi na punda, sijui kama kwenye hiyo michanga huko wanahitaji wheelbarrow, sijui kama itafaa. Hata wheelbarrow wenyewe haifai pia kwa Nairobi mjini pia. Sasa watu ikiwa wanasukuma wheelbarrow Jogoo Road huko, Uhuru Road, itakuwaje balaa hiyo? Naona it doesn't make any sense. Na bodaboda, sasa wewe ukienda uwapatie hao bodaboda pesa, alafu sasa hao wengine itakuwaje? It doesn't make any sense. Kitu inatakikana ni training ya watu, kuwa na training, zijengwe institute ambazo zitakuwa zina train watu, zinafunguliwa factories every corner of the country. Watu najua ziko the training places in Kenya, lakini tunahitaji pia tulete za modern training ambapo watu wawe training, alafu zijengwe masehemu ambayo watu wataweza kufanya kazi. Hiyo ndio njia ambayo inaweza kuleta maendeleo. Training, education in a modern way, alafu ndio watu wataweza kuweka pesa yao mfukoni. Lakini ikiwa ni mambo ya bottom up na handouts, hizo hazisaidii kitu chochote. Nafahamu ndugu zangu. Na pia leo nimeona clip ya Itumbi ana breathe fire, na tujikae tayari tukijua kuna mambo mengi yatakuja. Kwa hivyo tusiwe surprise na tusishtuke. The war has just begun. Mambo mengi yatakuja, na rais atakapoanza kutembea kwenye mlima, there will be a chaos. Kwa hivyo sisi buckle up, tuwe tayari kabisa, kujitayarisha kujua what is going to happen. Na this young generation, narudia tena, young people, it is your choice. Unapokwenda kwa debe, hautaenda na mzee wako, hautaenda na mtu yote, wewe ndio uta vote. It's your choice. Hii tumeona zamani sana. It's your own choice. Mtachoose hiyo barabara mnayotaka kutembea, kama ni kupatiwa hizo handouts ama kama ni hizo empty promises. This is the time. It's a very crucial time. Haijawahi kutokea siasa katika nchi yetu since 1963 kama hivi sasa. Either we go up or we go down forever. It's your choice. Make up your minds and make sure you use your vote kwa njia ya usawasawa, ukiwa unajua utatengeneza future yako mbeleni. Baba is well experienced na he doesn't have a long time kuja kutuwekea foundation. Kwa hivyo tufanyeni bidii vijana, tuwe wise kuangalia ni mtu gani tutamchagua awe kiongozi. Hatutaki mtu anachukua oath alafu ana betray. Character ya Ruto haiendi kabisa kwa ni mtu utampatia uongozi. He can do anything, na mtakuwa surprise. Sina mengi ya kusema kwa sasa. Inawezekana. Nzuri kukuona pia. Asante sana Bwana Bena.
Okay, thank you,
Bantu warriors.
We appreciate your commitment and continued
Alex.
contribution on this platform. We look forward to enjoying more of that as we continue with the debate. Well, just before we bring in another person, let's have equal time for William Ruto on the international platform.
Follows. First, the national government should be reconfigured to comprise the national executive headed by the president and the official opposition headed by the leader of the party or coalition of parties whose presidential candidate wins the second highest votes. That is good for accountability. And secondly, it removes or mitigates the winner-take-all perception. The leader of the party which becomes second becomes the leader of the opposition, and with his or her running mate automatically becomes members of parliament and assume the leadership of official opposition. This formula should apply at the county level as well. I further propose that with the leader of opposition taking leadership of the opposition in parliament, the deputy president should then take over the leadership of government business in parliament. This should be replicated at the county level by deputy governors. The Senate, we must make a decision to make the Senate the upper house. Thirdly, cabinet secretaries should be ex officio members of parliament and must attend sittings of parliament at least once a week and whenever required to answer questions on the floor of the house. This will remove the perception that there is a disconnect between the executive and the legislature. I, however, maintain that members of cabinet should not be elected members of parliament. Fourthly, we must resolve once and for all the mechanism for the attainment of the 2/3 gender rule. We must apply ourselves to it, we must deal with it, and we must overcome it. We must resolve once and for all the mechanism for the attainment of the 2/3 gender rule. We must apply ourselves to it, we must deal with it, and we must overcome it. The contest for the leadership of Kenya should be about track record, ideas, a program that works, because that is what will make the difference in Kenya. It is not about the things that will not matter to the people of Kenya. We were told in 2017 that you cannot win an election on the basis of a development track record as a government. You need some emotional things. You need to appeal to emotion. You need to appeal to your community. You need to appeal to... But we said, no, Kenyans can see for themselves what we have managed to achieve.
Haya, Alex.
Tuinue mikono ama tunyamaze?
Bernard. Bernard.
Yes, Alex.
I'm seeing somebody agitating for BBI on an international platform. There is nothing short there than the BBI. So I'm so glad to have seen that. I remember I watched the whole, but I didn't remember that the content and the context of everything he said there was in the BBI, except that which we have changed to, that the cabinet, some of the cabinets should come from members of parliament for the purpose of being able to grill them. And I think we both agree. On the gender rule, ADEN Duale, who was the majority leader in the House constantly refused to bring that thing to Parliament, and when he brought it, he made sure that we did not have quorum, and you saw the frustrations. Until again we said we are going to find it in BBI. On the Senate, his Duale again refused completely and said there's nothing in Kenya like the upper house or lower house. He said the Senate does not even, there's a time they said that they should scrap off the Senate, if you remember that, and you should put that clip there. There's a time he said we should scrap off the Senate. So I'm still seeing a man who is mendacious, who is lying, who does not even know that what he said on the international platform and what he says when he's in Eldoret calling other people madoado. There is no difference. I don't see this person to be any worthy to be trusted because he is in Chatham House. Chatham House is one of the biggest government policy institute, not even just like a think tank. It's not a think tank. It's not a think tank whereby you get A, B, C, D. It's government policy think tank whereby government, it's like a Commonwealth have come there, government representative agitating for each other. So this is a person in Chatham House, the largest and the most prestigious policy institute. He's saying those things, and when he comes home, he says the opposite. It looks like we need to re-educate his followers to take him on accountability level, because these are his words, not our words. Now, when he says those words, and now he comes and says these words, we must ask the people that follow him, what changed and why and when? Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. I know Kenya's hand is up. It is the turn for Babu, okay, before Kenya, and then inawezekana. So Kenya, a very brief comment on that video.
Mimi ni 30 seconds also kwa clip.
Aya, subiri Wekesa.
Okay, thank you so much. I just wanted to hear about the issue of the same place DP was in Chatham House. Also, Raila had a speech in the same place. Kindly, if you can get for Baba in the same Chatham House, you can play it. We get to hear what Baba said in the same place. Kindly.
Wekesa, you're on duty. Babu. Oh, Wekesa, you wanted to say something before Babu?
Yeah, yangu ni 30 seconds. I want the general bottom line is he was proposing constitutional changes. But when he's on a when he ako juu ya gari anasema hatutaki watu wa kubadilisha katiba. All those things he proposed were constitutional changes. Full stop.
Okay, thank you. Babu, karibu.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening to
first
you.
Of all,
good morning from Nairobi.
It's morning, sorry. First of all, thanks for allowing me into this show. Number one, there's something that I'd like to tell you. Uhuru making that decision was not our president's plan. Either was it a coincidence, nor was it government plan. However, it was a God's plan. And the most important thing I think Ruto can do right now is just embrace God's plan for another supposed to also. And if Ruto can humble himself, and on the other hand, he commit himself to ambition
Babu,
and vision.
Get closer to the mic. We can't get you clearly.
Right now, you're getting me.
That's a bit better.
What I'm saying is very simple. For our president to make that decision that is between his side to support Azimio UMOJA was not our president's plan. No, and it was not a coincidence nor was it a government plan or project to execute that on their end. However, people should acknowledge that was a God's plan. And the most important thing that Ruto should initiate on his end is just to generate values, vision, and commit himself to generate sustainable development talks that will add value today, tomorrow for the citizen of Kenya. Because the way I'm seeing Ruto is not a politician. Ruto is just a comedian. Number two, I would like also to talk about, though I've been trying to follow ups and I've never logged in before, and this is my first time. There's this, initially, Mudavadi told us there's going to be update. I did feel that at that's number one. I felt only tremor of it. However, the intensity of that tremor might not, we might not feel it today. However, we might feel it tomorrow. Because let us have a look at this. What will happen maybe if Ruto goes to ICC? Will carry the day. It's Mudavadi. And once Mudavadi carries the day, what will happen to the votes of Western Nile? That means we won't able to secure more, we won't able to get most of the votes of similar Kenya. Then I think I'm currently requesting the supporters for Azimio to nyenyekea. Let us sell values to our competitors. Values that will add advantage for us to reach or to achieve our set objectives at the end of general election. Number three, I'm currently requesting Bernard if you can initiate a debate whereby, because I've seen it, it's only happening in Mount Kenya, where I've seen like a woman is governing at the same time in Kitui. However, it's not happening in Nyanza. And maybe if now we can have a talk that will generate gender equality, then I think also this woman will have a chance to drive us to the next level. That's all I have for today. I'll be logging in to discuss more regarding what I think and my thoughts on it.
Okay. Thank you, Babu. We got you, although with some difficulties on the issue of the earthquake. That one I listened very keenly. And it is probability. But that probability of Musalia and ICC and Ruto. From where I see it, is still no guarantees. The Luya vote being put in the Musalia's basket is very difficult because it's not the first time. Musalia ran for president in 2013. He couldn't get to 500,000 votes. And I don't see that change even if he's made the Kenya Kwanza presidential candidate, especially in the pretext that William Ruto is unable to run because he has a case. Then he will be the best. It will be the best project that they've been campaigning against. And when that tide is turned against them, sioni wakitoboa. So they need to work harder in terms of rebranding, but time is running out on them. And if they are still on the probability that somebody will go to ICC, so I can be waiting there, then Musalia is doing the same thing of Madimoni of 2013. Yes, he was told, we are going to ICC, you come here, then we will leave you the presidents. And then when alipoingia box wakamwambia hiyo mashetani sisi hatuko. So he may find himself in the same place if he tries that, or rather, he has already gotten himself in the place, and I see him suffering the same thing he suffered in 2013. Kama kuna lingine la kuongezea, naomba hivi wale watu wako nyuma ya curtain tafadhali. There is a complaint.
Hello. Before you go, Bernard, if you have a look right now from the previous election that maybe we had, you come to notice that if you compare the number of MPs, both Tangula and Mudavadi, they are the same number of MPs apart from MCAs. And as for now, by that time, remember, Mudavadi got this because he was supporting Raila. Now that Raila is not supporting, now that Mudavadi is not supporting Raila, what's going to happen? And we have seen most of the MPs from Mudavadi decamping from their party to join Azimio. So the question I'm asking, what's going to happen in future now that Mudavadi is not going to be the president if Ruto will be there? And what Western country question, what they need that Mudavadi will be there until the end of general election as a president.
Babu, we are saying the same thing. Mudavadi, as far as Western politics is concerned, he's finished. Okay, his political career, his earthquake, I think it worked against him. And in my opinion, he needed to consult more and go slow on this. But because he hurried and got himself into the UDA movement with the Kenya Kwanza, although he's the owner of Kenya Kwanza, he may be left with the certificate because almost 90% of his MPs have either gone to DAP or Ford Kenya. I mean, or ODM. Now, if that is the scenario, and I'm sure that will replicate in the vote that he can garner, either in Vihiga or the entire of Western. So as after the Buhungu 2, okay, the political career of one Musalia Mudavadi and Wetangula ended there. The promise that Atwoli gave them came to pass. It is now difficult for them to run a road show in the place where they were born. Now that in itself spells doom. And whether he becomes candidate for presidency or any other thing, I don't think anything much will change. Of course, we'll have immediate family members warming up, and maybe a few people warming up to that, but it will be very insignificant. It won't be significant enough to change the tide of how Western is going to vote in 2022. Maybe 2027, but 2022, the die is cast as far as Western is concerned. The goodies will come, the trying to persuade people will come, but these people, I was born in them, I was raised in them. When they have made up their mind to go in one direction, it becomes very difficult to change them, especially if it is on the ground of disappointment. Our Wetangula and Musalia are not suffering politically because of the people. They are suffering politically because they have been a disappointment to the people. So the people are feeling disappointed that they fronted them over this time, but they have not built any capacity to compete on in national politics. Every support they have offered them, they have always came back to them. Anytime they are hit in Nairobi, they run to Namachanja ground to cry. Anytime they are hit in the city, they run to Mululu to cry. Say, we are tired of being represented with this kind of people. We need warriors, people who go and fight and come back with a catch, not come back with tears. Alex, ni time ya Kenya.
Yeah, one quick comment. The person who asked that, though we are in Azimio, I mean, facts are facts, and we have to acknowledge the truth is that Ruto had a few following in Western, And that was a hard work of the bullfighter and Parasa, Titmas, and the rest. And the moment Wetangula and Mudavadi came along, he even lost the people that he had there. And that's a fact. And I think within the people who are now doing polling, every formidable party, every week on Thursday, they do the internal polling and they sample and see where the popularity is. And that is why Mudama at once said, oh no, we haven't signed anything with these people. Why? Because Mudama saw the dip. And he said, no, I mean, these people are liabilities. They are not assets. And any business enterprise, like political parties are like business enterprise. You take stock and see your profits and your what? Your losses. I mean, the balance sheet is not balancing. I mean, the trial balance is not balancing. These people have brought nothing but losses to them. They have no money to campaign. You are pushing them like a real wheelbarrow. So they are the wheelbarrows that they are giving people, which nobody wants. Thank you.
Mmoja kanunuliwa, mwingine akapewa kama ugali sosa. Sasa hakuna la ziada. Kenywa, tafadhali, karibu.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Bernard. Alex, acha kutoroka.
Niko heshima kwa wazee, heshima kwa wazee.
You are still driving.
Of course.
Nyuma ya curtain, mimi na kung'oa, tafadhali.
Hawezi, hiyo hawezi.
Okay. I think Alex has been facing quarantine every time. I don't know why.
I'm immune to that, but I'm still here. We are loyal.
Come from the curtain, please.
So thank you so much. Let me just first say hi to everyone. Akina Atuya, Bill, inawezekana, Njiro, Wekesa, Alex na Bernard. Nimefurahi kuwaona nyinyi wote asubuhi ya leo. So I'm so grateful about today's topic. And first and foremost, I'm going direct to one point about leadership. You know, we have been talking about leadership for a long time. And you know, there is a qualities of a leader. You know, we don't need to be every day getting it as a song. If we Kenyans, we know what we want and what we need in this country, we should be knowing who is the best leader. You know, sometimes you might look for these two leaders. Let me just talk about the DP and the Prime Minister. You see like if we go for the DP, the high chances of losing international investors, we have the high chances of losing international investors here in the country. If we go with the Prime Minister, we know we have the high chances of increasing international investors. And you know, in the country, if you don't have international investors, you will need to work for long hours and long years for you to try and improve anything in your community. Because we don't, let's not say that the companies that we need most are from our own. No. Most of them, they are from the international investors. There are some people who have money, they want to come here and open an industry, but they are not going to come with their workers. Where will the workers come from? The workers will come from us here in the country. And those are the job creations that we are trying to check on. But if you can see that about 2013, 2017, we were expecting 1 million jobs. But did we get? No. Even the companies started closing up, shutting the doors. So even the people who are employed, they started going and being unemployed. So the number of unemployed people went high, and our expectation was the number to go low. So point number 3, let's talk about now every leader is coming with the theology of I will create 3 million jobs. We must check something, the track record. And you know, this track record, we don't check, we check both what has been achieved and what has not been achieved and what is more needed. Like now you see, since 2017 to date, a lot of young people have gotten a daily job because of this infrastructure, about road, all those things. Imepea watu wengi sana kazi. Sana, sana, sana. Because even the companies that have been given those projects, they didn't come with their workers. You know, I'm in a little bit of transport. Now, what happened? You know, the Chinese guy, they used to come with their own trucks, everything. Once they are done with the project, they pack their things and go. There is an agreement came up. They should give us, we Kenyans, the job, even the truckers, the dump truck. Most of them, they are from Kenyans. They take your truck and they be paying you instead of them coming with their own trucks. That was an agreement. Reason? To create businesses and job for people in Kenya. So as we look for leaders, we should just concentrate on the leadership who will bring benefit in the country and who is going to make us suffer. Let me go now to today's topic about the Duale. You know, someone else also, Duale, it's a malicious person also in the DP camp. It's a malicious person. He has been a majority leader. The fuel bill in the parliament, Duale supported that bill. And the moment the fuel went up, the same people, they started blaming the government. And he was the majority leader by that time. So Duale is a malicious person, and we should not even if you bother about that person, it's a very small thing when it comes into the presidential elections. So about Duale, I don't see anything big from Duale. I think everybody knows who is Duale. Duale is just a malicious person. So let me leave about that. I go to about the Homa Bay. Gladys Wanga, about the Azimio in Homa Bay, I think it was not supposed to go like that. But the best part of it, the big people in Azimio, they didn't attend that thing, because you know it could have been brought a lot of confusion, because you see, like Bandi want to be the governor, another one, I think we have around 3 people from Azimio, and those people are so vocal in Azimio and also in the ODM. So the best part of it, the most leaders of Azimio, they were not there. I think if they were there, things could have not been very much well, because of some people would have seen that they have been undermined. But one way or the other, we registered is as a women team. The women group wa baba ndio walikuwa wanaenda kusapoti mwanamke mwenzao. So we tried to remove the picture of women there, the politician men there. We decided to say that's a women affair, but because it's a political thing, lazima ingekuwa na those issues here and there. And you can see the Azimio plans everywhere. There is a campaign today in Kibra, in Laikipia, and also in Nyanza. So I think the Azimio things have been organized. By the time Baba come back, I think things will have been in a straight line, and things will be very much okay. And the people who are trying to confront the president, I think they are missing it. because confronting with the president, it shows the lack of respect. You know, president has his own right, constitutional right, because he has a vote. He has a constitutional right to vote for the person, for the leader he wants. And as a leader, he's there to give us direction. Also, he cannot sit down there because he's retiring and see we are electing someone who will just ban the country and just keep quiet and say, me, I'm going home, so I don't need to talk anything. He is there as a leader and advisor to us public, as Kenyans. So he must tell us, I'm going home, but I advise you to follow this way. So whoever listen to president, the better. Whoever doesn't listen, I think he should not regret later on. Because I've been watching the rallies about the DP and I've never heard of anything constructive about what he will do for Kenya. The issue is only fighting with the government, the deep state, the president, the RAILA. That is the agenda. And you know, that one cannot help anything. Because even the people who are going there, like now, if you are given 2,000 Kenya shillings to vote for someone, for the DP, let me say, or for Raila Amolo Odinga, 2,000 Kenya shillings, you vote, you will stay there for 5 years. If you're given 2,000 shillings today, which business can you do to sustain you for 5 years? Nothing. Actually, that money you're going to misuse it the same day. And you sell yourself for 5 years. You be a slave for 5 years. After 5 years, you get another 2,000. You stay outside for another 5 years. So in 10 years, you will be having 4,000 from a president. And that 4,000 cannot even pay your house rent for 1 month. If you're in the city, cannot pay even the fee. So we should think, as we elect leaders and as we receive this money they are giving out here, because once they get to the power, the first thing they will recover their money. They must recover their money because it's a business. They bought your vote. You didn't vote willingly. They bought your vote. So it wasn't a willingly thing. So they must get back their finance so that after another 5 years, they come back again with the same finance. That's why hatutaendelea. So I think for that purpose, I think that's my submission for now. Maybe if I get another chance, we can talk more. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenywa. I thank you that there is no Nini. Njiru, you are staying behind the curtain. We are discouraging that, please, for the sake of our viewers. Naomba sasa tumsikilize huyu anaitwa Bill Constanti.
Yeah, Bill Constant.
Constant, double T. Karibu.
Yeah. Asante sana, nashukuru. Nashukuru nimerudi tena. It's been a while. I just keep on coming and disappearing, but I always listen. So today I decided to come and join my colleagues as we dissect political issues in our country. I don't know if I have to just go direct to today's topic. ADEN Duale dares President Uhuru to spill the beans in KABARNET with DP Ruto, Kenya Kwanza Alliance. We've seen this kind of daring President Uhuru Kenyatta. The other day it was Rigathi Gachagua, tunakungoja sana, tunakungoja, njoo. Now it's again Duale daring him. I mean, and they're the ones who say Uhuru doesn't matter, he's going home, he only has 1 vote, you know. So this thing of keeping on inviting him, I don't know, do what? He has already said that he's gonna do it. Why the impatience? Or why dare him? When the opportune time comes, he's gonna do that. And he said he's gonna do it. Is this kind of panicking, or is it blackmailing the president? I mean, people need to be patient. I know they are panicking. They are really hurting that the president is kind of gravitating towards Azimio. I know it's really hurting to them. They really want him to be on their side, but by the look of the things, it's not going to happen. And the president is going to go to the mountain, and he will hit the ground running. Okay. For now, I don't have much to say. I'll just be here listening, and then when I get the next opportunity, I'll make my contribution. That's it for now. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Billy. Before we move further, I think is just hold on. I want us to listen to this video first, and then which one is this?
Follows.
No.
First,
I got the wrong one.
the national government should be.
Let me get the one I need to play. One moment. Thank you. All right.
We had a few notes that I wanted to go on record here about coffee. And I begin by first saying that I met Kofi after he took over office as the Secretary General of the United Nations. I was introduced by a Kenyan friend who was working for him, Salim Loan, who would have been with us here today, but due to other commitment was not able to come here. Salim was a Kenyan who had been exiled during those difficult times of Kenyan political struggle for democracy. And he had actually become stateless because they had withdrawn his citizenship. But after that introduction, we kept now meeting. Anytime I was in New York, I would go and pay a courtesy call to Kofi. And we became, therefore, very close friends. But I want to say Kofi was many things to many people. And last year, during the funeral, a lot was said by different people about Kofi. It was like the elephant. Remember the blind people who went to find out what the elephant was like. Some to touch the tusk, other one the trunk, other one the back, and all came up with the different impressions of an elephant. That was Kofi. Kofi is widely respected for the peace he helped to broker in Kenya, and there is reasonable expectation that I will dwell on that. But Kenya was simply an extension of his wider belief that the world should not spectate when conflicts are consuming civilians in some part of the universe, and when state has taken sides in such conflicts. Anand's legacy stands out in 3 areas. One, the international intervention in conflict as contained in his doctrine of responsibility to protect. 2, social and economic well-being, especially of citizens of the poor nations. We see that in his approach to issues of poverty in general and HIV and AIDS in particular. 3, diplomacy in global affairs. and none believed most of the world's conflict could be prevented or stopped without bombs and guns. The end of the Cold War came with deadly conflicts in places like Sierra Leone, the Democratic Republic of Congo, East Timor, and Bosnia, to mention but a few. It came with warlords like Radovan Karadzic, Ratko Mladic, and Slobodan Milosevic. This is the world Annan inherited. One of Annan's greatest contributions to global agenda was to refine a policy mandating states to step in wherever and whenever human lives are threatened by hate, disease, or poverty. He advocated an end to the old notion that states can do as they please behind the borders because of sovereignty. The idea that sovereignty is not a shield was a critical part of Annan's legacy to the world. We must also remember that Annan had come to office against the background of Rwanda genocide, where the world has stood aside as armed militia butchered hundreds of thousands of civilians in that country. He seemed to be permanently balancing the madness and goodness of humanity. Annan approached global problems from the position that just as there is limitless capacity for evil in human beings, there is also some potential for goodness in everyone, if only we listened to each other enough. As the world geared for invasion of Iraq in 1998, Annan made it clear that he was going to negotiate with Saddam Hussein. He later had the courage to report that he had a good human rapport with Saddam, to the bewilderment of those who saw the options as either arms inspectors or bombs. Perhaps the world should have approached Iraq differently. In Kenya, we had the fortune to taste Annan's diplomacy firsthand and for at least 2 months in 2008. Annan's intervention gave way to the most comprehensive review of our laws and governance structure ever undertaken in our country. And when coffee arrived, because first, the coming of coffee was not just an accident. It was as a result of wider international consultations. Lord Malloch Brown is in the audience here. He addressed us early in the morning. He was one of the people who were involved behind the scenes. First through his then Prime Minister, Gordon Brown. They called me late at night and asked me if we would accept intervention. This followed a contested election results. For those who may not be aware, the elections had been held, presidential elections, and the result were being broadcast live by all the national television networks. And I was leading by over 1 million votes, with only a few more stations left to be counted. When all of a sudden they stopped live broadcast and now started saying that I was still leading, but my opponent was fast closing. And all the television networks were stopped from further broadcasting, only the national television. In the end, they announced the results and the country imploded. And a lot of lives were lost. Hell broke loose. People were being butchered all over the place. The very sad occasion where people had run and took shelter in a church, and women and children, and then they poured petrol into that church and burnt them alive. Over 32 people. Another gentleman who had taken shelter in his house with his family of 11, they're all also torched alive in the house. So the country was actually burning when they intervened, and suggestions were made first of
Alex.
Yes, sir.
Imetosha. Naomba tumsikiliza Atuya.
Inawezekana.
Atuya, is it? Atuya Junior.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Good evening to everyone. Bernard, I don't know, are we entirely only speaking about the topic that was about Duale?
Yes. The topic is supposed to guide us. We shouldn't digress too much, but you are free to share what you
I've not been here for long, but I've had very few speakers speak about it. But I just also have to speak about it just a little bit. Duale there's the president. I think it's the political season, and since Uhuru mwenyewe declared it that wakati wa siasa umefika nasi tutasema yetu, then I think he invited political war on himself. So nobody should be worried about Duale's comments. The president declared it's political season, and we are allowed to politic. And I also dare him. I think I hope you could write this that we dares the president to come to Kisii and tell us why he differed with the deputy president. Mr. President, Mr. Kenyatta has always, I think a few days ago, told us that he will come out and tell us why they disagreed with the deputy president. I think each and everyone is ready for that. We want to hear. The ground is ready. It's the political season. We want to know. So that's why we are calling him to come faster enough so that we can deal with him head on. We also have questions for Mr. Kenyatta. We already know what he will come to tell us. We already have the answers to why they broke with Ruto. We know the reason why. We know the doctored reasons as to why he will come to tell us. And we also have questions for him. While he was in the States, he promised that the moment he will be in this country, he will address the Pandora's issue. He has never addressed that. We have issues with the resources that he has stashed away from this country. So we also need answers for that. We also need answers as to where the Mau Mau land went to. We want him to tell us how his family, his extended family, owns 3% of Kenya while we have squatters in this country. We need answers. We also need him to tell us the report that he told us they will get in 3 weeks of the COVID billionaires, where his cronies, his family members, and extended political friends were mentioned. We also need answers. So Duale was right. We want the president to come here. And we want him to come to the political scene. Before it's August, nobody will remember about the highway he has built in Westlands. Nobody will remember about anything he has done. We will drag him through the political mud until he'll be a forgotten fossil in the presidency of this country. So he will rather retire easily, sleep in his bed, and vote for Raila Odinga if he wants, or he comes to the field, the political field. We are not afraid of Mr. Kenyatta. Mr. Kenyatta is not a politician. He's just a baby who was born in a political family. We don't fear him. Let him come. Number two, I've seen some biasness in the clips that were played, and I know they were well carefully chosen by the ones who played the videos. I came in when Ruto was addressing the issue about the constitutional changes, and there's somebody who shouted that Ruto was supporting BBI. And I want to state this categorically here. William Ruto never said he is 100% opposed to BBI. William Ruto did say we can go into a referendum where we have a multiple choice referendum. We had things that we agreed in that BBI report. Let's increase the funds to the people, to the counties. I will vote yes. Let's expand the executive to include tribal leaders. I will vote no. What the deputy president was saying, he didn't say that we need an expanded executive. He said we need to include the opposition leaders in government. They should automatically join parliament, and also gave a very good suggestion that the deputy president should automatically be in parliament to lead government business. I think that was a nice idea. There's no single point he said that we need to have 5 political positions in the executive to include or to have the 5 major tribes in this country. There's nowhere he mentioned that. So whoever was saying that Ruto was rooting for BBI, he was wrong. Again, he said about...
So, Atuya.
No, let me finish, please.
I hate to interrupt you, but you are leaving a lot of things hanging.
Let him finish, Bernard.
These offices that are being promoted by William Ruto, they will not be constitutional. They will not be factored in the law. How will they now be part of our Kenyan operation?
Come up again.
You're saying he was not advocating for constitutional change or expansion of the executive.
I said he was not.
Then
he was not rooting for. No, you want to put words in my mouth. I said he was not rooting for an expanded executive, but he wanted an inclusion of the opposition leaders in parliament.
Without expanding the executive.
Yes.
Without expanding the executive.
Yes.
So this opposition leader and the deputy and all that, how will they be factored in the constitution?
Now that's
Not
easy.
Constitutional change.
Currently, we have the constitution recognizes that the runners up as the leader of opposition. What William Ruto was suggesting that they should be. The current constitution recognizes.
We don't have opposition in Kenya. We don't have opposition. There's nothing. It's minority leader.
Misleading us.
Order, everybody.
No, see, let me finish. And I knew I will.
No, don't mislead people. Don't mislead people.
No, I'm not misleading.
Don't mislead. No.
Relax. Everybody mute your mics. Thank you. Mr.
The Kenyan Constitution recognizes as the person who becomes number 2 as the official opposition leader in this country. Now, what William
after 2010 Constitution, not after 2010.
I'll look for it and I'll show you. What William Ruto was saying, yes, I will. What William Ruto was saying is that they need to be in parliament. You cannot say that the government, the Kenyan Constitution does not recognize opposition leaders. You guys are wrong. Now, do you still have questions, Bernard? Because I had something I was going on with.
Inawezekana, what I say?
I have a question for him. He's using the wrong word. It's not leader of opposition. There is a minority leader. I think
that is parliament. That is parliament.
What are you talking about? Is it not parliament?
I'm speaking about William Ruto agitating for the leader, the second runners up.
Once you become second, you are done. You go home. Once you become second, there's no position here. Stop misrepresenting.
What I'm saying.
Order, Billy and Nini, I want you to remain in order. If you want to intercept, you lift your hand. You don't unmute and begin to shout, please. Thank you. Mr. Tuya,
yes.
We want that side of the Constitution that recognizes opposition leader in the 2010 Constitution.
Yeah, let me finish what I was saying. Let me finish what I was saying, and then I'll look for it. So I was just supporting William Ruto to say that he has not supported BBI in the context of expanding and exploiting Kenyans in the having positions for tribal chiefs. And then I think there was somebody who was I think it was Bernard. Bernard was actually speaking about how Mudavadi and Wetangula actually did commit political suicide. To the contrary, you know, Mudavadi and Wetangula have been in politics for years, or they have practiced active politics more than Bernard has done. And I want to ask a question to if today Raila Odinga's Azimio is hell-bent, or he has been forced to pick a running mate from Central Province, and it is a must. That's why the law that was crafted in Parliament, it was there to ensure that Raila honors his side of the bargain if they were to give him the presidency as promised. So here is the trick. Raila has been told to go for 5 years. The deputy president who comes in from Central Province. We know that Kalonzo Musyoka will end up in Azimio la Umoja. Now tell Mudavadi to go to the same place. If you check at the pecking or the order of seniority, or the order of in terms of inheritance, Musalia Mudavadi could be a distance fourth. Raila, the deputy president who will come in from Central, Kalonzo Musyoka, and then him. And there is also Gideon Moi, who must be placed, who must be positioned in a way to succeed. Now, when Mudavadi calculates his political options, he saw a chance to run with William Samoei Ruto as the next president. He can be he can be a very strong candidate in the to succeed. Inawezekana utangoja. Mmekuwa hapa tangu asubuhi. I'm just putting my case. He has a better chance. You'll come in, inawezekana. Najua you will come in. Hold on.
Oh, no, before Bernard, before he goes further, I want to he is talking on assumptions. That is assumption. It is not true.
The same way Bernard was giving assumptions.
The same way I want to tell you that when he goes to William Ruto, he is going to take more than 10 years. He is going to wait for more than 10 years before Mudavadi thinks of becoming a president. That is my assumption.
Inawezekana imetosha. Your point is made. A 2 year. Go ahead.
Let me go on. You have not seen the agreement between Mudavadi and Ruto and Wetangula. Maybe it's 5-5. So don't preempt the 10 years that you want to say. So, Bernard, if I want to, I had some statistics here. There's a report by popularity of candidates by region by Statistics Kenya, which was released this week. If I check in Western Province, Raila is slightly above 41% to 40. I'll give him 43%. And then Kenya Kwanza comes in at around above 35% to 36, 37. If you check the statistics from the 2017 election, I don't think Jubilee government reached the heights of above 31% in the elections. In a month, or is it in a few weeks, William Ruto has gained popularity in Western from the amount they gained with the Jubilee to around now heading to 40%. If you guys say that William Ruto has lost popularity in Western because of Mudavadi and Wetangula, you guys are lost and you guys have your facts upside down. I don't come from the western part of the country, but I know of the tribal, I know of the clanism in Western. I'll for free tell you, William Ruto and Raila Odinga will go head to head in Bungoma, and they will go head to head in Trans Nzoia. Raila Odinga will comfortably win in Busia, and he will have a 60-70% win in Kakamega compared to 30 or 40% in Kakamega. So William and in Vihiga, there is a chance that they might go 50-50, or Raila will win it to 60 to 40%. So having Mudavadi and Wetangula on board brings a slight numerical advantage, like it or not. And I will agree to the fact that having Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta in Raila's camp, there is a significant rise of votes for Raila Odinga in Mount Kenya. If you can find a head that reasons that Mudavadi cannot bring votes to Ruto, but they tell you that Uhuru will bring votes to Raila, then that mind is not a politically mature. I'll go on, and then there was somebody who was alluding to the Hague issue. Mudavadi is hanging on to proceed to. I want to remind the Raila and the Azimio supporters that brace for a war, and that is William Samoei Ruto. There is nothing like the Hague. Even if he had a case tomorrow, he will travel there, he will come back here, and he will run for presidency, he will win, and then he will clear his name once and for all. Now, if it never worked in 2013, don't hope and don't think of having a Mudavadi as an opponent in 2022. Brace yourself for war, brace yourselves for for Raila's competitor, that is William Samoei Ruto. And Nziru, I want to remind you, you said that if we elected Raila Odinga today, this country will have more international recognition. I want to remind you that William Ruto and Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta were elected as ICC suspects, victims. They were suspects of big crimes. But if you compare the FDI, that's the foreign direct investment to Kenya between 2013 and 2017, and compare it between 2002 and 2013, it was almost double the figure. And the deputy president and the president were suspects of crimes against humanity. And when Raila Odinga and Mr. Kibaki were in government in 2008 and 2010, the rate at which foreign investment in this country, there was not as much as compared to when the two came into government. Raila presents himself as an internationally recognized leader, but deep inside, he as an internationally recognized leader, but he is not a business. He is not an to business negotiator. Raila is just a political figure who can go to India, take political pictures, take pictures with the prime minister. But we have other leaders who have the capability of negotiating business deals for this country. So Raila does not. Raila as a figure cannot. Raila as a face cannot. You cannot tell us that he will lead. He will make this country have a more direct foreign investments. That is a belief you have, and it's a belief that has not worked. It has not been seen to work, so it will never work, and it won't work. Just to finish up, what else was it? I think I'm done, and that's all I had.
Atuya, now that you have finished, you say that is something that has not worked and will never work. When was Raila head of government or head of state that it didn't work?
He was head of government in 2008, 2013.
Head of state.
Head of government, not head of state.
Government business, that is a parliament thing.
No, when you are head of government business, you head of a lot of the running of government.
How does that equal international transaction?
How does that
equal international transacting?
You know, international transacting does not mean that as the president you go to India and you, as the leader of government business, you have to put in.
How much
explain? Let me finish. No, let me finish. You have to put in. You have to put in work, policies, and ideologies that support your government to have that international recognition. When he was the head of government business, we didn't see much in that end.
Okay. One more question. Now, how much business deals has William Ruto internationally closed for us as a country since he has been deputy president for 10 years.
Okay, Williams, as a government of Jubilee, you can check the statistics. There is increased foreign direct investments in this country since
I'm asking for
2013.
William
I
Ruto.
can't
Ruto,
quantify
you went
that.
personal about Raila Odinga. We go personal on William Ruto, and you are support of William Ruto. If William Ruto can close business deals for us, and we increase foreign investment, prove it to us. How has he performed as deputy president, and how much of the foreign investment has he won for us? Be kind enough also to give us which specific countries or which specific foreign partners has he brought in Kenya for investment?
You know, that's just a political question. You're just trying to pin me down, and I'll just give you a political answer.
What's wrong with a political question?
It's up to it's
no, I'm answering Bernard. I'm answering Bernard.
Order. Everybody.
I
Mr.
never interrupted
Mr.
anyone.
Tuya, I'm only responding to
I'm answering you now. I'm answering you now.
Yes.
Don't raise the temper. We are listening to you softly.
I'm answering you, Bernard, and I don't want to speak to any other person. Go check the rate of direct foreign investments in this country since 2013. That one, you will attribute it to the government of Kenya. William Ruto is the principal assistant of the president. So any investment that this government has accrued since 2013 is 100% attributed to the two individuals.
And then, Mr. Tuya, have you not been on this platform complaining about Deputy President's responsibilities being taken from him?
Yes, I have.
So how does now that line up with what you have just said?
Simple. 2013, 2017, 2017, 2022. There's a difference.
So the foreign aid came in, foreign investment came in 2013, 2017.
It's simple. This is what I mean. A government was formed by the deputy president and the Uhuru and Mr. Kenyatta. They had a very cordial relationship between 2013 and 2017. They achieved what they achieved together. While the deputy president was sidelined from government come 2017, any gain that the Jubilee government makes must be attributed to the deputy president because he was part and parcel of forming it. Anything
for government formation, not for performance.
Performance, you have to put it between 2017 and 2013. 2017 to 2018, he must be given 2017 to 2020. He must be given credit as being the core or one of the core pillars that formed that government. And anything that goes wrong from 2017 to 2022, while he was not operational as a deputy president, he was not in business as deputy president, you can never attribute that to him. That is my opinion. Anybody and you guys are all allowed to have an contrary opinion.
Atuya, go slow. You're confusing us.
Yes.
When should we give him credit? Is it when he was sidelined?
2013, 2017.
2017 to 2022?
You credit him for helping Uhuru Kenyatta form government, and that's all.
Oh, form government.
Yes.
And in the formation of government, he was still closing deals for foreigners. I mean, foreign investment.
Listen to your questions and then answer yourself. I said, you asked me, when do we give him credit? I said 2013, 2017. And then 2013, 2017, 2022, give him credit for being part of the people from government.
Those are theatrics.
And this is politics. If you cannot explain yourself, you have to keep on driving.
Njiru, ask Atuya a question.
Okay, Bwana Atuya, thank you for your presentation. I want to ask all my questions so that you can answer them all because they are interrelated. So if you have a pen, you can write them. So, number one, I'm just asking you according to what you said. So question number one, is Uhuru Kenyatta vying? And if yes, what do you think is its influence on deputy president campaign? Question number two, you said Kenyatta owns a lot of land and a lot of property in Kenya. From where you see it or what you think, do you think that property is legitimate? Did he acquire that property in a legitimate way? Then, as you answer that one, can you tell us the amount of property which Mr. Ruto has, and at how long has he used, or what is the amount of time the deputy president has used to acquire all the property he has? And do you think he has acquired his property in a merit form? Number three, in other countries, do you think the people who own a lot of property, have they owned their properties legitimately? Like, for example, in the US, we have somebody like Bill Gates who owns a lot of farmland property and other things. Do you think he deserves to own that property? Number four, you said BBI was being designed to come to exploit Kenyans. So what I want to ask you is, when do you think Kenyans can review their constitution, and according to you, how can the deputy president help our constitution to get reviewed? To him, what is his contribution to the constitution if we need to review it? And the last question, which I want you to help us understand about Ruto, is when I was listening to you, you are only talking of the promises which he is promising Kenyans. So can you become a bit unique to the deputy president, and according to the qualifications and putting it side to side with Mr. ODINGA, his qualification, can you give me two key qualities which you think the deputy president possesses to become the president of Kenya? And as you talked about Bungoma, I just want to rebuttal a little bit. Mudavadi got 462,000 votes in 2013 when he vied for presidency, and that one was 3% of the votes in Kenya. And if you compare it with Western, it was around 20% of the Western vote. So can you, you said that right now UDA is going to get close to over 40% in Bungoma and Trans Nzoia and some other places in Western. So using 2013 matrix, when Mudavadi was vying for presidency, and now when he is supporting somebody, can you try to relate the data you gave us and the 2013 data? Even you can try to put even the Bungoma guy there, that is Wetangula, and can you try to correct your data? Use 2013 to correct your data, because whatever you are using now is just scientific data, is not real data. 2013 data is more real data because it is what happened. What you have used now is a theory. So can you relate 2013 and what you have? Thank you.
To start with, Njiru unaniuliza maswali mingi sana sitaweza kujibu. Like the last question, the data issue, you just have to give me time nikae niandike, and then I'll come back to it, but I will address it to the extent that I can. The first question was if Kenyatta is vying. Mr. President, Mr. Kenyatta, I don't think he's vying, but he has a project. He has a project in the name of Mr. ODINGA. Mr. Kenyatta, after he realized that BBI was failing, and after he realized that Kenyans had found him out that he wanted to extend his stay in government, to come in as the prime minister, he has now decided to give it to Mr. Odinga, and in a way that he wants to craft a working relationship with Raila in a way that Raila Odinga will be a remote controlled president, so that he can continue the loot of this country, the country resources, that he can continue being a quasi president, or being a quasi partner in government, so that he can continue exploiting Kenyans. He feels he's too young. He feels that he has not fully exploited the poor Kenyans. So he needs a chance. And the only way he can get that chance is through the desperate Raila Odinga, who wants just to be called president, not even to be in that office to run the affairs of this country. Raila Odinga is at a stage of his life that he just wants to be called president, and he can even take presidency without any roles or mandates. That's why they brought in the bill that every key ministry will be handed over to
Uhuru
Central,
Kenyatta vying.
answering Mwaura, not Alex.
No, don't.
So Mwaura, I'm addressing that question.
Okay,
Guys.
order, Atuya. You've been asked the question about Uhuru Kenyatta. Okay.
I'm going. Okay, now.
And
My answer is.
Hold on. Listen to me. Okay. Your description of one Raila Odinga, I don't know where you got that from. Whether it's from a book or from your Google, I don't understand, because you seem to be very green on matters Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga, number one, cannot be a project. A project is something that is generated by somebody, an amateur in everything. He relies on the powers behind him in order to be anything.
True.
Like the way Uhuru was in 2002. Picked from nowhere, put in politics, under 14 months, he's declared presidential candidate. That is a project. How do you call somebody who has been in politics for 40 years? He has vied for president 4 times. He has won, and then you call him project? You know, Atuya, you are an enlightened young man with a sharp brain. I don't see why you should give yourself to this kind of thinking when you can do better.
Bernard, you are right. You have the right to get mad at me for calling Baba project. I will not desist from that. Raila Odinga is a government project, and that is something I believe in, and no amount of pressure will make me change from that. So, 1-0, I will say that
Atuya kidogo.
Kenyatta is not vying, and
Atuya kidogo.
Inawezekana you're out of order. Inawezekana you're out of order. Utaenda quarantine.
Let me finish these questions ndio wengine waongee please. Hii kitu si yangu peke yangu. Acha niongee nimalize, and then wengine tuongee pia. Nijibu tu hizi maswali haraka, and then niko sure.
Hurry up, Atuya, your time is running out, please.
Yeah, the influence that Mr. Kenyatta will have on the deputy president is yet to be seen, but I will not hide my head in the sand that there will be no effect. William Ruto will lose some votes in Central Province. To what extent, I don't know. Just the same way, I'm not foolish to just dismiss that. I'm not as foolish as anyone who dismisses Mudavadi and Wetangula. I will not go that route. Uhuru Kenyatta will automatically give Raila Odinga some support in Central. The land issue. You asked me whether the land the Kenyatta family have is legitimate. Before independence, I can't really quantify the land the Kenyatta family had. But immediately after independence, the Kenyatta family controls 3% of this country. Mr. Kenyatta came direct from prison. He had not done any business so that he could have earned so much money to buy the kind of land he owns. So as much as you may say that he has got the documentation for that, he was in charge of government. He can give himself documentation. There's no way Mr. Kenyatta could be owning land in Mombasa and he's a Kikuyu from Kiambu here. He owns big land in hata kama alikuwa mwanabiashara namna gani. That's a lie. So the land Mr. Kenyatta owns is illegal. Ilikuwa shamba ya Maumau, other shamba zilikuwa other communities. He is the reason why we have tribal conflicts in the Rift Valley, because he moved Kikuyus there. On the Ruto land issues,
that is a gross, is the reason people are having tribal politics. I mean, what kind of statement is that? No.
Hold on, Alex.
On the land,
just a moment, please. I will prosecute all that. Mr. Tuya, have you checked your history properly to know when was land allocation established in Kenya and land registration?
Mr. Bernard.
That's a question to me?
Yes.
No.
Mr. Bernard.
Then when you are talking about land,
you guys are giving this man too much airtime, man. We need to speak as well. He's been talking the past 30 minutes.
Order.
Mr. Bernard.
Come on.
Hey.
Allow us to speak also.
You're going to speak, but if you keep shouting, we will not move.
No, Mr. Bernard.
Okay?
I want to raise a point concerning the land issue.
Hold on.
Let's just give Atuya time. Atuya is speaking his mind. Let's just give him time.
Hold on.
Let's just do it.
Everybody mute your mic. Mute your mic. I will send you to quarantine if you can't be controlled now. I know you've been waiting, but hold on. You're coming. So Atuya, let's let's keep everything in the rightful perspective. Okay. Land registration and allocation was as late as mid-70s. Okay. My father, who was an agricultural officer, the land that we now call our own land, okay, was just cleared by our grandfather, and they built a house there. Cleared, not bought, not transferred, not cleared. So it was, to the degree you clear land, fence, it becomes your land until the land registrar policy came in.
So Bernard, just a quick question. You want to tell me the Kenyatta family went to coast and cleared bushes and acquired land in almost the entire coast province?
So
that's drama.
Okay, Mama Selina, naomba usaidie, huyu ni mjukuu wako.
Mama Selina?
Mama Selina upo?
Niko na maswali nilikuwa najibu Njiru, unless they don't matter.
No, that land issue is an emotive issue. You need to put it in the rightful perspective. Mama Selina, did she sleep off?
Ayuko, I think she's at work.
Yupo.
Wapi, Omski? She will come. And somebody else to speak.
Atuya, maliza dakika zako mbili tumalize hiyo maneno.
Acha nijibu juju. Mwaura sita kujibu kwa undani sababu ya time. So the land Ruto land issues, majority of the land that the deputy president may own, it's between 2013 and Sai, if I might be wrong or true. So I think the president has got and Matiang'i wali parade the kind of land he owns. When Matiang'i was parading the kind of land William Ruto owns, he didn't say this one is illegal or illegal. So that is a question for another country, for another day. So you said other countries, like in the US, Bill Gates owns big chunks of land. And I want to answer it this way. We know the kind of business Bill Gates has done. We know what Bill Gates invented, and we know the size of Microsoft in this world. So we cannot question the sources of wealth of Mr. Bill Gates. Tell me what Mr. Kenyatta leave alone Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Tell me what Mama Ngina and Mr. Kenyatta invented in this country. Tell me which factory they owned that they made money to own 3%
We
of
will
Kenya.
tell you as soon as you tell us what
Yes,
William Ruto has
BBI,
invented.
BBI and Ruto. I have not. I've even forgotten the question. Any changes that Ruto suggested, we were not entirely against BBI. We only wanted a questionnaire kind of BBI where Lamek Atuya Jr. will vote no to government executive expansion. Bernard will vote yes, and then someone else will vote another thing, so that we have equality. You cannot blanket everything into yes and no. That was the issue with William Ruto. Any changes that William Ruto has got to the Kenyan constitution, those are on his own personal capacity. I also have mine. So I think you should ask me which constitution changes I want to make to the constitution, not about William Ruto. Those are his personal questions. Ruto qualities that make him better as the president of this country. He's a hardworking person. While he was in the Ministry of Agriculture, that was when we had the prices of farm inputs at the lowest in this country ever. When he was the Ministry of Higher Education, he has the record of ending that 1 year wait while you are outside after Form 4. He also introduced or reimagined the this is inaitwaje technical colleges. That is when they were reintroduced to ensure that class 8 dropouts from 4 leavers and anyone who wants to go, that we can have a pool of talent in this country. And then the Mudavadi Bungoma issue, I told you that one needs a little bit of time to calculate the figures. But what I meant in Bungoma Bungoma in 2013, Mudavadi lost ground because Wetangula was with Raila Odinga. And Bungoma has always voted in a way not uniform to the other western counties, Bungoma and Trans Nzoia, because of the clanism issue. Now, I expect Mudavadi and Bungoma to give Ruto a more solid support in Bungoma. Jubilee got votes in Bungoma, a good number of votes and a good number of MPs. Now, if we have Mudavadi, Wetangula, and William Ruto in the same place, I'm sure Bungoma can be even 50-50. I'm not saying that Raila will be beaten there. It can be 50-50. In Vihiga, the same. But Busia and Kakamega, Raila will lead. All I'm saying is Mudavadi and Wetangula will give William Ruto some good support. We don't need 70% in Western. We need a minimum of 40, no, a maximum of 40. That is it. That's all.
Thank you. Let that matter rest there. Enough of that. Thank you. Weru, Mama Selina. I think he's sleeping off or something. Okay, Weru, what did you want to say on land issue?
First, Mr. Tuya just said that he don't know what Kenyatta used to do before joining politics. Kenyatta was a clerk in public service. Kenyatta did economics. He was in a position to understand that, okay, when you do economics, you'd be able to understand that land will appreciate it in a way. In the near future, maybe I invest in maybe a region that's remote. In the near future, it will appreciate, highly appreciate, just in case maybe the area maybe the area will open up. So how the process of land allocation was done by the white settler, they had a deal. You give us money, we give you back your land. So how many people are willing to go and get land in a place like maybe Taita Taveta? How many people were even willing to get land at Thika Road at those ages? A place where only highness maybe would just loiter around. So I think in this kind of the land issue, we have been fed with the wrong information. I think the land whoever acquired that land acquired it in the right way. Only that our forefathers, or whoever we can call our ancestors, they lacked that little information and maybe a few coins to go and get that land. Whoever was advantageous to maybe understand the process of let's say urbanization and what's called developers kind. Maybe Kenyatta had that information. The other thing, on the, let me just say everything so that I wind up. I'll be very quick on Duale issue, and we have seen them. We have seen Duale, we have seen Gachagua, we have seen Molcom, everyone is just they are mocking Uhuru to go. Like they want Uhuru just to open up. Now they know they want the beans to be spilled. One thing I can say, I want first to maybe correct what Atuya said, that Uhuru is not a politician who did political science. So Uhuru is just, it's a politician. And that's why Uhuru is just saying, just opening up, answering few questions, and everyone head, it's just over, their heads are just boiling. So it's only a fool who can ignore the Uhuru factor in 2022 politics. And now it's very clear Uhuru is going with Azimio way. Reason being, Uhuru is a leader. He's also a politician. You take your people where you feel they are safe. You can't take your people where you feel the people are not safe. The other thing, Jubilee government was mentioning something about Jubilee government that you need to take credit to both principal. Remember, Ruto was not a principal. Ruto was just a was a principal assistant to the president. So whatever Jubilee achieved, even if Ruto wanted to claim that Jubilee achieved, so we are saying if he is saying that he should not be taken, the equation of the credit towards what Jubilee have achieved should not be taken away from him, then we should also, it's a two-way traffic. It should be a simultaneous equation. When we are finding the value of X, let's also find the value of Y. So if we are associating him with the credit, then also the demerits of the government, he should also account the same. And in the way, he don't want to take the demerits or whatever the failures of the Jubilee government. For me, Jubilee government have terribly failed, even though in the infrastructure side, Uhuru has tried. So how I don't find it maybe adding up. It's a way of hypocritical way that I will have Mudavadi speaking first in a political rally. I say that Uhuru is building roads, Uhuru is doing this, are people eating roads? In a way, it's like criticizing whatever Jubilee government is doing. Then I will also have with the same using the same mic, the so-called DP will start saying we have maybe we have done this kilometer, how many kilometers of road, blah 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 blah. But when his people or his friends whom he has given the special law to criticize the government, to criticize Uhuru, they are speaking about the failures, he only highlight the merits. Being a principal assistant, there's no way that the handshake did not, it's not the main reason. We have the other day we saw the former CS Energy and then who was later moved to devolution, saying that it's not because of handshake that there was the two fell apart. It would even have happened even before handshake. Personally, I saw it coming and it was very clear. So it's only, you need, sometimes I think the kind of Atuya, they need, people like Atuya need to be, I'm referring to Atuya in this case, people like Atuya need to be reading the signs on the sky. So it's not a matter of Jubilee. Handshake, LIDA has no effect in Uhuru, in the second regime that Ruto was maybe segregated. So whatever Ruto did, LIDA did, there was peace, business people are doing business, regardless that the economy it's not performing well. Lastly, it's not good to have violence in politics. Let's have physical values, physical figures. And as a matter of fact, once the president hits the roads, there will be dust to everyone. And it will be a game changer. The politics will be sweet, everyone will be good. And for without fear of contradiction, I see the winning side. It's already clear. People are fearing on the other side, and we can see the winning side. There's the winning side, a winning side which can manage to have maybe more, maybe even 4 different major rallies in maybe different parts of the country. There's that one. The other side, we should just have as spread rise, anger, hatred in just a single region that the same day. The other party, the other side had 4 different rallies. And that's all for now.
Okay, thank you, Weru. If there's no question for Weru, let's hear from John Okibo.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Bernard. I've seen Alex. Ametoka tena. He's over there. So, Leo, because I'm like, my time is almost up. I'm needed somewhere. I have 2 things to put across. Like, I've been listening to Mr. Tuya Jumi's presentation. I thank him because everybody's required to present what is in his or her mind. But there is something that I disagree with him, 1 or 2, that I make as my today's remarks as I'm going somewhere. Mr. Tuya, if you go back to history, what Kenya is facing today, maybe in terms of food security, it started immediately when Ruto was elected or given that position of Minister for Security. And another thing that made me maybe furious, because I know Baba has been fighting for us. He's not fighting for himself. He's not fighting for a certain group of individuals because he's there. No. Baba has been fighting for Kenya, for every individual. Maybe to give you a clear definition of Baba is like whatever you're seeing today, like devolution, counties, those jobs that were created there, if it were not Baba who facilitated for the constitutional change, we could have not been having all of those jobs. So our brothers and sisters are enjoying what Baba gave them. So this is the kind of a person we need. So even if you say is a project, no project will come up with whatever he came up with. Let's agree to that point. Baba, if he was a project, for all these years he has been serving as an opposition leader, and the impact that he has given to our country, economically, politically, if it were like he's somebody who is learned by some individuals, we could not be having all those good things that we are saying today. So don't see Baba as a desperate person. That is somebody who is still fighting for a better Kenya. You see the Kenya that he has brought in terms of devolution, that is a part of what he has in his mind. That is something, a portion of what he has. So that is why we believe in him. Like, if we elect him today, there is change that will stay forever. like the change he brought to our constitution that let us have counties, let's create some more jobs to our fellow Kenyans. That is what he did. That is an historical thing that will never, ever fade. That is a system that he brought that we will never erase from our constitution. So don't see Baba as somebody who is desperate to get into power. Thank you, Mr. Bernard. I wish you all the best. All in all, we need to remain united as we are going to the general elections. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Thank you so much for your submission and being brief. The person who is desperate in becoming president, who is willing to do anything to become president, is fully known by all Kenyans who can't stop campaigning even when there is a presidential directive for the same. That needs not to be checked. You can see it on every screen and every place. Just in case you didn't get it, let's watch this.
Ruhusa yoyote, hamuna moral authority yoyote kunipatia lecture kuhusu kazi ya naibu wa rais wa Kenya. Hii serikali ya Jubilee ni mpango kati ya Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta na mimi. Sisi ndio tulitafuta hii serikali ya Jubilee, sio nyinyi. You have no business giving me a lecture on a government that I formed with Uhuru Kenyatta. You were not there. You know nothing about this government.
Naona Bernard analeta siasa mbaya hadi network imepotea.
Yeah, ni Temba ama ni nani? Jiru, endelea hapo. Unaweza endelea na hiyo siasa mzuri yako.
Okay. Sorry, there was internet surge from my end, but wacha tuone kama tuko na ruhusa this time round.
Yoyote, hamuna moral authority yoyote kunipatia lecture kuhusu kazi ya naibu wa rais wa Kenya. Hii serikali ya Jubilee ni mpango kati ya Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta na mimi. Sisi ndio tulitafuta hii serikali ya Jubilee, sio nyinyi. You have no business giving me a lecture on a government that I formed with Uhuru Kenyatta. You were not there. You know nothing about this government. You know nothing about the agenda of this government. Tunaelewana? Hawa watu wa upinzani hawajui hii serikali na mpango yake ilianza vipi. Kwa hivyo wawache kuniambia maneno kuhusu serikali. Hawa ni watu wa upinzani. Nyinyi kama mulishindwa na upinzani mpaka mkakuja mkakuwa vibaraka, mkakuwa ni watu mabroka, hata mkakuwa wezi, munaibia kule Kemza hata watu ambao ni wagonjwa, kwa sababu mulisahau kazi yenu ya upinzani. Saizi munatupatia lecture ya serikali. Serikali munajua ilitengenezwa lini na wapi. So watu wa upinzani, please, you are a disgrace to the people of Kenya. The people of Kenya gave you a job to do in the opposition, to keep government in check. Instead, you became lackeys, you became brokers, you became servants in the administration, and you went ahead to steal from the people of Kenya. Today you want to give me a lecture about the government of Kenya. I want to tell you, the people of the opposition, the former opposition, shame on you.
Enough said. Temba.
Yes, sir.
How are you?
Lovely. How have you been? How was your Sunday and how is your Monday? I guess you're on a Monday already.
I've crossed from Sunday to Monday, and both of them are looking better, we thank God.
I'm still on Sunday.
Oh, wewe endelea na mabudu basi.
Jamaa ombange bana.
Now, we Alex, nitakufanya high priest. Now,
Alex,
before you come,
Bernard, how can you omba every day? Hawezi shukuru hata siku moja, wewe ni kuomba tu.
We tumeambiwa tukakupea high priest. Ruto ni high priest ya corruption, wewe sijui utakupea nini?
Yaani kuomba. Lakini Bernard, Alex alitudanganya hapa. Can I challenge him?
Sure, challenge me.
Alex alikuja hapa and he worked lyrical about how he has learned so much from one William Samuel Ruto about rearing chicken. Surely, how can you, Bernard, let that pass? I listened to that. That drama of what
that it paralyzed me. I couldn't even breathe after I heard that.
I actually looked at the screen twice to confirm that it is Alex talking about that.
You know, when Atuya is here with us, we have to allow him to feel good so he can. Atuya could not be here until now. You know, the pressure has to be taken down.
Jamani, mimi nataka kuzungumza na Atuya jamani.
I thrive under pressure. I love pressure. That's why I'm here. 7 out of verses 1.
No, order. Let's make progress. Order. Thank you. Everybody mute your mic. Temba was just greeting you. Then it was Jakindubei's turn to make presentation. Hii Mama Selina sijui kama
nafikiri ni Billy Constant. Alafu mimi.
No. Billy alifanya kwa presentation wewe.
Oh, okay. Asante. Maanake nilimuona akilalamika. Amjambo wote, asanteni sana. Temba, nimefurahi kukuona.
Jakindu haujafurahi, hata hujanikaribisha. Maana tu ya kwamba ninachukua muda wako.
Karibu.
Mzuri kwangu.
Karibu. Nilikuwa nataka kumwambia Tuya kwamba Tuya, nasikitika, yani naona masikitiko sana unavyozungumza juu ya Raila, mtu ambaye amekupatia nafasi ambayo unawika nayo sahihi. Kama ungekuwa wako wakati wa 1980s uko 70, ungeweza kusema maneno juu ya Raila vile unavyozungumza, kwa sababu hii kuwika yote ambayo unawika, unaona ni kutokana na ile macho ya Raila, unamuona akipanguza kila siku. Hiyo ni majeraha alipata kwa sababu ya wewe upate nafasi ya kuzungumza vile unazungumza hivi. Alafu huyu mtu yani unasema maneno ya kumtusi. Hiyo ni adabu gani? Hata kama mimi nimekwambia kuna watu wengine, watu kama Raila, Matiba, Charles Rubia, hawa watu akina Kenyatta, Chingoneko, hawa watu usiwatusi. Hata kama umpendi usiwatusi. Hawa watu wametufanyia, walijitolea muhanga kwa sababu yetu. So wakati Tuya anakuja anasema Raila ni mtu ambaye yani ako desperate, anataka aitwe president. Kweli Raila anaweza kuwa president? Jamani, hiyo ndio maana ninasema ni vizuri kusema ukweli. Ukweli usemwe. Bwana Tuya, nataka kuambia nafikiri unaweza kuwa mjukuu. Nataka kuambia hao watu kwenye miaka ya 1980 nchi yetu hii ilikuwa mbaya sana. Ulikuwa uwezi kuzungumza vile unazungumza hivyo. Kuna vijana wengine ambao walikuwa tu na umri kama yako, walijaribu kusema kitu, wengine wengine walikufa mpaka leo, wengine walipata majeraha ambayo hawajanani mpaka leo. Sisi wote hapa wale tulikuwa huko, wengine tuko na majeraha, usione hivyo. Kwa hiyo unapozungumza, zungumza na heshima, sio kwa maneno ya matusi. Huyu mtu ambaye unamkampenia Ruto, hii multiparty ambayo sasa wewe unajivunia, alipinga, na alikuwa moja ya watu wale walikuwa wanafanya mipango ya kupiga hao watu ambao walikuwa wanataka, sisi ambao tulikuwa tunataka multiparty. Ugatuzi ambayo sasa mnajivunia hii, alipinga. Sasa huyu ni mtu kitu gani ambayo unasema sahihi ataleta? Yeah? Kama yeye kweli angekuwa ni mtu ambaye unasema ni mtu ambaye ana msimamo, ange resign, alafu apinge serikali kama yeye yuko nje. Yeah? Asio kutumia vitu za serikali, anatumia magari ya serikali, nyumba ya serikali, chakula ya serikali, lakini anakejeli hiyo serikali. Anasema, anaita rais tapeli. Yeah? Sasa hiyo wapi vile anavyosema kwamba yeye ni mtu anasema ukweli. Ukweli wake uko wapi? Kama pendi hii serikali, si atoke basi. Angejitoa hata kama tumemchagua. Kwani watu wale wanajiuzulu? Si mtu anajiuzulu hata kazi ameandikwa kazi anajiuzulu kama upendi. Hajiuzulu. Lakini kusema ndani ya serikali, hiyo ni kusema yeye ni mtu binafsi. Sahihi anafanya, anaiba. Sahihi ile kitu anachofanya ni anaiba, kwa sababu pesa ambayo anapokea kwa serikali ambayo hakubaliani nayo. Kwa hiyo we kuja hapa kusema ati kuna project na yeye huyu Ruto, ninyi mlikuwa mnataka Uhuru amsupport. Sasa kama Uhuru angekuwa anamsupport, mngemuita nini? Ukiwa vice president, ukiwa makamu wa rais kama vile yuko, yeye ni spare tire. Yeye ni spare tire. Kwa sababu jukumu anawekwa hapo ili president akipatikana na chochote ana step in kwa president. Hawekwi pale eti kwa sababu anataka kufanya. Hii serikali ni ya Uhuru, si ya Ruto. Kitu ikisemekana itasema hii serikali ya Uhuru, wakati itaandikwa itasema serikali ya Uhuru. Hakuna serikali ya Ruto, ni serikali ya Uhuru. Hivyo ndivyo inafanyika katika dunia nzima. Hivyo ndivyo inafanyika. Usikii vice president ati hii ndio nimeona mara ya kwanza vice president analazimisha policy ya serikali ambayo inaongozwa na bosi mwingine ati na yeye jina lake iweko hapo kwa nguvu. Hiyo ni utapeli hiyo. Kwa hiyo wewe ukitaka zungumza mambo ya ukweli, usiseme uongo. Mimi siwezi kubali kusikia uongo ambayo unasema na matusi. Hiyo si haki. Hao watu mimi nimekwambia, hata kama uwapendi usiwatusi. Hao watu wamefanya jambo la muhimu sana katika nchi yetu. Akina Duale na kina Murkomen, mimi siwaogopi, na mimi naona wakaribie kwenye lengo. Wakitaka kumtusi rais ni sawa, hiyo wananchi wataamua. Wananchi wanawasikiliza wale vile wanamtusi wanavyomtusi president, na president sijamsikia akitusi mtu, anasema tu maoni yake, lakini wao wanataka kutusi. Nimewambia hata si president amesema tuache mambo ya kutusi wenzetu, tujione kama Wakenya. So kama watu wengine wanataka kutusi, ni sawa, wanaweza kutusi, lakini matusi, unajua unapotusi unapoteza kura. Kwa hiyo sioni kama matusi hayo yatawafaidi. Asante sana Bwana Demba na Bernard. Bernard, asante sana.
Yes, Atue.
The good thing is where I come from, we share borders and we also share culture. So if you are my grandfather, then you cannot curse me. We are almost age mates in the Luo and Kisi culture. So punguza hasira. And I just want to clarify one thing. Calling someone a project, sio matusi. Calling someone desperate for power, sio matusi. It is just strong language to express my views on someone. If I say that Raila Amolo Odinga is very, very desperate to become president, hiyo si matusi. I can also say the same. Bernard is very, 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 very desperate. He wants to see Raila Odinga as president. Sijatusi Bernard. So it is just a strong language that I use to express my feelings of how I feel about Raila Odinga. And I cannot desist from that. Raila Odinga, he is very desperate to become Kenyan president. He has reached a stage.
Atuya. Saying very doesn't.
Umejaribu kuribato Atuya for the last 30 minutes.
What you are saying, what shows desperation? Where are the signs of desperation?
One.
Yes.
He has vied since 1997 without success. Every time he fails, he comes up with a way to run into government so that he can succeed that government. It happened in 1997 when majority of the opposition leaders were gearing up to go to court to challenge Moi's win. The likes of Kibaki and Ngilu, Raila Odinga ran directly into government with a view of 202 that he can gain the party machinery of KANU. It failed terribly. In 202, they had an MOU with Nyachai, but when he realized that Kibaki was very popular, he dashed into that government, into that organization, and said Kibaki tosha, in the name of trying to gain political power as a prime minister. When it failed, he ran away from that government. He opposed Kibaki's constitutional changes, which was his right. In 2007, there was contested elections, chaos again when Raila was there. In 2013, at least he relaxed, he lost. 2017, he loses, and then he goes to the government through the back door. That is an explanation of someone who is very, very, very desperate for political power. And again, Jakindu Bey, I wanted just to remind you.
Atuya,
let me answer two questions and then please.
Hold on. Temba.
My submission to Atuya, I think at this point in time, his assertions we have expressed here many times, and of course he's choosing to pick one side of the argument. Atuya, you know pretty well you're choosing to pick what supplies your form of argument. I could say, therefore, I agree with you. All leaders are desperate for power, because the same thing you're saying about Ruto, about Raila, is the same with Ruto. in during the KANU days. He went with Moi. When he realized that Moi was about to go, he ran away from Moi, tried to form his own power dynamics so that he could inherit Moi. Then he went with Uhuru, hoping that with that arrangement he could get to power. It didn't work. Uhuru failed. Along the line, he joined Raila, hoping that he would be the prime minister, according to that arrangement. They didn't make it. And of course, in the next one, he jumped ship and joined Uhuru. And of course, you know what happened. So he became the deputy president. Atuya has run away. He could not handle the facts.
Yuko, wewe zungumza tu yuko.
Ako wapi simuoni. We let's agree with him because that's what he wants. Let's agree. Okay, fine. All those people are desperate for power. So let's see whose desperation will take them to power, because that's the line he's choosing to follow. Let's give him that. Sometimes, you know, you will
amekimbia.
Jakindu besikio la kufa lisikii dawa. He's chosen to follow that route. You would say the same with the deputy president. So he's also desperate for power. He ran away. He came to join the president. He became the deputy president. Before he could wait for 10 years that he had been promised, he had already started causing drama in the president's camp. And I can assure Atue and his friends that Ruto's desperation for power, he can say that Raila was desperate for power, but Ruto's desperation for power will actually may be the one costing him the same, may be the one costing him that position. Because if only he was a little patient, and like the president said, that I'm trying to run, I want this person to wait for me at the other side so that I can take for him the baton. Instead of waiting for me to take to him the baton, he's running back to come pick the baton from me. You see, that tells you of the desperation on the other side. In my view, they are both desperate, let's say that, but Ruto's desperation is giving him negative energy, which is now taking him back and might cost him. If for them, the idea of wanting better governance is for them a desperation, then fine. Raila is desperate to see a Kenya that is well governed. Raila is very, very desperate to leave a Kenya in the hand of a leadership that is caring. Raila is very desperate to see a Kenya that is free from corruption. Raila is desperate to see that the future of Kenyans is anchored in a well taken care of leadership, a leadership that cares, a leadership that is not corrupt, and he is desperate to see that happening. He wants to do that yesterday, not today. He has always wanted to do that. So if we are talking about desperation, yes, Atuya was agreeing with you. Raila is desperate. He's desperate to see a free Kenya. He's desperate to see a Kenya that is free of corruption. He is desperate to see a Kenya that is well managed. The desperation of Ruto, on the other hand, is a desperation that has thrown him outside. He has been elected as a deputy president to serve for 10 years. He has served for 5 years. The other 4 years, he was desperate for leadership. He went campaigning. So yes, I agree with you, Atuya. Both of them want leadership, but for different reasons. Ruto is desperate to have leadership for its own sake, just for leadership, to prove. And I can have evidence to that. When he became the deputy president, he went back and started lecturing Jirongo and said, I used to hold bags for you. Ungekuwa umejipanga, ungekuwa hapa saizi. So that definitely tells you this is a person who is desperate to get leadership to prove how hard he is and how a hard worker he is. Yes, we want leaders who are hungry to be in leadership to change the society, but not who are hungry to be in leadership for its own sake. And that is what the difference between one Raila Amolo Odinga and Deputy President William Samoei Ruto. So I agree with you, Atuya. Even when you come and say he's very, very desperate, yes, but the reasons are different. The reasons of desperation for Raila Amolo Odinga and the reasons of desperation for William Samoei Ruto are like day and night. One person does not even understand why he wants to be a leader, and that's why he has messed from the first day of his campaigns. See what is happening right now. It is so clear that there was no strategy at all. And right now you see a lot of lies, a lot of disorganization, and rhetoric that is repeated. You cannot even tell what the deputy president is saying in every other rally. There's no strategy. And their strategy has now become Raila, and their strategy number 2 has become Uhuru. You cannot run a strategy on talking bad about the other people. You need to run a strategy that is based on the response to the needs of those people who want to vote for you. I have challenged you people here many a times to tell us at least 5 things that you think Deputy President stands for. Nobody, not even you, has come here to tell us 5 things that you think the Deputy President stands for. 5 things. What is it that he stands for? What has he stood for the last 20 years? Now he keeps saying that Raila amekuwa mzee. Kwani yeye bado he's 36. He's 56 something year. He's not 30s right now. He is also aged. So the difference is the same. It is mind over matter. You can be actually advanced in age, but more progressive in your thinking. Ruto is younger than Raila in age, but he's so backward in his thinking. I don't think that is the person we need as a president. Yes, I agree with you, Atuya. The desperate word is okay. Any leader who goes to seek leadership in a position of leadership and is not desperate to have it, then that person does not deserve that position. But you need to tell us what reason are you desperate for. Do you want to save others or you want to serve yourself? I want to submit to you, Atuya. Both leaders are desperate. But the desperation of Raila is one that wants to see a better society. Desperation of Ruto is one that is self-serving, very selfish, narcissistic, and someone who doesn't care about the people and the Kenya that he wants to live. And he'll go to any lengths to achieve that. And you can see what they have done, abusing the president. The sitting president of the Republic of Kenya is a symbol of national unity. You cannot rise up and start abusing, insulting the sitting president. You cannot wake up, and even Banada shares that. You cannot be a deputy president right now, and you are standing up and telling Kenyans that you should not even criticize the government. Who does that? We put the government, whether we voted for you or not. We deserve to criticize you. So when you are criticized, you need to, we are not criticizing Ruto. We are criticizing the deputy president. If he wasn't in that seat, we wouldn't have criticized him. We will criticize. And even when any president comes, whether we vote or not, we criticize. So that is not the hallmark of a leader. He has failed. He deserves to go home. Atuya, you're right. They are desperate.
Okay. I believe that is that. Thomas, your hand is up.
So thank you very much, everyone. And I'm very shocked having hearing from my brother Atuya that Raila Odinga is desperate. I think you are confusing the right term to describe him. Raila Odinga is a person that desire for leadership and desire for change. And the correct term to use to describe Ruto, I think it's greed. Because this one is a person that neglects his official government work to work for the citizens of Kenya. And for the last 5 years, he's been around campaigning, which is very unfortunate, and abusing our constitution. So that is another clear definition that this one is a person that is so greedy. He is not ready to even follow the simple rights and freedom that has been given. So it is very, very unfair, Atuya, when you say that Raila Odinga is a project, and it's very unfair when you say that Raila Odinga has done nothing for the years, for the range between 1997 and up to date. It is very, very unfair. This is a person that is recognized the whole world. He has been all over the world preaching about democracy. If I can remember, the last time Raila Odinga was in the US, he was in New York State University preaching about democracy. He was the last time he shook hand with Raila Odinga. He was invited at the White House in the United States to try and elaborate to the whole world how was the process. If I can remember, even when there was a problem in Nigeria, Raila Odinga was there preaching about democracy. Even right now, is one of the highest representative about infrastructure, and we all know it, even in our country. He did it when he drew, when he sketched the construction of the Thika superhighway. So, Atuya, please, I want you, when you're mentioning the name of His Excellency Raila Amolo Odinga, you must be very careful, and you must put some honor and respect to our able Raila Amolo Odinga. So, as it's sometimes my mentor used to say that when you're among people that are older than you, and people that are wiser than you, it is very important to give it an ear, because you will learn. As long as we are debating here, we are not debating to win. We are debating to enlighten millions of Kenyans that have tuned in right now. They are hearing about this debate, and it's good when we give credibility where it belongs. So that is my submission, Bernard, and I'm so grateful, because I'm very sure at the end of this conversation, Atuya is going to call himself Atuya Junior Azimio.
Thank you very much for that passionate appeal. I'm sure he will also end up there one of these fine days, but from the look of things, he has a long way to go. All the same, a wise man changes his mind, the Bible says. But I will say this. We are the custodians of the future of this great country, and the decisions we make today can either help us end up in a better place or dig ourselves into our own graves. I pray and trust that we will not participate in the politics that will take us back to where we have left, but participate in the politics that will propel us into being part of the advanced world and be technologically up to date. That mind and that understanding can only be achieved with leaders who are consumed by the future and are willing to pay any price to get to that future. But those who are looking for convenience and looking for blending in and looking for who they can incite in order to get this and that, they don't smell good. So let's all judge. Let's all judge. And anybody offering himself to public office, he must be scrutinized. The only way to escape the scrutiny of Kenyans is keep off public office. If you ask for public office, lazima tukuweke kwa msasa na lazima tukukague vizuri, tujue ni nini haswa kilichoko ndani ya moyo wako. If your motivation is wrong and your pursuits, what is driving you is the wrong thing, we will not entrust you with the resources of this great country. It doesn't matter what machinery you put across in order to achieve whatever you wish to achieve. In my opinion, the deputy president wants to be president, and that is the reason why I will not vote for him, because he wants to be president. He wants to be president so much that he's willing to cut off his right hand just to become president. That in itself smells bad. And does he appear presidential? No. Listen to what he has spoken there, responding to everything and calling people. I don't know who went here to go and vote for opposition leader. All the people who participated in the voting process of 2017. Was there a slot for opposition leader? It wasn't on the ballot, but the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya has said the Kenyans voted for these people to be opposition leaders. They have failed to be opposition leaders. They have failed to keep his government in check. That means his government has not been in check. And so what is happening is because they have not been kept into check, and now the opposition should be ashamed. Who should be ashamed? The government that was not in check, or the people he expected to keep him in check? And two of those people he's calling opposition leaders are right behind himself. So my grandpa used to say God made one mistake when he was creating man. That's my maternal grandpa. He used to say that. He forgot one thing very important. And he said a lead for the ear. Okay. He said there are some people when they just begin to speak, you needed to have something, you close your ear, not hear anything they have said. And I see wisdom into that. Bwana Omari, vipi?
Ameni kupoa.
Ehe.
Mimi nilishaongea mara nyingi sana kuhusu wa vijana wenzangu. Tukikuja kwa huyu jamaa anaitwa Duala. Kwanza sisi Waislamu tuna vita na yeye. Duale kitu ya kwanza aweza akaface Waislamu. Nisharudia mara nyingi sana. Kuna siku Duale alijaribu kukuja Jamia. I think unajua headquarter Jamia, msikiti wa Jamia. Alifukuzwa. Kwa sababu hakuna kitu anatuambia. Anatuletea mambo ya UDA. Waislamu wakamwambia miaka hiyo yote umekuwa majority leader. Umesaidia nini Waislamu kwanza? Unajua Duale akizungumza ni kama inaingia masikio ya kulia inatoka ya kushoto kwa Waislamu. Hakuna kitu anaambia Waislamu Duale. Hiyo ni mwambia. Duale hakuna kitu anazungumza mbele ya Waislamu kwanza. Kwa sababu mambo yake yote ni haina maana, haina misingi yote. Na tukikuja kwa deputy president, nilisharudia sana kujaribu kuongea na vijana wenzangu, wale aswa supporter wake. Utatusi mzee. Deputy mzima, yeye ni deputy president, anataka urais. Yeye ndio kitu ya kwanza kukuja kuguide sisi wa vijana tuheshimu wakubwa wetu, hata kama mkubwa umpendi, hata kama ule mtu amekupita umri au mpendi, haufai kumtusi, kumwambia mganga. Ruto mwenyewe anaweza kupenda baba yake aambiwe ni mganga. Hiyo si heshima kabisa, kwa sababu umeshaona laana inashika kiongozi. Kila ukienda kwa mkutano yote unaambia mtu wa vitandawili mganga. Hiyo unafundisha aje katika wa vijana wale unawahutubia mbele ya umma, na anafunzaje watoto wake future? Hii ni laana kubwa sana. Na katika dini ya Kiislamu, kitu ya kwanza tunaambiwa tuheshimu wale wametushinda cheo, tuwaheshimu, ama tuwaheshimu wale umri yao iko juu sana, tuwaheshimu. Kwanza huyo Duale sidhani kama ana dini. Duale hana dini. Tumekaa na Duale, tunajua mambo yake. Duale ataitwa Duale, lakini ile vituko wako nao Duale, sisi Waislamu tunamjua vizuri sana, na hatutaki kuzungumza sahi, kwa sababu hakuna kitu anaambia umma wa Kiislamu. Na nilisharudia mara nyingi sana nikawaeleza wafuasi wa kutoka upande ya UDA, utamtusi huyu mzee, umuite mganga, jina zote utamuita, lakini itafika wakati huyo mganga unamuita huyo mganga, wakati atakuja kushika serikali utamuita mganga? So utafuata zile sheria anaweka katika serikali yake. Unajua, mimi nashangaa kuna watu siku hiyo wakiona results zikitoka kwa media, kuna wale I think watakuwa ICU ama unaletewa chai unashindwa kunywa chai, kwa sababu uongozi inatoka kwa Mwenyezi Mungu, haitoki kwa umri ama haitoki kwa binadamu ule anajipiga kifua. Sisi tunajua history ya Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga ameleta devolution. Raila Odinga amefanya mavitu nyingi sana Kenya, tuko na rekodi yake. Huyu mwingine anasema ako na record. Ni rekodi gani anaweza kutuambia Ruto ametufanyia hiyo miaka amekuwa serikalini? Sijui agriculture, sijui nini, asituambie. Kwanza mimi unajua sijai kusikia Ruto akisema mambo ya ufisadi. Huyo ndio rais, huyo tutamtrust? Hatujai kusikia mambo akisema atapigana na ufisadi. Na kitu ya pili, sijawahi kusikia kusema hata katiba kafaa irekebishwe ama katiba itengezwe, Wakenya wapate share sawa. Katika huyu my mom, tukitaka kwenda sana kidogo, my mom anatoka Rift Valley, ni Mkalenjin. Lakini kuna kitu my mom aliniambia, Ruto atatumia resources yake, atumie power yake yote, aruke juu aruke chini. Ye ni mfuasi wa UDA, lakini anasema vile anaona hii kitu vile naenda, Ruto aweza kuwa rais. Huyo ni my mom. Nikamuuliza kwa nini? Akaniambia kuna sababu nyingi anaona inakuja. Kwa sababu urais si mtu kujipiga kifua hii Kenya. Hii Kenya tumeona mambo nyingi sana. Watu wanataka urais. Urais si ati umesema ati uko deputy alafu unasema tunataka urais. Hii Kenya unaambiwa upangwingwi, lakini tunaambia Ruto atapangwa. Kama hutaki kupangwa, utapangwa na nguvu. Amuulize Raila history. Amesimama urais mara ngapi? Lakini kuna watu uchoose ni nani atakuwa rais. Tunaweza kusema system. Ruto mwenyewe anasema yeye yuko serikalini ajui system hakuna. Na muonea huzuni sana, atakuja kupata shock sana. Kuna watu wako serikalini wajui system, lakini kuna wale wanapanga, na kuna wale wanaona huyu tukimpatia uongozi atakuwa ni hatari kwa usalama. Hiyo tu ndio ilikuwa na maoni yangu ya leo.
Oh, thank you, Bwana Omar. Mr. Themba, you will take charge. See you in the next show. See you later, guys.
Okay, Badan, see you. Have a good night. Catch you up later in the show. I mean, siasa inaendelea. Okay, let's move on. I think the next person we have is it Omar ama ni Weru? Kama tuanze tena Eric Kinywa. Eric Kinywa, karibu. Eric Kinywa pia lilala.
You can give to Bill.
Bill, go ahead.
Sina la kwamba kwa sasa. Sijui because nishaongelea tayari kuhusu hiyo mada ya leo, so sijui kama tutaongea kuhusu nini tena. I'm not sure. Nipe kama dakika za kuhesabu hivi.
Sasa utavumilia hapo, labda utakuwa na mawazo yatakuja baadaye. Jakindu Bey, kazi kwako.
Asante sana Themba. Mimi nataka, nimeona Tuya hata amekuwa ni Tuya Azimio. Ni nzuri, hongera bwana. Umefanya vizuri sana. Mimi bado nasisitiza, mimi bado nataka kuambia tu wa Kenya kwamba tujikumbushe kusema tujitahidi kusema ukweli. Na muonea huruma sana tu ya kufuata mtu ambaye anasema uongo mchana mbele yake, anamdanganya hadharani kwamba ametengeneza barabara na hiyo barabara hakuna, haijatengenezwa, kwamba atatengeneza, ataleta kiwanja, ataleta sijui nini, na hizi vitu zote ni uongo mtupu, hajafanyika mpaka leo na Tuya anafuata. Sasa mimi nina hofu sana kwa vijana wa nchi yetu, siku zijazo watakuwa namna gani? Tunataka mtu ambaye anataka kuwajengea, tunataka umjengewe msingi bora. Msingi bora bwana Tuya ni kwamba lazima muwe na tuwe nchi yetu iwe na kitu inaitwa political stability. Hiyo political stability kama ipo, ambapo wananchi wote wanakubaliana kwamba hii nchi yetu iko na amani. Amani ndio itafanya tuwe na vitu kama economy ile mnasema. Bila hiyo political stability, vile nilikusikia ukisema ati BBI ilikuwa inatakia watu ukubwa. Ndio, watu wanataka ukubwa, na hiyo ukubwa ni representative, yani hao wanawakilisha watu. Katika bara la Ulaya wako na ile kitu inaitwa European Union. Hata European Union wako na president, lakini hiyo president anazunguka kila nchi. kwa sababu uongozi lazima, kila watu wanataka wawe na uongozi, na Kenya lazima tuwe na viongozi. Hiyo italeta political stability. Usiseme tu eti wanatakiwa wakubwa. Unaweza kuiona kwa leo ni vibaya, lakini siku za uso ni wewe mwenyewe ndio utalalamika. Utaanza kulalamika kwa sababu ile wengine kukutawala, kukudominate. Hiyo haifai. Ndio maana BBI ilikuwa inaona kwamba kuna upungufu, kuna makosa fulani ambayo tumefanya, lazima turekebishe hizo katiba za nchi yetu, tuone kwamba sisi wote tuko katika nani nzuri, yani kila mtu anawakilishwa sawa. Lakini ikiwa ni mpango wa mtu mmoja, hata kwanza ndugu Tuya, hao wafuasi wale watu wote wamemzunguka nani, kweli ni watu ambao wewe una uaminifu nao kweli? Mimi sioni wale watu wamemzunguka makamu wa rais, watu kama akina Waititu, watu kama kina Sonko, watu ambao wanashukiwa, watu ambao ni washukiwa, hao ndio wanamzunguka, na huyo ndio mtu ambao Wakenya wanasema anaweza kutuongoza. Jamani, hiyo ni makosa. Hiyo haifai hata kidogo. Lazima, ndio maana mimi nasema lazima tusikubali mtu ambaye anaitwa tunaita mtu wa siasa, tusikubali huyo mtu wa siasa aseme uongo, kwa sababu nchi haiwezi kuongozwa na uongo. Nchi yoyote haiwezi kuongozwa na uongo. Saa hii Prime Minister wa Uingereza anataka kufukuzwa kazi kwa sababu alisema uongo ya kwamba kulikuwa na party ilifanyika katika resident yake. Unaona, hiyo kitu inataka kumfuta kazi kwa sababu alisema uongo. Hatutaki nchi yetu iongozwe na uongo. Kwa hiyo mtu kama makamu wa rais ambaye anataka uongozi na kwa kila njia yako, huyo ni mtu inafaa tumuogope kama ukoma. Mnajua ukoma? Inafaa tumuogope kama ukoma, kwa sababu haifai mtu kuwa desperate namna hiyo. Lakini kama uko desperate kama Raila Amolo Odinga, kwamba anataka kuona kwamba nchi ya Kenya ni nchi tulivu, vijana wamepata kazi, nchi ambayo ina katiba ambayo ni endelevu, hiyo ndio desperate tunataka. Hatutaki desperate ya kutaka uongozi tu kwamba anataka kuwa president. Huyo ni mtu tunatakiwa, Bwana Ruto tunatakiwa tumuogope kama ukoma. Hafai kwa maoni yangu. Na tena inatakiwa katika katiba yetu tuseme kwamba vice president hawezi kutaka kuwa president wakati wanatoka na president. Ndio atoke, ndio kusiwe na vurugu ambayo iko hii ambayo tunaona. Ndio tuwe tukiteua mtu yoyote tu kutoka ambaye sio vice president agombanie hiyo kiti cha, akitaka agombanie wakati mwingine, kwa sababu hii tumeona ina vurugu, inaleta vurugu, tushaona makosa yake. Lakini mambo ya kusema eti ulichaguliwa na president kwa hiyo huwezi kujiuzuru, hiyo ni utapeli. Kama umechaguliwa na president na unaona president anafanya kitu ambayo upendi, na kwa roho yako unaona kabisa hiyo kitu upendi, unajiuzuru. Unawaambia wananchi, ndio mlinichagua, lakini hii kitu president anasifanya mimi sipendi, mimi nimekataa, na mimi kwa maoni yangu naona siwezi kufanya kazi ya namna hiyo. Hiyo ndio haki. Lakini huwezi kusema nilichaguliwa pamoja na yeye, sasa mimi siwezi kutoka kwa sababu lakini sipendi zile vitu serikali inafanya, lakini ile imefanya vizuri, hata mimi muweke jina langu, lakini mahali imefeli, hapana, jina langu utoe. Hiyo ni utapeli mtupu. Hiyo sio haki, haifai namna hiyo. Asante sana Bwana Demba.
Okay, asante sana Jakindube. Weru Wandegwa, uko hapo?
Niko.
Toa maoni yako pia wewe.
I think Jakindube amesema kila kitu, sina la kuongeza, ila tu maybe niseme I think when someone is confused, the person contradict himself, or when one has lost the way, usually contradict whatever they are saying. Like I said in my earlier submission, we find this team, the so-called Kenya Kwanza. Today they are saying, okay, the first speaker will say this, criticizing the government. Then the second speaker will try to gain credit from whatever happened in the government. You trying to, I think, for me,
sauti yake iko chini sana.
I'm saying Ruto is a good person, but not at this moment. For now, whatever reasons, the personal reason as to why, there's someone who just said after DP was the deputy president, he started mocking the with this person, the person in Uda, Silas Jirogo. I think their own personal reasons. And I pity my fellow youth, the likes of Atuya Azimio. Welcome to Azimio. I think some of these discussions are an eye opener. They're supposed to open eyes and let Kenyans see things in the real way. It's not, you should not be living in theories. You should call theories to an end and let's face the reality. So for me, like I said, the best candidate is for now. It's a marathon. That's what I believe in. In a marathon, you start you might start at a higher pace, but you don't know the person who will win the time he will start sprinting. And it's not about age. It's not supposed to be told like it's the other candidate, it's Muzee, when will you people you get the chance? You see, we saw Kibaki becoming the president at 77. Like the president's statement the other day, you might be an old person, but your mind, it's like that of a toddler. You might be a youth or a young person, but your mind, it's beyond, you are not imagining. So you are living like an old person. So it's not about age. The other thing, it's not about someone being desperate. You have seen, even you, I think, let me address Atuya. Whenever you want something, Atuya, you try it until you get it, because you have your, maybe you have this, what is motivating you to achieve whatever you want to achieve. It's not being desperate. You cannot call Raila desperate because he wants to be the president. It's because even me, one day I want to be a politician. No matter how many times I maybe try, it's not because I maybe if I try and fail, it's not because I'm desperate. That's why I'm keeping on trying. It's because I want to be there and do things the way I feel they're supposed to be done. When I'm seeing things from maybe now I'm seeing things as a citizen. I see this 1, 2, 3 are not being done in the right way. And I want to go there and start doing them the right way. That's who Raila is. Raila want to be there. And now, Raila has been fighting on the other side of opposition most of the time. I want to go there and do things the way he feels that they are supposed to be done, and we believe in him. And that's all. So let's not maybe mistake things.
Asante. Thank you so much, Weru Wandegwa. Thomas, any addition?
Actually, I didn't comment on Aden Duale. I think Aden Duale is being unrealistic when he dares the president of Kenya. And I think president of Kenya, this one is a very mature leader, like he did political science. So, he know what to say, he know what to do, and he know what to strategize during politics. And it is very unwise when someone try to mock the government, the regime of Uhuru Kenyatta, because this is the only government that has really worked on development in northeastern and eastern Kenya. Because right now we have so many hospitals in northeastern, we have good roads, the security. This is the only government that has tried to increase security in northeastern Kenya, and we all know that northeastern is the route for terrorists. And I think when some of the politicians like Aden Duale, there's President Kenyatta, they should immediately send an apology letter in that case. And I was very shocked when I had William Ruto talking about KEMSA, the 7.8 billion Kenya shillings. I think the people that he is working with are the people that were alleged in that cocoon. They are the same people that stole. Gave out on some of the companies that were given the tender to facilitate the PPEs and so on. So it is very, very unfortunate when you hear any UDA member criticizing the government, that the opposition leader did not do his work. We are used in a situation that the only thing that we know, opposition party is going out demonstrating, and so many Kenyans are dying. There is also another way that you can work as an opposition leader. You can work through negotiation, and this is what Raila Odinga has been doing. You make peace with the government, you show them, hey, this is what is supposed to be done. And it is very evident. Right now we have advanced hospitals. Like right now, Raila Odinga is all over India trying to gain knowledge on what Indians are doing, why are they having well-known and recognized medicine in the whole world. So when he will come here, he will facilitate the domestic treatment and advance it to be medical treatment. So that is a kind of leader that we want, a leader that is well connected all over the world, not only Africa. Atuya was saying that Raila is not known in the world. I think that is it's not you, but someone said that. I think that one is miseducation. And when you say that Raila will not bring any investor in Kenya because he's not known, we've seen in many occasions Raila Odinga accompanying our president to negotiate on good terms, loaning and donations. So it is high time that we as a nation to think about the person that will ensure that any government fund go to the right people and go to the right project. Because a person like Ruto, he has been mentioned on several occasions that he is pocketing in government funds, even some of the government, the public land, he is grabbing all over. So I don't know any Kenyan that will wake up on 8th and vote for this kind of government, this kind of politician that will not even see your land with two eyes. A politician that will not see any citizen applying for a tender in any county and get that job in a very rightful way. So it is very, very unfortunate when I see such things happening in our country, and so many youths are celebrating. What I would promise UDA people is that there is something called Kula Nakura. tunakula pesa saa hii. Hata saa hizi, if I attended one of the Ruto's rally and there is money, I promise you I will take that money, niende ninunulie my dog nyama ikule na ishibe kabisa, na nimwambie hiyo pesa imetoka kwa Ruto or Arua. But at the end of the day, I will ensure that Raila Odinga ndiye amepata kura. So let us talk about the agenda that Raila Odinga is going to bring. I want to remind you, UDA people, Raila Odinga is going to ensure that we have Babacare. That is the universal health care. And it's going to be very free. No Kenyan is going to die because they are not able to pay the bills. Raila Odinga is going to bring electric train in the country. Like the other time you heard that you wanted to bring a connection of electric train in Nairobi to reduce the traffic we are seeing. And that is a good project that if a leader can see that the problem that Nairobi people are facing is traffic, and thus even 1 hour wasted in a traffic congestion, it's worth millions of Kenya shillings in our economy. So that one is a leader that is we are eyeing for, that will revamp the industry, the dead industry we're having like Mumias and so on. So I will very, very appreciate if everyone will think about that and weigh Raila Odinga and Ruto. The only common figure between Raila Odinga, I think, is the letter R. But when you look at the democracy and so on, there is no any point of agreement and commonality. So that is my submission, Themba. And Atuya, I want you tomorrow, starting tomorrow, you campaign for Raila Amolo Odinga and be a genuine supporter. And welcome to our system.
Thank you. Atuya, as you speak, what are the 5 main symbols of national unity?
I think presidency is one. I can't remember the others. But maybe Ajuaga can help me. Presidency, the national shield. I think I can't remember them all.
The national anthem. The national flag. The loyalty pledge. The national currency. The presidency.
All right. So what about
the reason as to why I've asked you that question, because wherever Kenyans will learn to appreciate that there are things that once they are there, they bring us together, we will be conscious of the fact that there are words that you will not use when you are referring to those particular people occupying those offices.
Very true.
One, the deputy president, they campaigned with the president. But as soon as he was sworn in, he became a symbol of national unity. Now, a symbol of national unity.
So is the deputy president.
Yeah?
And so is the deputy president.
Yeah. I mean, you can have that for now so that I make my point. So when, when that became so, it is an expectation and the epitome of leadership for you to appreciate. It doesn't matter the process of me becoming the president. The moment I become a president, I am the president of Kenyans, all of them. So I just wanted to bring that out so that we can learn to interrogate. Atuya, I don't mind whether you support the deputy president or not, even either side. But we want to be people who can interrogate our leaders. I would want you, even when you go, you follow the deputy president. Yesterday, we were here with one of your guys. Yes, he's supporting UDA, right? But he actually pointed out that there are comments and statements and sentiments that the deputy president is saying that he shouldn't be saying. You know, for example, I think today's statement about the presidency and how they rose to power and how they shouldn't be criticized was uncalled for. Because if you are going to be criticized and be told about how, Kenya is a country for all Kenyans. So once you become president, you don't just run the presidency and run the country the way you want because people did not help you look for it. Once you get into that seat, all Kenyans, whether they voted for you or not, they have stake, because the constitution says what? The power has been donated by people. It is not you who looked for it. It's the people who donated that power to you. So the constitution does not take that away from me, whether I voted for you or not. The constitution is still supreme. So saying that these people don't know how we sought for this power is a misguided statement, is a statement in error, is a statement that has no basis constitutionally. And for me, such a kind of a leader, I think, is not appreciating why you actually look for the position. The position is a position that requires some sense of moving beyond the individual. You might have won the election, but after you win the election, the constitution being supreme, and it says that all power is for the people, lies on the people, and you and I know that. So even that presidency, it is for us. So we will still hold you accountable, So that's what I wanted to say, that I don't mind. I mean, you can drum up support, you can say whatever it is you want to say. It's a political competition. I don't expect people supporting the deputy president to come here and even try to speak well of Raila Amolo Odinga. I mean, it's a political competition, and that's how it is. It is what it is. You'll come here, and instead of looking for all the other things, I mean, that's Atria, let's give it. I don't expect you to come here and you're having this 5-minute role on how Raila has done this and this for us. You won't.
And why is it?
Okay. Yeah.
Why do people find it very offensive if I say that Raila is a project? Raila is a
I mean, I personally,
I want to agree with you. I never come to this place to find Ruto praises. I can never find them. I can't, especially with you guys in here. So I come here expecting the worst from you guys. So when I call Raila as a project, I don't know why people feel that is an abuse. The Mzee was here, finds strong language as abusive. It isn't. And it's good you say that desperation does not amount to Matusi. It's only.
It is not Matusi. You are waking up every day because you are desperate to pay your bills. You are desperate to earn something. You are desperate for success. I mean, it's a drive. In other ways, you'd say it's a motivator. I should be. If you want it badly, you'll get it. If you don't want it badly, you won't get it. So you gotta want it badly. You want to.
There's no single day I'll be good on Azimio. No single day. You guys, if you form government, I'll come back here and I'll hammer you for 5 years until you are out, and that is expected. So we are in politics, and we should not be weak political souls. There was a certain guy called Omar. He sounded emotional. You don't expect Duale to stand on a podium and say ABCD good things about the other side. It doesn't even happen in the United States. I can guess Demba Huko. Like, do those politicians speak pleasant words about the other politicians? Because it's a very grown democracy.
I mean, you are right. You could have watched the debate between Hillary and Obama before they are settled on a candidate. It is a political season, and yes, personally, I don't take offense. On you hitting. I mean, that's expected of a politician. if you're going into politics and you're expecting that everybody will carry you with the kids' glove, then politics is not for you. You need to find another job to do. But
them
I
was
will,
just you caught
yeah.
me flat. You just caught me flat-footed because I had some salvos for you, so I just stripped them away. You just caught me flat. But I must say,
what is it? What is it that you wanted to say? You can still say it, bro.
I just must say, I do support the deputy president, yes, but I support him for whatever reasons, the character that I find it pleasant in him. But I don't support all the leadership that he comes with. I cannot support Margaret Wanjiru for governor Nairobi. I can't support Rafton for senator Nairobi. I don't agree with Sifuna, but currently I find Sifuna as the best candidate for senator Nairobi, and I find Sakaja as the best governor for me. So I cut across. 2017, I had my governor as ODM, my senator ODM. I had Jubilee as the president only. I think the only vote. The rest I voted elsewhere. So I'm very objective, and I actually do check at the values of the leadership that we have. When it comes to presidency, I have this thing that I'm gonna support William Ruto. And I'll just come back to you then, but when you said a symbol of national unity, presidency is one of them, and it comes in the pair of the president and the deputy president. You cannot respect the speaker of a national assembly and then disrespect the speaker. It comes as an office. So if you cannot respect the deputy president, if you are in Siaya, you are in Homa Bay, and you saying nasty words about the deputy president, don't expect Kimani Ngunjiri in Nakuru to say something good about the opposition leader. You don't respect the presidency if you don't respect the deputy president. Again, Uhuru Kenyatta has exposed himself to political ridicule. At the moment,
if I may talk,
all right.
Joe, let him finish. Joe, you ngoja malize Joe. Si Atuya yuko hapa, kuna mali Atuya nani.
Nimekaa hapa tunaona mnapiga gumzo tu.
You come next. So what I just wanted to say
is, the debate is going on, Joe.
I've lost even the train of thought. But what I wanted to say is that respect should go across. Uhuru Kenyatta has opened up himself to political ridicule. At the moment he said, or the moment he has decided to get into his succession politics, is subject to, he will be dragged along the political mud. At the moment, even NASA, Raila used to say nasty words about Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto, very nasty ones. He said nasty ones about Kibaki. It doesn't mean Raila disrespects presidency. When it comes to a political season, these things are bound to happen. Let Joe speak.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, Atuya. I mean, let's not take. It's a political season, and for sure.
Atuya.
Ngoja kidogo Jo. Ngoja kidogo Jo. Ngoja Jo, una haraka sana. Kwani iko nini?
Si nimenyamaza.
Haya, ongea basi. Ongea mkubwa, nimekuachia.
Yeah, Atuya, I want to take you on your last statement about Raila talking, baby. Kwanza hamjamboni. I had not come into the studio. Nimekaa siongei, lakini naona Themba amenipatia nafasi na ameniingiza kwa studio.
Daniel.
I want to take Atuya, first I want to congratulate you for your submission. You're quite balanced. You talked of some good things that I also support, like the Kenyatta family and the land. That is very true. That was very, very true. That we cannot say. It's actually, these are some of the judgments we say in public judgments. It doesn't have to go to court. It doesn't have to go to the register of lands to see if it truly belongs to theirs or how they acquired it. Those are some of the things that we put on public judgment. Just like Ruto stealing in the first term, that is also in the public judgment. Whether you take him to court and he is not found guilty, in the public domain, he is as guilty as ever. Just like the Kenyatta family is guilty over land issues. So I actually support what you said on land. Then some of the things you said, like the last one, I can take you on the last one of Raila talking nasty things about the presidency. Yes, it's allowed. They're not in the same party. The people in Siaya are not in Jubilee. But when somebody in Jubilee talks nasty about the president, it's somehow odd. I expect if we have a family feud with the neighbors, I expect my family to speak for me. I don't expect the other family to speak anything good about me. So it is, you can't compare the two about people in Siaya talking nasty about, they're not in Jubilee. But Wakina Gunjiri, led by Ruto himself, talking nasty about the president, and they are in Jubilee and Ruto is the deputy president. It is wrong and it is odd. They are not competing, but with Raila and the president, they were competing. And the other thing that maybe you said about Raila not having, having knowledge about business, I think it's wrong. Raila is a renowned businessman in this country. Very, very much renowned. He has not had the opportunity, maybe, to lead this government and show what he can do with the foreign investors. He has never had that opportunity. The only time he had that opportunity is when he was the prime minister, and he did quite a lot. You also said that during the term of Raila Kibaki, the foreign investment was kidogo chini. I think you can recall it was just after PEV elections, 2000 election, and we had violence in this country. The investors were still reluctant to come to this country. By the time Uhuru Ruto came, already there was some confidence that had been brought to the country so the investors could come. That's why the foreign investment grew, it increased. And the other thing you said about, Ruto has no internationally, he's not renowned actually. That one I can tell you for free. He's been in the government. I've never heard him being invited to some of these international forums or been honored anywhere. Raila, on the other side, he has been outside the government, but from time to time, he's called and honored by foreign governments. I think you're aware of that. And he gets these invitations, maybe to give a lecture on some situations while he is outside the government. That means he's recognized whether he's outside the government or not. Unlike Ruto, he's been in the government, and apart from Seveni calling him, I've never had anybody, inviting him for anything. Bashir, to some extent, used to invite him, yes. Alisema nilienda kuangalia biashara ya kuku huko. But anywhere else, even Eastern Central, I've never had anybody inviting Ruto for anything. That means he's a bad example to start with. Then I also wanted to contribute on the Duale issue. Duale statement, and you can see it was made in KABARNET, where that's the core place where Ruto, I think, will have his village party in, around Kericho, Eldoret, and Bomet. So this was meant to reassure the followers there. And it's also a sign of panic. That's why he had to give those statements. He cannot give that statement outside the Kelanjin land. He had to give it there. That's a sign of panic. Then the other issue I also want to be mentioned is the Ruto is a perennial liar, psychopathological liar. There are three types of lies, and he actually qualifies them. By omission, he qualifies. By misdirecting, he qualifies. The other lie is perception. He also qualifies. There's nothing, almost totally nothing that comes from Ruto's mouth that is the truth. Right from the time he was elected, even before, right from the time he was elected as the vice president, right from the promises he gave, even up to now. The other day he was saying that he fought for democracy. Is it true? Wanatuya? It's not true. And everything he says, and whatever he says that he achieved, like the SGR, we know what Jimmy Wanjigi said about the SGR. Surely that was whatever he did it for his personal gains. I think those are the places where he got his money. And also the connecting electricity, like it's called last mile. That was him doing that because of his personal gains. He did not do it for the public gains as such. The first priority was for his personal gains. And nearly everything, even the tarmacking of roads, if you go back and see who are getting those contracts, you'll just know why he had a lot of interest in those areas, including KPLC. We know all these things. It's actually, some of them are in the public domain. So this is the kind of guy that we cannot risk. If he can do all these things as a VP, as a DP, what about if he's the president? I know very well, and even most of the people in Jubilee know very well, the nominations of Jubilee was not free and fair. People like Waiguru were rigged in. People like Kabando were thrown out. People like Kabogo were thrown out. So Ruto started undermining the president. Mapema sana. I mean, if he was loyal, as he's supposed to be, why was he actually rigging candidates in the president's backyard? He had an intention. So he's not a good guy. He's not a good guy at all.
So the president has a question, Joe.
Yeah.
Two questions. Two questions. Just immediately on that you said, why was he rigging in candidates? He was undermining the president. Does it show that the president is very weak? He is not politically strong, because you are the president. It is in your backyard. Why can't you control your own backyard? Was he afraid of losing Ruto? Why can't you tame your deputy president if you are politically strong? I can assure you, there's no way Joho can shortchange Raila anywhere, even in Mombasa, because Raila is politically strong. There's no way you can shortchange William Ruto in the Rift Valley, because William Ruto is politically strong. So what you just said is that Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta is politically weak. He's just a prince who was given leadership. Number two, I had a question. You put it really well that Raila Odinga is in opposition. That's why he's allowed to attack the presidency. And it's wrong for deputy president and Duale to attack the president because they are in Jubilee. Now, what will be said of the cabinet secretaries, the Matiangis, the Tobikos, the Munyas, the Kanini Kegas, people in government, people in Jubilee, disrespecting the deputy president? Is that not double speak from you?
Yeah, let me respond. The first question you asked me about the president being undermined in his backyard. Yeah, I'll agree with you. There was what we call a familiarity threat. I think the president let Ruto come so close. And I think this is out of Ruto. I mean, President Uhuru is not an aggressive politician. And I think some of us have said this, that he came into politics either through coercion by the former President Moi, and maybe
Joe, you deserve a beer.
Yeah. So you see, and because he was not aggressive, and here was Raila smoking fire. So Ruto being aggressive, the president had to put him close so that he can, fence these people, other Raila group, to keep them at bay. So the familiarity threat, Ruto started undermining the president because he was given a leeway, and now he had power. He was controlling a lot of people in the government. And that's when he started undermining the government. Hata wewe bibi yako ukimwachia aliwe, ngoja nimalize kidogo. Ukiwachia bibi yako aliwe. Yeah.
You are giving Atuya a gun, and then he's setting you, then you give him a bullet to shoot you in the head.
No, I'm talking the truth.
That's what you've just done. Because you see, you can't agree with Atuya that Ruto was, Uhuru was weak politically. You are ignoring you're first of all allowed Atuya to take you into a rabbit hole. That now he's even telling you that he's going to buy you a beer because you've just agreed with him in the concept.
Mr. Themba,
Hold on, Joe.
Mr. Themba, I am a man also of my own stand. And I think for so many times you guys have always tried to tell me maybe I'm debating on the other side. That's not the case. I'm talking about the reality. And the reality, it's even with the public domain. Even now, you can see what people are talking about the president. He's not attacking. Had it been any other African president, these people could have been roasted. That's what I'm saying. Uhuru is not aggressive. I didn't say he's weak. I said he's not aggressive. I didn't agree with him that Uhuru is weak. I said he is not aggressive. That was my word. So there's no way he's going to.
Thank you for correcting, because his assertion is that Uhuru was weak as a president and he was just given it on a silver platter. So his aggression.
No,
wait,
I'm talking the truth.
Wait, Joe. Joe, I just want to put to you a question so that you can have some clarity on Atuya, what you're saying. We need some clarity on what you're saying is not aggressive. Is it aggression in terms of insults and all, or what do you mean when you say it's not aggressive?
Themba, let me explain. Maybe I'll have to use a lot of words. When you're born in a rich family, you don't have a motivation and a big ambition. That's why in the whole republic, the people who we know their fathers were leaders are only three. That is Uhuru Kenyatta, that is Raila and Mudavadi. The rest came from poor families or unknown families. They had a motivation to achieve and to become leaders. You see, like apart from Raila, even Mudavadi is not aggressive. I mean, you people have said as much as that in this forum, that he was given these things in a silver platter. We have all agreed on that. So why would you agree that if Mudavadi was given a silver platter, it's okay? But when we talk about...
Are there exceptions to your statement?
Huh?
Are there exceptions to your statement?
Who?
Is there an exception to your statement?
Yeah, there is an exception.
Yeah, so it's not true, therefore, that the fact that you have a famous father, you will necessarily be, as you suggest, not aggressive.
I'm saying in most cases, there's something we call general. If I ask you who was Joho's father, you might not tell me. If I ask you who is Martha Marua's parents, you might not tell me. If I ask you who are the parents of Kiki Kanet,
another thing, Joe, does it mean that if your father was not in the political scene, therefore there were not any people in the society? For example, we have children of SK Macharia who are not seeking any political position, We have children of Chris Kirubi who has never sought any political position. Does it therefore mean their fathers were not aggressive? And does it mean that they were coming from? What I'm trying to say is the non-political figures only are the only ones that are the political whatever power play,
Actually,
political elites.
actually,
You know,
Themba,
there's this
I
interesting there's this interesting narrative that has been pushed that the only part of political elite or power elite that makes sense is if you are a political power elite, not a business elite or a security elite. And you need all those to run power. You could not have necessarily been a political elite, but you are the business elite. So it doesn't mean that you come from nowhere. For example, the family
Themba,
of
limit to politics
let me
only.
finish. The family
You've made your point. You've made your point. I've got
I'm
you.
coming to you. I'm coming back to you. I'll give you your time. The family of General Molinge. General Molinge, his family and some of his sons have been part of the Ukambani political power elite. But he's not known in the political scene. So does it mean that those ones are coming from nowhere? So that is what I'm trying to say. We should not just say because someone, the father was not in the political scene, therefore they were not elites. Elites cuts across business, elites cuts across political, and elites cuts across security. Those are the elites that run a country. So
yeah, Mr. Themba, I've got you, but what I'm telling you, it cuts across on business, it cuts across on anything. Most of the things, be it political life, be it what. Like if I asked you, let's say a businessman like Njenga Karume, he was basically a businessman. Do you hear any of his children in business doing very well? No, you don't. What I'm saying is, if you come up from a well-off family, be it politically, be it business or anything, the children will not have the motivation. That's what I'm saying. They are not motivated like the children who comes from a poor family. That's what I'm saying. That's my belief anyway. That's my opinion. Whether you don't like it or not, that's my opinion. But me, I know children who come from a very poor family, they are motivated in whatever they do, be it education or anything. They have to start from scratch. They have to clutch on anything to make them actually succeed in life.
Okay. Go on, Joe. You finish your point so that we allow these other people to. You are dwelling so much on that. Go on, you finish so that we give Thomas and Alex to.
But I'd like people also to comment on what I've said, if it's true or not.
And that's what we were trying to say before you finish.
That's what we want to bring other people to comment. So let me bring Thomas, then I bring Alex. Thomas.
I think, Joe, what you are saying might be true on your side, but we all know what brought Ruto and Uhuru Kenyatta together. We all know the problem they shared. They shared the 2008 post-election violence case. And these are people that were not ready to be friends. These were people that have not read the same page of a long period of time. And Kenyans voting for them, it was under sympathy. We are trying to help our children to get away from the ICC thing. So when you say that when someone is coming from a poor family, he has the motivation, and someone that is coming from a wealthy family doesn't have motivation, I think this is the only narrative that UDA has been preaching about. Divide and rule. You divide the people, that we have two classes. We have the rich and we have the poor. And that is what Azimio is really fighting against. We want people to be together. When you say that President Uhuru Kenyatta is not aggressive, I think you're being untrue. This is a president that has been compared with his dad, Jomo Kenyatta. Jomo Kenyatta was someone that was very tolerant. He was someone that could give you time to explain yourself, and after some period, he gives a decision. And we've seen this also a president that has worked with Daniel Arap Moi. So these are guys that can easily understand how to be like a leader, what time to act and when to act. This is a president that is very democratic. The other day I say that President Uhuru Kenyatta is someone that is very soft. And when he said, yangu kumi, yake kumi, I think you should just open your eyes and see it. How many years has Ruto been a deputy president? Is that not 10? How many years has been Uhuru Kenyatta has been president? Is that not 10? They are in a joint. They are in a joint position provided for by our constitution, and it's not easy. Let me tell you, Joe, it's not easy using this current constitution to impeach a president. It must go through. It must go through the parliament, and it must go through the judiciary, and they must give out evidence, and deputy president must avail himself at the parliament or send someone. It's not very easy, and it's very expensive to vote in another deputy president back and forth. So I would like to tell you that President Uhuru Kenyatta is someone that is very democratic. The other day you heard him saying that ingekuwa ni maraisi wengine wangeshashughulikia vitu zingine. And you've heard him as well saying that ukiona is it kuku amenyeshewa usidhani simba ukiona paka amenyeshewa usidhani ni kuku. So these are presidents that really understand what he's doing, and let not William Ruto think that this is someone that does not know what he can do, because this is the head of state and the government. When I talk about this, when I talk about the state, I'm talking about the military. I'm talking about all the security organs. When I'm talking about the government, I'm talking about the people and the executive. So you cannot say that it does not have power. It does not have the audacity to act. It just like peace. It just wants Raila ODINGA to take on this steering and ensure that we have a country that is full of honey and milk and very healthy people. Now what one on?
Thank you, Joel. Now, Alex.
Yes.
Ngoja Jo, wewe tulia hapo. Umesha nini, wacha watu wa respond kwanza. Alex, kabla nileta tuya.
I think I wanted to respond to Joe. I will respond to Atuya later on, but I wanted to respond to Joe. When Joe says that the people from rich families are not motivated, I think that is being really unfair. You know, motivation is not a uniform thing. How you view motivation, you know, just know somebody was born in State House, raised in State House. He got all the love that he wanted, or he didn't even. So how you raise your children, the stability you give them, the confidence you give them, already is a motivation that is innate. Okay, they don't have.
Alex, you're saying something that you need to. It is not obvious that if you grew up in a rich family, you are receiving those things. If you have read the stories of the
I was executing something, Temba. Just allow me to finish.
I just thought that's the.
Yeah. So the subject at hand is Uhuru Kenyatta and his demeanor, which sometimes, as a people, we question a lot. But the more particular person here is Uhuru Kenyatta, not obviously all rich people, because the environment of family and everything is totally, completely different. And I like what I see how you do things with your daughter and your channel. And it motivates me in a different way. So, Joe, motivation that we want to see that the president executes cannot be like some of us who are born in Kondele and raised there and later on had to struggle to be where we are. Their kind of motivation is totally different, and it is there. The only thing is that maybe you are familiar with your own and you're biased. And humanly, we are balanced. We are biased. But I will tell you for sure, I've started seeing a president who knows what he wants, who knows what he needs, and who had a plan. And you can almost see that at the time when the president took charge, he realized he's going to The Hague. And the two birds of the same feather came together. But what united them eventually was finished. And there was nothing beyond there. They had no ideological, philosophical, and even the chemistry was just a bubble that we saw and later on went. Because otherwise, if chemistry is there, it could be there until today. Mnaweza kosana na mtu, but still, I mean, the chemistry is there. But you could see that what motivated them, now the word now motivation, what motivated them to come together collapsed. And from there was no motivation. And that's why you are seeing the president being who he is and Ruto being who he is. Both of them have motivation, but I think we are biased to see Ruto's motivation and not to see the president's motivation. Now you will see his motivation because his motivation is coming out. And that's what the URP doesn't like. That is what the URP doesn't like. The motivation that they are seeing now is what they hate. And that is what Atuya has been telling us since he came here today. And that is the motivation we are talking anyway.
Okay, before I bring in Atuya, Joe, there are two people. There's Goja Kidogo. There's a child of Ronaldo who, since they were born, they have been playing soccer. You know, you're born into this family that they are playing soccer, and he's born with a ball, he's going to the field, and he's playing soccer. Then a child of somebody from some village, maybe a 2 years brother, decides that he's going to play soccer. Ronaldo's son is playing soccer, and they've been playing soccer for a long time. This other one will look like they are more motivated than this one. Yet these people are motivated, both of them. And yet there's also a child who was born down there with the soccer who might never make it and go up. Their starting points are different. One person is starting here and the other one is starting here. You can't say that this one is more motivated than this one. That is one. Secondly, what I pick from our discussion right now is a sense of fixation in the Nyayo regime, where people could disappear without explanation. A sense of fear was already created so that you could go to places and you know you are eating in a restaurant and you are imagining that Moi is listening to you. So fear had been, had sunk in. And that's the kind of president we had for 24 years. Fast forward, we have a constitution. Now the president, as at now, his hand is tied within the constitution. For the first time, you see president making appointments. When will you hear the president Moi making appointments and being turned down by the courts? Where? Right now, we have a president who makes appointments and the court goes and says that this one is not working. If the president, like you are saying that right now, if the president, according to you, would be as aggressive as the other person, then we'll be having a country like Uganda, where the president decides to bring people to where you are so that now we can say this is the aggression we need. You don't have a president who is coming to hurl abysses or telling people to keep quiet. The constitution gives you freedom of speech. So you want him to protect to follow the constitution, but again you want him to do the things that the constitution says he shouldn't do. That is something that we are saying. If we go by the constitution, let me tell you something. I know Joe, you are well traveled. You need to hear how developed democracies people even hurl insults at the presidents. because there's a working constitution. I know my rights. And that's where we are. Our democracy has developed to that level. So you want a president who will wake up and then by a hammer, he is able to say the things that Akina Duale are saying. He is able to send people to go and arrest people. No, that's not the society we want. We don't want a society where the president wakes up and because he's upset because Duale has said something, he sends people there. That's not the constitutional. That's a dictatorship. We don't have a president that just because Sudi has woken up and has said some things about him, now he goes and now he's mad, he sends people to go arrest Sudi. That's a dictatorship. We can't live in such a society. The constitution is supreme. And we need to decide, do you want a supreme constitution or do you want a person president where someone is ruling according to how he wakes up and feels like today, I feel like these people have really abused me so much. They should be arrested, all of them. That's a dictatorship. We don't want that. I don't want that. I'd rather have a president, and Uhuru Kenyatta did political science. He appreciates the supremacy of the constitution. And that is why he's not speaking. And he understands that his position is above all these people. All these are his subjects. We cannot forget. All these people, Sudi, those abusing him, all of them are his subjects. You can't reduce yourself to a point of abusing your subjects.
Nimekubali kabisa.
So you need Joe to move away from Ukanu. You were in Kanu for 24 years.
I don't think that's what Joe said, Temba. I think he was talking on the content. No, Joe, no, Temba.
Let me prosecute my point. Let me prosecute my point.
No, you are prosecuting.
Allow me finish. Allow me finish. I'll give you time.
Prosecuting a wrong case.
I'll give you time. What's the problem?
No, but because you're prosecuting what he didn't say.
Very true.
Now let me finish. Okay, Atuya, what is it?
Oh, I just wanted to say what Alex has said. You have actually changed the course of the discussion. For me, what John meant actually, it was about political attitudeness. It is not about the political power. When we say he's not aggressive, it doesn't mean that Uhuru doesn't know how to use the gun.
What shows Atuya, give me 3 instances that shows you that Uhuru is not aggressive.
1, political aggressiveness. When you get shortchanged by your deputy in political nominations, that shows you are not politically astute. Number 2, when you are in government, you must be in control of your government. You don't need to go to pick a deputy, an opposition leader for your government to stand. You don't have political astuteness. Uhuru Kenyatta cannot.
No.
Let me finish.
Okay, you're giving me the third.
Uhuru Kenyatta cannot rule this country. Could have never ruled this country without the help of Raila Odinga. That shows you. That shows you.
Atuya, wait. On that point,
let me finish. Don't put words on my mouth. You will prosecute it later. That shows you how. That shows you how. Let me finish this, Joe, a little bit. That shows you how Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta was politically weak. If he was politically strong, he could have handled his deputy president from the beginning. Even though the deputy president was coming in with his own political support, you manage your deputy president from the start. Show political authority. You're coming in with 4 million votes. He's coming in with almost 2 million votes. Control your government. Be politically strong. The moment William Ruto was politically strong than him, then he had to go and seek refuge in Raila Odinga. That's why Joe is saying.
Okay. Members, 30 seconds.
Hold on that point. Jiru has been waiting here for a while. Let me allow him to talk. Jiru has been waiting here for a while. Let me allow him to talk.
Jiru is going to help us execute that, and that's why I want to help.
Just hold on.
Jiru, I know it's going to execute what we said because it's going to answer us.
It's okay,
and I want that to be part of the answer.
Relax.
Want to divert and run away with this.
No, Jiru, I want this to be part of your answer.
Ngoja wewe. Jiru has been waiting for too long.
I know this should be part of the answer.
No, it's okay. He doesn't want that. He's been waiting for a long time. Jiru,
no, Jiru will allow me. Jiru, allow me 30 seconds.
I'll take him to the background.
Jiru can still wait. Remember, you want to run away with it.
Jiru, God.
Kwani Alex amepotea?
Nimemweka background ndio uongee. Anataka kurudi.
Haya, mimi okay, ni sawa. Ningemruhusu tu ina shida. So I want to ask Mr. Atuya, unajua Atuya hapa ameleta discussion very interesting, alafu niulize Joe swali moja. I want to upgrade the marital rate. Bwana Atuya, one question for you. Ulisema Nairobi unaweza chagua yule jamaa wa ANC. Ulisema you want to mix watu wa UDA, kuna places unaweza chagua watu wa deputy president, kuna places zingine utachagua watu wa Azimio. That is what you said. So kuna swali nataka tu kukuuliza tu kidogo about that. Knowing ile policy deputy president ako nayo, policy ya Wilbaro, policy ya nini, you know, unajua policy ya deputy president he is not extremely genuine. Can you trust a UDA governor in Nairobi? Can you trust a UDA, forget about character ya huyo mtu ama, can you trust a UDA governor in Mombasa? I'm just talking of the swing counties zile tuko nazo, ama pali kama Kajiado, wherever. So hiyo ndio kitu nataka kwanza tu ujibu about that. Just tell me, to what extent can the party politics and individual character for you define for you a candidate? Nataka uniseparatie hiyo, because I fail to understand how somebody who cannot be able to differentiate between maybe policies within UDA and becoming a leader. Nataka tu uniseparatie policies za UDA and how I can package myself as a governor within the same party. I want you to work on that. Then for Mr. Joe, nataka you answer for me. You have said Uhuru Kenyatta is a bit, you said, maybe, let me use the word docile. Maybe he is a bit docile. I don't want to use the word weak, because if he was weak, hata hiyo serikali angekuwa nayo sahi. Ile swali nataka tu kukuuliza ni, can you try to explain to me to what extent can, as per the constitution, to what extent can a president respond to somebody who is talking ill against him? To what extent can the president reach constitutionally? Let's say kuna mtu ametokezea, amemwataki vibaya, ama kuna mtu wa party yake, he is not supporting what he is saying. Can you discuss to us how should the president respond to a rogue member of his political party, or to somebody who is abusing him or disrespecting him? Tell me, as a president and referring to the constitution, how should the president respond? Should he show more proactiveness of reaction? Should he be more relaxed? Should he like anyamazirie? How should the president respond? And which one is the best form of response? That's my question.
Okay, thank you. Then I hope you let me talk. Thomas,
you're already talking. It's not Thomas.
I want you to differentiate. No, I want to start with Thomas. I did not say Uhuru Kenyatta is not a democratic president. He is one of the most democratic presidents in Africa. That's why he has been trying to push things, and the courts rules it out, and he leaves it like that. So that kind of thing you're putting them into my mouth, it's not. I didn't say he's not democratic. He is democratic, and he's one of the most democratic presidents, apart maybe from Kibaki, that we have had in this country. So I didn't say he's not democratic. I just said he's not politically aggressive. And that's the answer I want also to give. Who was it? Mr. Njiru? Yeah, I want to show you an example. In ODM, there's a time where Orengo and Otiende Amolo wanted to go outside the party stand. I think Raila put a nail on them. Akaweka laini na wakaingia laini, and they came back. Aliwa summon na aka make sure everything is under his control. Aliita party members wale wa muhimu na akaita hiyo watu na akaweka under control. That's the way you deal with the the party members ambaye are going against the party stand. You take control. Hapana unaleta Kang'ata unaweka yeye kwa sijui parliamentary nini. Nujui ni mtu ya nje anakuja kukumaliza. 3 months later ndio unagundua kumbe uko na siafu kwa nyumba. You must be, politically alert and know what is happening, what is going on in your party. Who are the most loyal, who are not loyal, and who are likely to sell the party. That is when we can say you are politically control of your party. Sio lazima tuwapeleke kotini ama watumie thugs. No. There's a system within the party that can control members who are going astray. And if you are in power, you must make sure those people toe the line. Very simple like that. On motivation, I want to repeat it again. When you have a problem, Mazungu anasema necessity is the mother of invention. So Alex, President Uhuru is motivated now because things have gone wrong and he has to survive. So that's why he's motivated now. But the 5 years, because there was somebody to fend off the threat, alikuwa kidogo amelala. That one I can tell you for sure. Because things happened within his party, things that should not have happened. The DP was there undermining him. The DP was there doing everything in all sections of the government. And that's why we got to this point. Paka the DP akakuwa na courage. Akaona, I am also a co-president. You see, when somebody is controlling your house, bibi yako anaweza muita anytime na anakuja na wewe umenyamaza, that man is controlling your house, my friend. You must take control of your house. Lakini ukiwachia mtu anaita watoto wako, akitaka wanawapeleka kule wanawapeleka, wewe hujui wanawapeleka wapi. That is wrong. And that's what happened. The DP was controlling literally all government sections. Wacha ile 50 alipewa. After the other 50, alikuja naye akaanza kucontrol.
Joe.
And that's why we landed into this problem, because yeye alijisikia.
Allow us to talk before you talk.
Allow us to talk, Themba.
I will throw you out again.
Themba, somebody, they haven't finished their thought of life.
I will throw you out again.
You throw me, you don't shake me. I mean, you don't shake me.
Just relax.
No, there's nothing to relax here. If you don't want us to debate, put us in the quarantine. You don't shake us.
You will not be democratic.
What have you done today?
Nothing. You are the one acting like not a moderator. Because a moderator moderates.
Nyamaza basi.
Because of
Joe, what I'm thinking is a disconnect here is this. We got so fixated on the KANU regime and the way it handled its party politics to the extent that we have forgotten that right now we are living in the new constitution. Do you know the position after 2010 constitution? The position of the deputy president is secured in the constitution. There's nothing the president can do. It is secured tight. That's why even after they disagreed, there's nothing, absolutely nothing. And someone alluded to that fact. Thomas said that for you to even impeach the deputy president, the threshold is so high. So the president decided to be wise as a president. You know, Atuya calls that weakness. But he said, "What do I do to manage the country? You have a government to run." There were two choices. Choice number one: the government be impeached. We go back to an election. Choice number two: find a way of working so that you take the government and take your to the end. So he decided to be wise. Being wise in politics, they say sometimes you don't have to show your firepower for you to be seen to be aggressive. And it is Sun Tzu that says, he is wise a fighter who wins a battle without fighting. Has he been able to manage that government for 5 years? Yes.
Now, can we talk about that?
No, I have not even landed my thought, Alex. You are explaining something.
You know, Temba, for the last 40 minutes, you have spoken like 25.
Yes.
No, I'm being honest to you. It has gotten to a point I'm timing you as a moderator. Honestly, I'm not lying you. Go to the hand sides. When we finish here, if I'm wrong, go to hand sides. We have passion.
Okay, relax. Let me make my point. You know, you're interfering with my 2 minutes. I'll give you 10 minutes.
The same way you are interfering with Atuya, and then before they finish, okay, we'll give you.
Whatever you drank today. So what? Now this is what Nani used to go through. Order, and it doesn't work. In fact, a South African parliament is like that. They even abuse the speaker. So I'm getting used. But what I'm trying to say, Joe, we are fixated in the previous constitution. Right now, there's very little the president can do. And we need to start thinking, having a paradigm shift. From the previous constitution of 24 years that Moi had, Moi would summon and even fire anyone, the ministers, anytime. But now you're saying that Uhuru should have told Ruto, he should have managed. We didn't look at the statecraft. What happened until Jubilee came to power? What happened? What were the dynamics before that? Up to that point. I know, Joe, if you go to that backdrop, you can actually come to realize the president, there's the difference between, you know, what are you interested in? You're interested in getting the prize. There's someone who will go kill to get the prize. Another one will use tokenize to get the prize. So the person who could have shouted is the one you are saying that one was aggressive. No.
Okay, Temba, you've made your point.
I want to give Alex. Alex has brushed me so many times. Let me hear what he has to say.
Give me 1 minute. Give me half a minute. Half a minute.
Okay, Joe.
I promise you. It's half a minute.
Half a minute. Half a minute.
Yeah.
Yes, Joe.
Yes, half a minute.
I'm counting.
Let's not go to the Constitution, what the Constitution says.
Yes.
Why?
What you are saying is, just a moment. Let me talk. Half a minute. Ruto himself could have impeached the president within Jubilee, my friend, kabla tujaingia kwa Constitution. So let's not go to the Constitution. That is helpless.
You can't tell us not to talk about the Constitution.
It's my time now. You know,
okay,
Joe said,
you can't tell us not to talk about the Constitution.
Atuya said something that made, Joho was giving a submission. It was reference to what Atuya said. And at some point, Atuya asked a very poignant question, which honestly sometimes disturbs me. And that is the content and the context of what we are talking.
According to you.
You have drunk something, sorry. So what Atuya asked as a question.
According to you. Let's
okay, me and Joe and Atuya. Okay, that makes you feel good. So what Atuya asked, and we must answer that, is it then right to say that the president at that particular time was weak for allowing, and we are still saying this, Joe is on this, and I agree with him, Atuya is saying it, I agree with him, and nobody will disagree that during the first term, the DP was very strong. So Atuya asked a question on the content and context of the submission of Joe, and he wanted to know that was the DP too powerful for the president? So, and the question that he asked needed to be answered. For me, what I know and what I have seen so far, the DP is still too powerful for the president. And the president allowed it. And Atui executed it very well. Though he's on the other side, he said this. He comes with 4 million votes. This one comes with only 2 million votes. What made him take this long time to realize that the path the DP was taking was not right? To a point, what Joe has now said, that if the DP would have gone to the extent, he would have impeached the president easily. And the union between ODM and now TNA can be seen was in the backdrop of what we are told that was an imminent impeachment. Nobody comes out to say the truth that this was, but we have seen it, we have heard it, and that's why the DP always says that I have 170 members of parliament. We don't know the truth about that, but from Annex House, what we saw was happening. Projects, money, corruption, and everything. The DP controlled our country for 4 years, and the president slept on the job. Nobody's going to lie on that. The president was weak. That was
Alex,
not a sign of strength.
You have my beer.
You know that is his
You also
opinion.
have mine.
And if I take it now, that beer, December will go away. I will drink it after we finish.
That is his opinion. So he has chosen to go with that. I still have.
I had something to respond to.
Yeah. What are you? Oh, okay. What is it, Thomas?
But I think the guy has already left. I don't know if it will be important. But just to add to what Alex has said, the president needed to have political power from the beginning of the first term. There is no way you can have your MPs more loyal to the deputy president more than you, the president. Even in his native Mount Kenya, you will find that the deputy president has got more MPs loyal to him than the president. That shows you political leaders will coalesce around someone who they feel politically safe to. The president, the president appeared politically weak. That's why the deputy president controls numbers in Jubilee. Why could a Mount Kenya MP be more sided to William Ruto, who is the deputy president, more than the president himself? Look at the MPs from Western in Jubilee. They all belong to William Ruto. Politically, according to me, politically, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta is not politically strong. Without Raila Odinga, he could have struggled a lot. We have to face it.
Okay. Thomas, what do you want to say?
I think...
and then Princess Diana after Thomas.
I think what Joe and Atuya are saying, to some, I can give it just 1% as what is true, but the 99%, it really does not make sense, because when you try to look at the meaning of politics, this one is the control of government, the control of the political parties, the control of association, which the Constitution of Kenya provide for. And like Joe is saying, we cannot run away from what the Constitution postulates, because that is what control the country. That is what ensure that the government is, the country is very stable. So when you say that president was aggressive, I think the only problem that happened is through their own party, because there was the distribution of responsibility. We all know that the only person that was ensuring that the nominations of Jubilee was William Ruto. And if you can remember during that time, there are some rumors that
So
came
is that the 1%?
Just relax, my friend.
You can't correct it, and then you're making the same mistake. What's the problem with you?
Yeah. So it is. We all know. We all remember that.
So you guys say you had absolute power to pick people in nomination. Then you say it's 1%. I mean, let's be honest.
Just relax.
Alex, allow Thomas to speak.
No, Thomas Ajuoga is my friend. But statistics of 1%. One person who is having 1% cannot give people nomination.
Just relax. That 1% is the own yangu kumi, yake kumi that I'm giving him. But just relax, I give my submission.
Okay, I'm relaxed. Give me a beer.
What is going on, Alex? What are you drinking?
No, I'm relaxed. Give me a beer.
So that the accumulation of all that process ended up, even when the Jubilee Party got power, we all saw how the government was very disorganized to an extent. If you can all remember, there was a cliche that was saying, "Tunakula nyama, wanakula nyasi," and the nyasi was
Mr. Themba, can I intervene?
Was the
1
ODM.
second. Through Mr. Themba, can I intervene? I want to say something Thomas has just said.
Okay, Joe. Sama.
Like when you say 1%, you see, when we had by election in Kiamba, already Uhuru and Ruto were not in the same political thinking. Do you think now Ruto Uda can have an MCA in Siaya Bondo? Is it possible? That's what I want to ask you. But you see, Ruto managed to get an MP. That shows that in Uhuru's village, it can't happen when you are in control of your party, my friend. It can't happen. There's no way we can have a by-election here in Siaya and Uda gets a candidate elected. No way. That's not 1%.
Joe, wait a little. Thomas, don't accept for Joe to take you through that. These people are schooled in the party.
Joe is trying
Jubilee
to play my...
and UDA are same people. It's the same party. Actually, we are suffering right now. Hold on, Thomas. We are suffering because of the drama and disorganization within Jubilee as a party. The thing that we are having right now is we are actually celebrating a disorganized party politics. Because if Jubilee would have remained as a party as it is right now in our government, we are having Jubilee Party. So Jubilee remains as a party, it has its disorganizations, and then that disorganization is celebrated within the party itself.
Let me follow up a question, Joe. Please let me follow up a question.
Just relax. Let me continue, and I'm going to be very quiet. I understand that.
Utajibu na hiyo. So the same question Joe asked about Jubilee, and then Demba's just answered they're the same party. Now I want to ask you a question. In Kakamega, Raila presents a candidate, and Oparanya presents a candidate. Will Oparanya have a chance against Raila?
Okay, you see, I'm going to wind up.
Wait, Thomas, that one I'll answer quickly. Let me answer.
So you have a right to interject. Others, when they do, wamekunywa kitu. Keep quiet. I'm moderating now for 2 minutes. I will moderate for 2 minutes. When your mother.
Go, Alex Bana. I'll take you to the background. Atuya.
You do it.
Last warning, Alex.
You do it. You don't. You do it.
Last warning, Alex.
Block me if you want. It doesn't, but you can't.
No, Themba is democratic. Themba will not block you.
I'm not blocking him. Atuya, what I'm saying is this, yeah. If Oparanya presents a candidate and Raila presents a candidate in Kakamega right now, politically speaking, it will make more sense for an Oparanya candidate to pass. You know why? One, represent the future, because Oparanya is going to be there after the next election. Raila might, after this election, he might be now going into his retirement in politics. The same argument I wanted to give for those people who came in and supported the deputy president more in 2017. You know why? Because the president had told them were operating from the concept of yangu kumi yake kumi. So most of them became futuristic. That the side of the person that's going to be coming after the next 5 years is going to be the side of the deputy president. And that's where they are most likely to lean, which was supposed to be the calculation until, of course, things happen. So politically speaking, what I can say, it's more strategic to move with a person who is promising you more future. Uhuru Kenyatta, to them, was not going to be promising them a better future because his political influence was going to come into the end in 2022. And most of them want to go beyond 2022. So you want to work with someone who's going to give you that leaning. So stability in politics is important for those people who are still futuristic in speaking. So I totally agree with those people in Central Kenya who are thinking around the deputy president because politically it makes sense. But right now we don't know. I mean, it's neither here nor there for them. Getting back to Thomas.
Okay. No, I want to ask you a question based on what
just relax, Joe. Sir, Mr. Joe, I'm going to give you an opportunity. Just give me.
Oparanya's candidate will go through, eh? No.
Give Thomas a man.
No, I think I'm like President Uhuru Kenyatta now.
Who is Madibu's governor?
Okay, hold on, Joe.
So why are you not putting him in quarantine? You put me. No, don't laugh like that, like a permanently semi-literate person. My friend.
Alex, I'm not your age.
No, not that way. Look, we are having here a dialogue and a conversation. If you find that I'm giving you too much heat, don't put me behind. That's being petty and childish. Atui has given us a lot of heat here, and we have sustained it. He has sustained it. So Alex, don't put people in the quarantine. Don't. That's being petty and childish.
Alex, umekunywa gani leo?
When umewekwa quarantine.
Several times.
Okay, hold on, guys. Let us be very accommodative. It's very important.
Sure, don't put people on quarantine.
Everyone to just be very accommodative. You know, in my profession, one of the things that I'm being taught is to be very, very accommodative and to always ensure that I listen to what my client is saying, which is very important. Now, back to the point of discussion. We all know how the President Ruto is operating. These are kind of person that always use force, even where it's not necessary. And that is the main reason why ODM has been very, very long. Has survived for a very long time of period, because if you look at their structure, the way their structure is, it's very, very professional. And you can hear even from the opponents, they always say that nominations in ODM, it's very democratic. And that is what lacked in Jubilee, because Jubilee was a quick formation so that these people can get power. And the only problem that happened, like I say, the only problem that happened is when William Samoei Ruto was given the mandate to give nomination certificates. And that is where Ruto started to build up his connection. And when he did that and they got power, they tried to persuade president in a different way. We've heard even Sonko himself saying that they were going to State House to have some fun, and when they were doing that, the president they used to get some loopholes, and they control the government. And we must give credit to Raila Amolo Odinga that he nurtured President Uhuru Kenyatta on how to control government, but not political parties. Because if you say president is not aggressive, we've been seeing so many punishment happening. Even Akina who, how do you call them? Murkomen. They complain that they are being demoted from their positions. That clearly shows that the president is working through people. President cannot just come out and say, William Ruto, kuanzia leo, you are not the deputy president. We are not in Moi's regime, like Themba said. He cannot wake up today and say that this political party today will not be called Jubilee. It will be called another thing. So let us not give William Ruto credit where it does not belong. William Ruto is someone who is a dictator. William Ruto is someone who is so arrogant. He does not even care. He is the only person that his office has been having so many allegations, right from corruption to murder cases. Then we are here celebrating that he was very energetic. He was trying to overpower the president. Yet we are dealing with day and light. Like the light is Uhuru Kenyatta. The darkness is the other party.
Thank you, Thomas. Alex, you will behave first of all. Go relax hapo kidogo. There's Zian, and you have used bad language on stream. You need to apologize before we allow you to speak. However much you disagree with someone,
I will not apologize. I will stick my feet to the cement to dry. You would rather amputate me.
Okay. This guy has done something that I don't know. Iliwekwa nini leo. Anyway, let's allow Ziana. Ziana has been raising her hand for a while, and then we allow David also to speak.
Nimeshukuru sana Bwana Themba kunipa nafasi. Mimi hata sina mengi, nilisikia tu habari hiyo ya Atuya na nikasikiza vile Joe alikuwa akizungumza. Sasa kile ninasema nikasikia Joe akiunganisha na kama vile familia. Joe, wacha nikuulize, kama mumefunga ndoa na mkeo, mukaunganishwa, for better for worse, katika hii ndoa mumekaa, unamwamini mke wako, ukamwamini sana, ukamwachia kila kitu kwa nyumba, ukamwambia kwa sababu nimekuamini sasa tawala. Utakuwa wewe ni mdhaifu? Hujakuwa mdhaifu, ila hali umemwamini. Sasa ile Bwana Ruto aliaminiwa na rais walipoingia katika ikulu mara ya kwanza, walipoingia pamoja, wakaingia pamoja, akampa, amemwamini. Sasa walipoenda kwa ya pili, sasa unajua yeye alikuwa anajua ni yeye ndiye atatawala nyumba. Kwa hivyo lazima uchague watoto wale wazuri utakao kuwa nao katika nyumba yako. Rais hakujua ya kwamba huyu anachagua watu. Kwa hivyo yeye sio mdhaifu. Hapo ndio ninasema sio ati amekuwa mdhaifu kwa sababu hakuweza kujua ni nini kinaendelea kwa nyumba yake. Alikuwa ni mtu ambaye ni mwaminifu sana. Kuamini mtu, hiyo ndio ubaya ya kuwa unamwamini mtu zaidi. Hiyo imaanishi wewe ni mdhaifu. Ni hayo tu nilikuwa nataka kuelezea Joe.
Okay, asante Ziana. David? David?
Sorry, Themba, I was also on another wall here. Let me say thank you for the chance and greet everybody in the studio. Alex, kwani kunani leo bwana? Wapeka macho mwaka.
No, hakuna shida. Unajua hii ni debate, hii sio monologue. Iko jamaa hapa anataka kutuweka monologue hapa. Lazima leo tumweke vizuri.
Alex, you can attack my points. Don't attack me. Don't no insults. You can make your point without insulting me.
Usikasirike.
Yeah, no,
Relax.
you're saying childish, you stupid. You don't use those words on people. Just attack attack my behavior,
Because
not
I
me.
was giving you points, you put me on quarantine. I mean, that's being childish.
No, there's
What is
nothing
that?
childish about that.
It's childish.
Okay, okay. Nafasi ni yangu sasa mzee, tulia.
Alex, you know it is not right.
No, don't put on people on quarantine because you disagree with them. Don't.
I have. You know why someone? Okay. Oh, hold on, David. You know why someone is here as a moderator? Number one, if you moderate and you say, okay, just relax. Someone is supposed to relax. You will have your time. But now, if you start shouting, if you start, you have unmuted.
Shouting,
You are the someone who was here. You see, like right now, you are unmuted. You didn't raise your hand. You are the one who put the rules here 2 days ago. You are right now unmuted. You're talking. You have not raised your hand. How about that?
Remember, we were in the background. We were in the background. And at some point, it degenerated to a point whereby you were rebutting everybody who was speaking. To a point, it wasn't a debate anymore. So when we came here, we were trying to put things right. And I'm still insisting, you cannot put people in the background because you have disagreed with them. That is wrong. That is wrong.
You see, Alex, I can do that when you're interfering when I'm speaking. I tell you to speak, to be quiet. You don't be quiet. Don't mute yourself. I'll put you in the background.
Themba, also, you must realize that at that point, everybody was speaking. And some point Ojo also spoke when everybody was speaking. But I think you felt terrified and threatened that I was speaking and you only put me in the background.
I'm not threatened by what you say. You are a very important asset in this forum. So when you speak, I like it when you speak, my friend.
No, let's give David something to speak. Me and you will square on the private chat.
Yeah, I was.
David, go on.
I was requesting through the chair that you're gonna have a kamkunji with Alex after.
Yeah, it's okay. Alex is my friend. You know, I don't know what he's taking. And David, you have confirmed there's a mag is taking there, right?
Yeah.
Go on, David.
No, it's a weekend. Don't kill him. It's a weekend, so he's snap him up. What I wanted to say that before I say, I was actually looking at some clip here, which is different from the politics we normally have here, of a guy called Brit Simon. Brit Simon is a guy who have a channel that explains things to do with green card. And that's why some of us were where we are because of Brit Simon. I just wanted to take my few minutes and say that in 2019, I think KCC, Consular Center, introduced application to green card by use of passports. And this has blocked so many people from applying. I want to spill good news that that rule is no longer there. As from Friday, it was revoked. And now people can apply green cards just using a photo, not a passport document. I'm saying this because I participate in assisting some of the guys to do that. And we are disappointed with the Kenyan government because as I speak, there are 3 guys who never participated in last year's green card application because their passports delayed. And they were released a week after the closure of the application. That was so disadvantaging and so when systems disadvantage people, we feel bad. Therefore, someone went to court and challenged that. And a ruling was made on Friday. And I want to tell everybody who's listening that if you want to try your luck, we don't need a passport anymore now until, again, things changes. Now, let's come back to our politics. I think we are doing good. Some guys here need to be congratulated. You guys, you are here every day. Alex, you have become more senior than us now. You are here every day religiously. I think you are beating Joe. Guys who have been here long enough. But as we speak, I wanted just to ask Thomas. Thomas is saying that in ODM there is 100% democracy nominations. You know, we are ODM too, but when you say that, please say it in low tones, because some of us were victims of poor nominations, where we are robbed victory and certificates are given to preferred candidates. Anyway, that's not enough. That's not much we can dwell on. It is our internal issues. We can handle it as ODM, but we can't say 100% that nomination has been conducted as you put it. We need to shape that, because we have lost very important leaders because of poor nominations. That's what I wanted just to put a point as a rebuttal of what Joga said. Unless it happened in your place, we have had first-hand experience of losing a nomination simply because of preference. So that is it. Now, according to the topic of today, I could wish that the chair to allow me to continue listening, because I don't want to comment things out of context as I listen to you guys for the remaining few minutes. I want to agree that I'll be a good listener, but if I have a point, I'll raise my hand and talk. Thank you.
Atuya, ulikuwa umeinua mkono.
Hata point zinaenda bana. It takes long, but I think I wanted to address the issue of Thomas was saying about the president has got no constitutional rights to deal with no constitutional means to deal with the deputy president. And I will agree with him. He doesn't, and he can never have. There is no chance. What we saying, what we are trying to address, that if you want political, if you want political strength over your opponent, you just have to build it politically. What Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta didn't have over Ruto was political power. He needed to be the one in charge of Jubilee Party. He needed to instill discipline in his deputy. The moment they went into government and it was 50-50, everything was the deputy president, being a student of a very enemy of mine, Raila Odinga, took advantage and politically outsmart Mr. Kenyatta. And there's something Joe wanted to address about being, which was the word, aggressive. I don't think, and we can all agree, if Uhuru Kenyatta was the son of Atuya is my father, he could have never been even an MP. I really don't think so. Were it not of the name Kenyatta, I don't really see Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta being a political supremo he is. That's me.
You're going back to that. Now, Joe.
Can I respond to Princess Zaina?
I hope umeingia kwa curtain, pia wewe unakunywa vitu zako hapo.
Yeah, normally mulisema hapa kuna decorum, you cannot do some things on the screen because the internet never forgets. My grandchildren could see kitu. Kwanza kusema
go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, nilisikia vile Zaida uko hapo?
Niko.
Haya, uliongea mambo ya ndoa. Sijui kama wewe ni Muislamu ama wewe ni Mkristo, lakini hiyo haijalishi. Hata uwe Muislamu, hata uwe Mkristo, kwenye ndoa kuna roles ambayo kila mtu amepewa. Hata bibi yako ukimoa ndoa kwa uzuri na ubaya, iko roles zake. Iko zingine zako ambayo hawezi ingilia. Kiongozi ya nyumba kikoran na kibibilia ni mwanaume. Wewe kama mke ni kusaidia bwana yako afaulu kwa zile mambo anafanya. Umsaidie kufaulu kwa zile mambo anafanya. Lakini kiongozi ya nyumba ni wewe. Bibi hata ukimoa kwa ndoa, akianza kuleta mambo zingine ambayo haziambatani na ndoa zenu kama mke na bwana, ni juu yako wewe bwana kuchukua hatua. Kama wewe ni Muislamu, ziko talaka mara 3. Nafikiri unajua hiyo. Ya 3 ni ya mwisho, kwamba unawachiliwa uende zako kabisa. Ya kwanza nafikiri ni ya onyo. So wewe kama bwana lazima iko jukumu zako ambayo unatakana wewe uangalie, na yule bibi pia yuko chini yako kama vile watoto tu. Lazima unakuwa wewe ndio unapeana direction.
Joe.
Hello?
Hold on dakika moja. David.
Yes.
Are you here for the next 10-15 minutes? I can allow you to hold on for me kidogo.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. I'm out of
after Joe utapatia Alex, alafu Ajuoga, alafu Ziana.
Haya. Nafikiri Zaina unanisikiza vizuri. Sasa unaona kama huyu Alex ni moderator, sio? Vile tu Uhuru pia ni president. Unaona vile anachukua jukumu? Na vile alikuwa anazuia Alex. Hivyo ndio vyo kiongozi anatakana akuwepo hata kwenye serikali. Sasa yule Uhuru ako na chama chake na Ruto alikuwa ni msaidizi wake. Sasa kwenye hiyo nyumba yeye angejua zile sheria ambaye angeweka na Ruto afuate. Lakini yeye akawachilia Ruto, akakuwa kama yeye ndio sasa ndio mume. Haiwezekani kabisa. Ni kuonyesha yule mume hana nguvu ama amejiwachilia. Sisemi hana uwezo ako nayo, lakini amejiwachilia. Sasa bibi ndiye akakuwa kama mume kwa ile nyumba, na hiyo kikorani ama kibibilia haiendi hivyo. Na kwa mambo zingine ile ilikuwa nikiongea mambo ya party, I mean to Thomas, this is to Thomas, the party has its own leadership. The leader of that party should be able to control that party before things go out of the party inaingia kwa constitution ya government. So ukishindwa ndio mnaenda nje. Ni vile pia ukishindwa na mambo zako zingine ndio unaenda kotini. Lakini you should be able to control things within the party, and that's why I was giving an example. Now that vile Uhuru alikuwa ana compete sasa na Ruto wakati Ruto ametoka nje. Ruto ameenda mpaka Kiambaa kwa kina Uhuru Gatundu na kapata kiti. Surely what does that show? It is like now kama tungeweza kuwa na maybe a by election, and because Raila ana compete sasa na Ruto, kukuwe by election in Siaya, alafu UDA ipate kiti. What's that show of leadership of Raila in that party? Or take it the other ways round, ikuwe by election kule Eldoret, alafu ODM ishinde kiti kwa sasa. Itonyesha nini kwa uongozi wa Ruto kwa hiyo UDA? Itonyesha kwamba he is not in control, and that is exactly what we are trying to say here, that in the first term Uhuru was too reluctant. He did not control the party the way a party leader should control, and that is why Ruto grows so powerful that Uhuru himself could not control, and that is why he went across to look for Raila. At that point, nobody could stop Ruto apart from Raila. Not even within Jubilee, nobody could stop him. Hawa watu wengine ANC, they could not stop him. And that's why I was saying, even now, if Raila is not contesting, do you think any of these presidential candidates can beat Ruto? No. Ningumu, even with the support of the president, they can't beat Ruto. It is only Raila. That's why Kenyatta went for Raila. Because Ruto had become too powerful. Not even Uhuru himself could control him within Jubilee. And even outside Jubilee, maybe he could not. That's why he needed Raila to be there. Raila was the only person who could now put a stop to Ruto. So those are things that are in public domain. When some of us here don't want to agree to these things, I don't know where they're living. Na hii vitu hata watu wa Uganda wanajua, hata watu wa Tanzania wanajua. Sijui kwa nini sisi tunaishi hapa Kenya and you are still trying to say that that is not the case. Ruto was too powerful for Uhuru Kenyatta, even within the party, even outside the party. That's what I want to say.
Okay, thank you, Joe. I think I saw Ziana raise up the hand, so I want to give her a chance if she's there to rebuttal or even ask her a question, because the hand was in the middle of the time Joe was speaking. Ziana, are you still there?
Yeah, thank you, David. Oh, Joe, what I was saying that you said that Uhuru was so in the first time. In the first time, you couldn't know that Uhuru was whatever because they were just put together on the first time. They were taking that was their first time to take the government. So Uhuru couldn't know how DP was going to behave. It's just like the way you have put the wife and the husband. Huwezi jua ya kwamba huyu mke wangu anaenda kuwa mtu wa aina gani. That's what he didn't know. But on the second time, that's when he knew what Ruto was after the election. Just after the election, that's when he knows that, oh, Ruto has put some people here who are not with me. Hata kwa nyumba kuna kitu ambacho mwanamke mkeo ambaye umemuoa anaweza fanya na hujui. Joho, usiniambie wajua ya kila kitu mke wako anafanya. Wewe ni mwanaume, ndio umejikaza, wewe ni mwanaume hapo, unajua huyu ni mke wangu, lakini huwezi sema unajua vitu zote. Hata kwa watoto wako unajua mke wako anampenda mtoto mgani na ampendi mtoto mgani. Kwa hivyo hiyo naye hapo huwezi niambia ya kwamba Uhuru alikuwa huwezi jua ya kwamba ni mtoto mgani mke wako anapenda zaidi. Kwa hivyo wewe hapo ndio ninakataa. Asante sana Bwana David kunipa nafasi.
So in other words, you are saying that Uhuru was in control, in contrast to what Joe is saying. I don't know whether the same sentiment is with other members, but I've seen some hand there. Tuya is raising a hand. Can you give a 1-minute rebuttal before I give Alex this chance?
Kuna kitu moja nataka tuelewane hapa, Princess. We are talking about the politics of a country. We are talking about the leadership of a country. We are not talking about some small matters and issues of that can be equated to a family and a husband and a wife. We are talking about politics. We are talking about how a president should structure his government, how a president should be politically strong. You can't get this. This was not a marriage. This was an agreement of two politicians. When you get into negotiations as two politicians, if one is weak or if one is not politically astute, then you lose. This is not a marriage. This is not where we go in. Politics can never be about me being good to you and you being good to me. Even Raila and Uhuru currently, they have a working relationship. But Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta and the Mount Kenya people never trusted Raila. That's why they proposed that the law that will ensure that wherever they will agree, Raila will have to go with it. So this is politics. We don't have to equate it to marriages of trusting one another. In politics, it is what you bring to the table. Ruto became politically strong to Uhuru Kenyatta. That is a fact. And I don't want it to sound like because Ruto was politically strong to Uhuru, so he did anything wrong in the government. Ruto is just a bright student of politics, and that's why he was stronger than Uhuru. And that's why he stands a better chance than the likes of Kalonzo and whoever who have been here for so many years trying to look for this seat. If today Gachagua positioned himself or Joe positioned himself, he can go ahead of Akina Mudavadi and Kalonzo. It is about political preparedness. You can never put this to trusting. Raila has never allowed to support Mudavadi because Mudavadi, they have never shown that political astuteness. Raila can even run 2027 because he still has his political constituent intact. So it is about the self-politician you are. In politics, you don't get mercy, you don't get now I respect you, you respect me. It doesn't happen that way. Politics, siasa ni ya kung'ang'ania bana, si ya kupewa ama kuheshimiana kindoa. It doesn't equate to ndoa.
Thank you, Atuya. Yeah, someone is supporting you from the comment side that Atuya, you read my mind. This is politics. That is from Masi Omenge.
Something just to Alex.
So I want
a statement, David.
Okay.
I didn't know Alex was from my background. I'm happy to see you.
Okay, thank you. That is by the way. So this chance goes to Alex. Alex, I think you can make your contribution.
Yeah, I'll make a very few comments here. First and foremost, people are assuming something that really makes me mad. The fact that we have a president and a person that is not in the government working together doesn't mean that we have a coalition government. Honestly, we don't have a coalition government. And there is a proposition out there. Some of ODM members think that we are in a coalition government. There is no coalition government. This is a government of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta and one person called William Samoei Ruto. And they take equal responsibility, both good and bad. And it saddens me that in Africa today, or in the world today, I've not seen this, that a sitting president has the weakest political party, that when he's almost going out, it's now that he's talking that we are revamping Jubilee. Whereas a political party that has only one individual is giving him a hell of a problem. And then we are sitting here to say that, Uhuru is not weak. Uhuru is weak. He showed weakness. And that is where we go back now to where Joe said motivation. What was the motivation of Uhuru to come to presidency? It was ICC. ICC, period. After he finished ICC, the guy relaxed. He gained weight. You can see that. Before ICC, the guy was like Baraza. And now the guy is, very healthy, to say so. So what was the motivation of Ruto? I think we can see that the motivation of Ruto was way beyond. And that is why he put structures, he allowed parties to merge and did things that we thought they were insane, but later on, he almost bought the entire central province. So when you see this, let us agree that the guy motivation was beyond even 2022. It was up to 2027. And Uhuru's motivation ended the moment his case ended. And that is why now you see the guy was too powerful in one way or the other until we changed our currency. The currency was never changed because we had any problem in Kenya. We had to change a currency because of one person. We can go on and on. We have never been able. We talk about corruption. Nobody has taken that guy to court. Nobody. And we know truly the guy did these things. We saw what happened in Weston. So we can't be sitting here to agree that the guy was weak, whereas the guy is too strong for us even to take him to court for things that we saw on TV, kids being beaten. And the president must take responsibility of this, so that if our Raila takes government next, and Atuya, we are taking government, you will be in opposition, you're going to allow that. When we take government, we are not going to take responsibility of what happened in your government. And we reject that in totality. Uhuru must take accountability of what happened in his government for being a weak president. Even the currency was changed under him and all these things. Because even what today Ruto says that the KEMSA money was eaten, how could ODM and its members go and eat the KEMSA money if the president wasn't weak? How do they get those standards? So the president was weak up to a certain point. But as we talk now, the president has put his stamp. And those who thought he was too weak, he will never salvage that weakness, now are saying now Raila is a state project. Just because the president has resurrected. But to see all the evilness of Ruto and corruption and the passing of the security laws and all those things is because our president at some point became weak. Parliament was totally controlled by people like who? Duale, Murkomen, and misadvised the president and the presidency and the country at all, to a point that election was nullified under his watch, and even the president could not. We have a problem of judges today. He couldn't appoint judges. So what kind of president is that? We have judges that have never been appointed until today. Is that president in control of that country? And that's why we say he was saved by one man, who is Raila Amolo Odinga. Why Raila saved him? Because the president had lost the power within his own backyard, within his own party, and even within State House. Remember, they had to chase even Itumbi out. Why? Information was leaking. Information was leaking to the media. Within State House, even today as we talk, there are things we are getting from State House, and we are wondering who is collaborating with the State House and Itumbi, because Itumbi is writing things in State House and is getting that information. Why? They have even planted imposters in State House. So the president was never fully in control of his government, because the motivation to come into power was to finish the ICC case. Once the ICC case was finished, the president went to sleep, and Ruto became the de facto president until recently. That is when we saw power taken out of him, responsibilities taken out of him. We're changing the currency. We're doing all those things for one man who cannot even be taken to court. So at some point, William Ruto was too powerful for the president. And he's still powerful. If he's left untamed, if ODM does not help the president in any agenda in parliament, nothing of the president will pass. So we don't need a president who makes the presidency to be that weak. Take charge. And that is what Atuya was saying. So we are not supporting Atuya that now, no, we are only saying that that weakness has brought us to the problems we have today. Had not the president been weak, we wouldn't be having what we are seeing today. We will have seen a country whereby there is a rule of law. Today, there are cases that cannot go to court because you will be banned. Utambiwa, oh, it's because we are supporting the deputy president. Matiang'i is abused every day, no respect. People, who is called the police commissioner, does not have power. And that is not the country we need. We need a rule of law. There is no rule of law in this country today because of the political expediency we experienced. Uhuru was weak. Hopefully he's going to be strong, but I don't think he will take the position that he ought to have taken from the beginning, because he sold his powers to Raila now. Raila is more powerful without opposition. His role is preeminent. He's the de facto president, and everybody knows that. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. I can see Themba is back. Themba, somebody pushed me. These boys are interfering with the internet. So at some point, for about 10 minutes, I was in the background.
Yeah, Sorry.
I had requested Joe to be in charge, but then now you are back. Since you are back,
Since I'm back, can I come in and rebut what Alex has said? Because
there were people before you here.
Before Alex, please. Before maybe you rebut, allow me to ask Alex. Someone is saying here, Alex, you are lecturing the panel. This is not a place to vent your anger. How do you react to that?
No, I mean, that is his opinion, and Raila gave us the right to do what he says. You know, he can say that, and we like that, and we accommodate that.
Thank you. Temba, if you have something before you maybe you can.
Yeah, let me rebut what Alex has said. We seem to be having a disconnect in the understanding of how the paradigm shift from the previous constitutional regime to the current constitutional regime. There's a serious disconnect that I'm noticing, and it is expected. It is expected from people who have been ruled with an iron fist for 24 years to appreciate that when you move to a new regime, there's a way that even the way of governance and approaching it changes. I hear a lot of the president was weak. What would, nobody is coming out. What would the president have done to make him look strong? So those are questions that nobody is answering. Number two, there's a continuous repetition of Uhuru was weak. He went to they joined together with Ruto because of ICC. That is totally wrong. ICC might have been one of the reasons why they came together, but that was not why they actually came together. There are several factors that led to the formation of Jubilee, as it were. Now, remember, Uhuru and Ruto did not necessarily start coming together towards the ICC time. There was, first of all, disenchantment with Raila in the first place. For those of you who have cared to follow the politics of Kenya closely, you have been able to see where Ruto and Raila had a disconnect. Ruto and Raila disconnected after the Mau. That is where there was a disconnect for the two of them. And their path politically started going apart. Now, Ruto had a constant, he was looking forward. If you guys remember, 2007, Ruto's position was going to be the prime minister. So when things changed at that point, and Raila became the prime minister, it created now the disjointment. So it's important for us to understand those moments as they are moving, because these moments are related. They are not standalone. I don't think it's right, David, if you allow me, to just say that the only reason why Uhuru and Ruto came together was ICC. I think that is simplistic in my view. It might have provided an impetus, but not necessarily the only reason. Now, you guys are saying that Uhuru could have done something different. Now, we are looking at these two people, they're coming together, then they join Jubilee. Jubilee merges. For me, I don't see someone who is not aggressive. I see someone who is coming in with clean hands. There's a place where you go and you go with clean hands. And when you are going there, the first thing you do, you say, okay, fine. What is going on here? The first, if you, Atuya and Joe can remember, the first nominations at Jubilee, they were chaotic. And when those chaos came in, the person who was given the mandate to go and brush that out, because they're campaigning to be president. So Uhuru was handling the presidential campaign, and Ruto was given the mandate to handle the party nominations. So that is where things came. But now I also gave you another thing that people were calculating. You have already told us yangu kumi yako kumi. So who are you likely to lean on? Assuming I'm with David,
David is promising a future. After this, it is him. Joe is coming to an end. Whom are you going to align yourself to? You're going to align yourself with David. And that is the calculation most of them made. So it's not an isolated thing that now Uhuru should have. And then, of course, now you're also operating with a constitution that has given your deputy president a lot of power. So for me, David, I would suggest, yes, we would differ in the way that we are looking at it. But for me, my thought is we are probably also still suffering from the previous dictatorial tendencies of KANU and how parties were run. And it can take a bit of time before people can smart up to their new realization. Back to you, David.
Thank you, Themba. Thank you. Allow me to invite George Kakure in the forum. Not to give him a chance to talk, though. Welcome. Guys have been here for like 8 hours plus. Welcome to the forum. I can also see Mulumbu. Karibu sana. I'm holding brief for them. For Themba. I'll give it to him when he is settled because he has just commented. I'm just holding brief for him. Alex has gone away, but we expect him back. So this chance was to go to Ajoga, unless someone has a question to what has been discussed. Atuya and Joe, you've just raised your hand, so let me hear from Joe. 1 minute, please. Don't extend too much.
Okay, I'll take very short, even maybe less than a minute. You see, running of a party is different from what the constitution is. That's what Themba should actually know. The laws of power ziliandikwa kitambo sana. They were not talking about constitutions of this country and this country and this country. It was just the laws of power, political power. Ziliandikwa. The guy who wrote this thing, Bacha, he wrote them kitambo sana. And they were not for ati alikuwa na refer kwa constitution ya every country. No. That's what I want Themba to know. Political party ni tofauti na mambo ya constitution. That's what Themba is missing. Hataki kujua hiyo. Laws of power ziliandikwa kitambo sana. Hiyo tu ndio nilikuwa nataka kusema. Sasa kuchukua muda mrefu sababu naona tuko na watu wengine wageni wamekuja. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Atuya, do you have a rebuttal or some point? 1 minute, please.
I think Joe has just said what I wanted to say. We are not speaking about the constitutional power that Uhuru has to deal with his deputy. We are speaking about the political power that the president needed to coalesce around with. He needed to gain political power to deal with the deputy. As much as you're in a coalition, you just have to be in control politically, not constitutionally. Constitutionally, he has no chance to control his deputy.
Yeah, maybe Joe and Atuya. Michael Mwarenge is saying Themba is in track. What is your opinion? Maybe 1 minute before I give it to Ajoga to prepare to talk. Michael Mwarenge is saying that Themba, you are in the right track and we agree with you. Good information. What's your take?
I disagree. That's the same explanation Joe was giving and I was giving. It is not about the constitutional power that Uhuru has. We are not living in the KANU era where the president could discipline the deputy. We are speaking about the political power that the president needs. For instance, you need more members of parliament. You need control of the party. You need to ensure that you are the one in charge. Now, remove the deputy president from the president. He cannot have numbers in parliament. He had to go to the opposition. That's why we're saying the president needs to tame he needed to have the political power to control the deputy. That's all. It's not about the constitution. The laws of power were written long time ago. They were not specific to any constitution. That's what Joe was trying to say, and that's what I was concurring with.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your opinions. As I give Thomas Ajoga, Mulumbu, I may not tell you what to talk about because the topic is already down there. Gakure, George, As we wait for Themba to take over, let's hear from Thomas.
Okay. I can see guys are trying to sideline the common factor here that which is the constitution. What everyone must understand, the bond between Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto is power sharing. And we must all agree that the power of the president with the new constitution, the power of the president was slightly reduced. And we must also accept that each and every political regulations, I can call them political orders and laws. They must align with what is in the constitution. So everything that is in the Jubilee Acts, it must be aligning with what is in the constitution. And here is what brings the problem, because we are having two people that were still in courtship. These people, they are trying to understand each other. And unfortunately, one person is very overambitious, is not ready to understand the other partner. Someone commented about something like a wife, something like a marriage. And I'm not feminist though, but someone once told me, someone once told me that if your wife is really disturbing you, just add another wife. Don't chase her away. Just add another wife, and the other wife will tame herself, or she will run away, or follow what's supposed to be done. But that being said, we also know that the history of Kenya, each and every general election, we've been having new political formation. And that is what the new political act that was just amended the other day is going to treat this issue of even a party regenerating itself within the same party. And William Ruto has been denial in several occasions that he does not understand what UDA is. And just the other day, he was saying that UDA initial name, I don't know, was the PBR. So we were having a person that was very untrue, a person that you cannot rely on. And when we say that that President Uhuru Kenyatta was not aggressive, I think when he understood that now this relationship is not bromance anymore, because my other partner is very unfaithful. What can I do? Let me go and seek for help from the opposition party, because I see they have sober minds. They can really help me to run the government. Unlike this, my other partner, who is able to do anything, including using government resources to manipulate the mind of members of parliament. And that's why you see. And I would like every Kenyan to see it in this situation. You are having a president and you're having a deputy president. A deputy president does not obey the party that gave him power in forming another party. What is the likelihood of this person when he gets power? He will not follow any law, because in several occasions we've seen how he shows anger and say that and use this common word, wawache mchezo nani, wawache mchezo nani. And this is a person that is seeking to have the highest seat. And this is a person that is ready to outshine the sitting president. And we say, we are here saying that the president was not aggressive. The president is strictly following the constitution. And it's very evident, guys. The other day you saw that now, president saying that now ni wakati wa siasa. You see? So this is a person that really understands what is really going on. This is a person that now is having new advisor. This is a person that has now been told on how to behave like the head of the state and the head of the government, not the head of a political party, not the head of a political party, the head of the government and at the head of the state. So that is the point of disconnect that is happening right now. So when you see a deputy president coming up with a new political party, the so-called UDA, and he is the same person that you can hear saying some political parties are village parties and others are national parties, because he understand the same trick he used in Jubilee is the same trick he can use, maybe God forbid, if he gets into power. And that is what the new the 2022 political bill is curing that. So I would like to say that President Uhuru Kenyatta is not weak, he is not aggressive. These are person that is recognized in the whole world. These are person that even the East and Central Africa has given him several mandate. So we cannot say that here he is so weak, but the world is seeing him as a very strong person. That is demeaning our president, and that is very unconstitutional. We should just say that we do not want to see someone that is abusing his office, someone that instead of working is all over around for the 5 years campaigning. And the president, another evidence that our president is not is someone that understands what's going on. When he realized that the deputy president is not working and the government must run, what did he do? He said, Matiang'i, come here. You're going to be now the super cabinet secretary. You're going to act in
Thomas,
different
1
ways.
minute, just 1 minute.
Okay,
Hold 1
I'm
minute.
winding up.
Joe,
You're
please
going
put
to...
Joe, please put a curtain. You are on public. Joe, just put a curtain. Then thank you, sir.
Okay.
Continue.
So we should see our president as someone that wishes well for this country, and that's why you see that the only choice he has right now is for the Azimio la Umoja, which is peace. And when we have peace, we are going to have modern roads, we are going to have health, we are going to have women getting empowered, because you can also see it's happening in Azimio la Umoja. So many women are coming up. We are going to have a nation that understands devolution, a nation that understands judiciary security, not a deputy president that can even wake up and say our judiciary watu watatu wanakaa chini they make a decision on behalf of 50 million Kenyans. Is that a person that you want to you are saying that is powerful? That one is a person that misuses his power, and it's very, 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 very dictatorial. That's my submission, David.
Thank you, Thomas. Those who have heard Thomas, you can have a rebuttal for a few minutes before I give it someone else. But I want to say that as a moderator, we need to protect all the members here. George Gakure has not spoken as long as I've sat here. Therefore, Dennis Ondieki, for you to purport in the general comment and refer to George Gakure is unfair, and that is your opinion. It's not the opinion of Mtembei TV. Therefore, we disown that comment, and we protect Gakure as he deserves. Thank you. Anybody with a rebuttal towards what Thomas has given? So, George and Mulumbu, the debate switched to the presidency's strength and weakness, even as we have that title down there. So I think we are closing up. If you have something to say, then I need to invite you because the list I was given, I'm going to remain with Ziana. Ziana, are you there, or you want me to invite either of the two guys who have just come?
Just invite the people who have just come.
I got you. I just wanted to get your consent so that you don't feel like I've skipped you. Lamar, we are okay. We can see you are greeting us from the other side. So the two of you guys, who is ready to take up and comment? Mulumbu. Okay, Mulumbu.
Okay, thank you so much, guys. I've been listening for you since when you started at 1 p.m., though I was busy. The discussion is good, though at the last minute, it has now bypassed gone to the presidency, and it was about the Duale. President ajaribu sasa, ajaribu watatoa. You know, what I can only say, I don't have much to say, is that the people who are saying that Uhuru is weak, you guys, you are lying. You don't know what that guy is. Uhuru is the best president, let me say, in Africa, because whether it's about the law and what the deputy president did and is doing cannot tolerate. You remember, first of all, when they came together, they were not in one party. The problem they were into forced them to come together to save themselves. Mm-hmm. So Ruto has his own idea and the thinking. Uhuru has his own idea and the thinking. But if you look at Uhuru, was genuine because he wanted to bring the country together. But if you look to Ruto, he has his own intention. He was pursuing something. So when he got that chance, he used it. That way, you can't say Uhuru was weak. Uhuru kept quiet to know what kind of this guy is. And remember, Uhuru is the government. And he has intelligence every corner. So if he's being quiet and want to know what this guy is, he's not a stupid guy. He's not a weakling. He was sitting there to know who is this guy in the future. Can I trust him? Because when they came together, they were not in good terms. So then the first government from 2013, he kept quiet and gave him what he wanted because he demanded that for me to be with you, I need this and this and this. And then he gave. Giving him that chance and only equal cabinet, and yet Uhuru ndiye alikuwa na kura nyingi. That guy was not foolish. There's something he was looking at. And when the 2017 came in, Ruto used that position for starting hoping in his own members that can help him do whatever he wants to do. Because he was in a mission. Remember, he says he's on a mission. He was in a mission. So, the guy, he didn't realize this man that he's trying to overpower here has also some eyes back on him. He has eyes in the back looking at him. Yeye alifikiria ni mtu mlevi tu. Bas wale watu wenye walikuwa members wake wakaanza kulipuka huko nje. Au jamaa analala tu. Huyo ni mlevi tu. Uhuru ndiye anafanya, Ruto ndiye anafanya kazi. They think the guy was not saying that. Then when 2017 came in, he saw him the true color. Because aliamua kublackmail na kaleta wale members wale wenye walikuwa nataka wote. Wale alifinance. Because the most of them are the new members. Alitafuta namna kuwaweka ndio sasa awe na power. Anything comes, he can change. Remember, watu wanataka serikali zinapinduliwa hata na deputy president. Kama ingekuwa serikali ya kupinduliwa, Ruto angefanya hivyo. But hiyo chance hakuwa nayo. So when 2017 came in, jamaa alionekana vizuri kabisa. Alipoona vizuri kabisa ndio Uhuru akaona this guy nikiendelea naye ni kama nitazama, hii kitazama. Nitaonekana mimi ni pumbavu sijui what I'm doing. That's why aliangalia Kenya akaona I can't ban. Because alikuwa on stand ya kwamba they cannot do handshake na Raila. They were ready to go to war. Hata kama watu wakufa, Ruto didn't care. Yeye mission yake ndiye alikuwa anataka. But that one it shows that his heart is not about Kenya. Hati yake ni yake binafsi. alitafuta mwenyewe. So ndio jamaa alimwona mapema na akasalimia mwenzake, na mwenzake akamwambia wewe jamaa namjua, mkalie chonjo, he's not a good guy. Ndio sasa mpira wake ukashindwa, mali ulikuwa na lenga ikashindwa kulenga, akakatwa miguu. But because of looking at the country na kutaka kudevelop country, kama Uhuru angeamua kutumia uwezo wa presidency, hata sidhani kama anaweza angalia the law. He cannot look at that law. Umemwandamana na wewe deputy wake, he can use whatever the power he is, he can do it. And anawaambianga ya kwamba si ati siwezi fanya, I know I can do it, but because of Kenya and the development we want, I don't do that. Anamweka tu sideline kidogo, vile Temba anawekanga watu quarantine, unaenda huko na unapiga mdomo huko, basi anakurudisha ndani. That's what Uhuru did. Aliweka jamaa chemba tu, sasa aenda bweke huko afanye vile anataka na kazi inaendelea. So time imefika nini ya kura sasa. Ndio mtakuja kujua huo sio Uhuru. Right now. Mtakuja kujua sasa. Kwa hivyo hiyo ndio maoni yangu, na ndivyo ni vile naona. Lakini kitu mtu anasema kwamba Uhuru is weakling, guys, forget about that. That guy, his heart iko kwa Kenya. Anataka development. Anaambia kama angekuwa peaceful, hiyo nchi vile sasa ingekuwa inajengwa vile inajengwa hivi. Kwa sababu once mnaanza kulumbana, naanza kupigana, hakuna maendeleo yanapatikana. So walisema mwenye anapiga kelele mweke kando tu, vile umesema bibi akikusumbua sana, weka kando au mwingine. Maisha yataendelea. Asanteni sana.
Thank you sir for your contribution. And welcome Mercy. I want to say that some people are asking us to give Alex a chance to talk, but Alex left by himself. Nobody sent him away. As I said, I'm a moderator. I didn't have the full control to eject someone. So please spare us. But Alex is back. We'll give him the chance to speak. Secondly,
I also want to talk. Yeah, this is Joe.
Relax. Yeah, I'm just making a wrap-up remark, then I'll give chance to you. Secondly, I want to say that guys on the comment side, please let's watch our language so that we don't appear like we are vulgar. I don't know whether Temba is settled to take over, or I can take over for a few minutes. Are you okay?
Yes. I'm now back, David, and thank you.
Okay, you can take over, sir.
Thank you so much for that. I mean, this is a very free platform. I mean, guys can come out. You're free to disagree honorably, and people don't have. Let me say this: we don't have to follow a certain view, and people don't have to agree with anyone. And you don't have. If you think you disagree with me, it's okay to disagree, and disagree agreeably. That is what democracy is all about. Nobody has the monopoly of what is right and what is wrong. All right, we are all giving our thoughts in matters of public opinion, and in matters of the documents we can quote, like the Constitution is drawn by lawyers, but they have, by different people, but they have to go back to the judges to give them interpretation. And the same lawyers went to the same school of law. They have been given their certificate, but they still go and argue on the basis of what is right and what is wrong. And they have to wait at the judges to give the interpretation. So let's just disagree agreeably. It's okay to hold an opinion. For me, I'll be the last one to deny someone an opportunity to express their view. It is, I think, is it one of the US presidents, I cannot remember, who said that I may not agree with you, but I will defend your right to say what you have to say. So I'll defend everybody's right to say what they have to say. But let's disagree honorably. That is my request to all of us. You don't have to agree with what I'm saying. I do not have monopoly over any view, but let's be respectful. That's what I want to ask even those on comment section. Not everybody has to be on Azimio, and not everybody has to be in UDA. That is what you have always said here. So let's just
express, sell your candidate, and be as you know. Atuya, I've liked Atuya. He has the right to protect his candidate, and with whatever way, and you have the right to stick to a view whichever way. But there's nobody who has a monopoly over any view. Not all of us, not even me. That's why I say we come here to share and to learn. And if you can provide a backing for your point, the better, because we question the point. We don't question, we question your point of view. When I question Joe, I question his point of view. When I question Atuya, I question his point of view, what he has presented. That is the fun of debate. And be someone who is ready to be questioned when you are presenting something. That's why we come here. Not because we are idle or we know more than anybody else. No, we are here to educate each other. Let's maintain that. Let's maintain the decorum. I might not be the best of a moderator that you will like, but at least for now, I am the moderator. So let's just respect that. That's how it is in any place. We are actually talking here about disrespect in the government. For me, I submit.
We are going to a referendum where we have.
What's happening? Is he attending many debates? It seems there's another debate going on. So we are questioning the Jubilee government that has brought us to where we are right now.
1 minute timer, please.
Yes.
Kakure left, I think accidentally, and is requesting you to maybe I just.
Oh, he wants actually I want us to close. We have been here for 9 hours, and I think sometimes exhaustion also start taking over people, and it could explain some of the things. So I just want us to be the 8 of us as we move on towards the end. Gakure, sorry for dropping out. We now want to start closing. Actually, we have brought in Mercy. I think he's coming in for the first time, but we want to start winding down. Joe, what is it, Joe?
Yeah, I heard what Mulumbu said about what we're discussing, the powers of the president and what is happening now. I'd like to say that I tend to disagree with what he was saying, that Uhuru was trying to learn Ruto the first time. I don't think this is true, because in the past Uhuru has worked with Ruto. That is when he was proposed to be the president by former President Moi. So he should have known Ruto by then. I also want to tell him on the same breath that when Ruto was in ODM, that is 2007, Ruto brought in more votes than Mudavadi. But Raila decided to give, after the coalition government, to give Mudavadi the deputy prime minister. Why? And not Ruto. And Ruto brought more votes than Mudavadi. I totally believe that even in Western region, Raila could have got more votes by himself other than Mudavadi. So Ruto brought more votes, but Raila decided that he's going to appoint Mudavadi as a deputy prime minister. These are the things that I'm saying the president should have known Ruto the kind of man he is, just like Raila knew the kind of man he was, and put him at some bay, rather than letting him come inside, and trying to run you over. So I don't believe what Mulumbu said, that Uhuru was trying to learn Mr. Ruto during the first term. No. They are coming together, as you said, one of them was ICC, among others. But ICC was the main one. And actually, I believe Mr. Kenyatta knew the kind of man he was working with. But because even Jubilee, I think it was largely Ruto's idea. And actually, he wanted that party to be big and formidable, so that when he takes over, it will be so strong that no other party will be able to challenge it. I don't think it was Uhuru's idea to put Jubilee together, those conglomerate of parties together. And even taking over the nominations of Jubilee. Yeah.
On that one, did you hear Moses Kuria, what he said about that?
Mr. Themba, I'd like to tell you that Moses Kuria have said things and gone reverse, round and around again.
No.
I
On
think
that specific one.
I'd like to go with what I am thinking, not what Moses Kuria said. Because Moses Kuria is also a politician, and we have seen them jumping this side and that side. And even Moses Kuria, to some extent, has been said he has been a mole in Ruto's. So I cannot go with what Moses Kuria said, unless there's some facts behind or evidence. But I think I'll go by what I'm thinking. And my thinking is, Raila knew the kind of.
Do you know the information that Moses Kuria said?
No, maybe he has said so many things.
No.
Regarding
regarding that one.
I'd like you to maybe update me on that.
This is what Moses Kuria said. Immediately after, the Jubilee government and Ruto was taken out, this is what Moses Kuria came and said. He said that I told Ruto not to accept to dissolve their parties to join Jubilee because I knew there was going to be a problem. But Ruto said, in fact, this is what Moses Kuria says. He says that Ruto was a nice person. He thought that the other people were also nice. So he accepted to fold up URP and join. So it was a proposal from TNA side. Okay? And that is why many years later now, they are having a problem. Moses Kuria decided that they have to start their parties, even as much as Ruto is saying they need to be together. So he's saying that the same knife that, cut William Ruto into pieces when I told him, he wants to use the same knife with us. We have refused. And that is the drama that Ruto is facing right now. He cannot convince them to fold up their parties and join UDA. Because then Moses Kuria said they told him, don't fold your party, remain as URP as a coalition, URP TNA, you go on like that. But he accepted. Then they formed Jubilee. So you can go on.
Yeah, that was Moses Kuria's advice. But maybe Ruto had his plans of putting these parties together. So I will not go by what Moses Kuria is saying, actually. Ruto had his own original plan. And I think Ruto is also a very astute politician. It's not possible for him to rise to the status he is. And he's also known for backstabbing other people that have helped him along the way, right from Jirongo's time. Even up to Moi's time, he backstabbed Moi when he went to ODM, to the extent that Moi didn't forgive him until he died. So he's known for that. Yeah. He plans his things in advance. So I don't think that what I want to say is Uhuru must have known who Ruto was. But unfortunately, he's not the kind of politician that could take charge during the first 5 years. When it became too much, actually, there are even rumors, it's not proven, that Ruto was supposed to impeach Uhuru even before he finishes his second term. And if you see what went around, I can believe it was true. So right now, Uhuru is coming out because there's no otherwise. He has to survive. And he has to leave a legacy. So he just have to survive. So he must come out strong. And also there must be people who are pushing him to do this. It's no doubt if you're a president, you have the powers. But we have seen presidents with powers, but they can't act on them. They're too lenient. By this, I don't mean Uhuru is not a Democrat. Uhuru is a Democrat, the highest Democrat we have ever seen in this country as a president.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. And I want, therefore, to Mercy, what is it? You haven't talked. I want you to give your views, and then someone is telling me LA Rams just won the Super Bowl. until David has gone to listen to them. David, have you disappeared to go celebrate?
Yeah.
Are you a supporter of LA Rams? Mercy, you haven't said anything. I want to give you at least, they call it maiden speech. You haven't been here. I want to give you 3 minutes before we start taking closing rounds from everybody else.
So, yeah, I'm not going to be here for long, but when I joined, I had Atuya, I think Junior and alikuwa naongea. And I think finally we have some people who are analyzing the way I think. Because alikuwa analyze, watu wameongea jia, nimesikia Joe akiongea, which I agree with him, mambo ya Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto relationship. Most people, I mean, to me personally, there are only two political animals we have in Kenya. One is Raila Odinga and one is William Ruto. Those are the people, even if you had to send them somewhere for an assignment, that you have to deliver. Our watu wengine, I mean, even if you look at their backgrounds, and I'm sorry, with all respect, even to the president, he's not a political animal. Major, that's one thing most people are missing out. He's not. Hata vile, and one thing I was telling someone the other day, when you find someone like Uhuru Kenyatta, when Uhuru Kenyatta talks about something and threatens, nothing comes of it. When he's quiet about something, he's effecting it. That's the difference. So hata hii mambo juzi alikuwa na t-shirt, sijui tutaonana sasa ni wakati wa siasa. We'll see. Simujaza si amekuja ana host vijana kwa State House na nini. He's not that kind of person, politically speaking, ambaye thrives with crowds. He doesn't have that. No, ni kama Kibaki. Kibaki was a good economist and everything else, but he could not manage the dynamics of the country. That's why people even died in 2007. Same thing with Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta, muta expected apige makelele at the end. No. He cannot match Ruto's. Ruto's energy is way beyond. And someone said that Uhuru, I think it was Mulumbu, at Uhuru was studying Ruto's, na kila kitu, alikuwa anamuangalia sijui nini. Most people forget. 2013, 2017, Ruto even encouraged the legislators, akiwaambia, musikuje kwangu, Ruto is the one handling everything. So this idea of saying Ruto became so powerful, actually Uhuru is the one who planted that seed. Watu walikuwa wanaenda kwa deputy president office, walikuwa na their issues, kulikuwa na story, watu walikuwa na line up Fridays, wanapata pesa, hata mpaka watu ya opposition walikuwa wanapata pesa kwa that office. So for Ruto to be where he is right now, Uhuru played a part by letting the guy work and do whatever, whether you're talking about the leg work, ama ground work, ama kila kitu. It was Ruto. So coming now they're trying to fight him because the guy had become so powerful, which is it was too late in the day. And I think after 2018, I think kuna mtu alikuwa anasema ati baada ya hapo sijui 2017 ndio Uhuru akuja kurealize sijui nini. No, personally, my own point, I think Uhuru was not going to support. Go look at the videos and look at that Yangu Kumi na ya Ruto Kumi. I don't think Uhuru was serious about it. I mean, that's my only, my personal opinion. And secondly, I think all that information that was coming out about Ruto hii na wizi hii na sijui nini hii, I personally believe those were leaks coming straight from the State House to try and destroy Ruto as time goes, because the landmines were being placed on his path because Uhuru was not going to support the guy anyways, but they were looking for a way to kind of get rid of the guy. Thankfully, Raila Odinga was there, came in to countermand the guy. And sorry, that's how politics is. I mean, if someone doesn't like it, that's how it is. Secondly, most people don't remember. I think people have heard the story. After 2017, the elections, wakati Uhuru akashinda na kila kitu. Okay, the mistake Ruto did, alienda akamit na watu, I don't know, some hotel, walikuwa napanga mambo ya 2022. Uhuru came and knew about it. So Uhuru akuja kuwa so mad, mpaka akaita hiyo PG, and somehow Uhuru messed up by letting the cat out of the bag. So Ruto at that particular time knew that this guy was not going to support him. Unfortunately, like 2 days later, kesi ikaenda kotini, Maraga ndio hiyo, Maraga akarusha kesi. So Uhuru had to come back sort of and kind of beg these guys, with the egg on his face. So after that, Ruto figured out, I am not going to get support from the get-go. Najua watu wanasema tilikuwa baadaye. No. Mambo ya handshake, yeah, that was a result of whatever. But Ruto had already known by maybe October of 2017. Handshake ilikuja what, in March. Ruto had already known Uhuru was not going to support him. That's why Ruto started his campaigns. And he knew very well, He has to, he has to plant a seed in Central. He has already done Rift Valley. He did his legwork. That's why if you see after the handshake, that's just my own analysis. After 2018, the handshake, we give it to maybe around 2019. Ruto was already going on the ground campaign and kila kitu. Some people knew about the deal between Raila Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru refused, saying, hii sio mambo ya 2022. Hii tu ni mambo tunaunganisha country and everything else. But if you remember around that time, Edwin Sifuna, that was the time he announced NASA is dead, which offended these other guys. Because I think in their own thinking, they knew Uhuru is going to support them and will go to Central Province and provide the necessary support that Raila Odinga will need maybe in 2022. And that's the story that's going on. See, ati mambo ya saizi yenye Uhuru anasema Azimio, I think that was a deal they had done even before that. And Ruto and his guys knew what was going on, and they did the legwork. The NASA guys were offended back then, Kalonzo and everybody, but they just stayed there. Sijui walikuwa nangojea. I think Kalonzo was waiting for an endorsement. Ama sijui alikuwa naamini Raila was not going to run again, which I don't, maybe he believed it. But to me, even personally, me thinking, I knew Raila was going to run this time. The only thing I didn't know if Uhuru was going to support him. So coming back to what Atuya said, and this one thing I would like, I've talked about so many things, but this one thing I would like to say, this idea of comparing politics, and I wrote a comment there, and marriage, it's not the same. You come in with your view, you come in with whatever your demands, and I come in with mine. If it doesn't work out, someone looks for some other trajectory. Hii mambo ya kusema ati sijui Ruto alikataa kufanya kazi sijui nini. Uhuru himself, according even the constitution, whatever is the principal assistant. But if the president doesn't give the guy a job, although of course they had already fallen out, which is a factor anyways, you cannot say that Ruto ati alikuja akarefuse your kazi.
What's wrong? What's wrong with comparing politics with marriage? Even marriage is politics. No,
it's not the same.
It's the same.
It's not the same.
When you compare, comparisons, you compare, you can compare many things, Mercy. They might not be the same, but they are all politics. So they're giving like an example, the way you can give an example, a biblical example.
In marriage, there's still death do us apart. In politics, there's nothing like that.
There is.
In politics, it's not like that. When politics say till death is a different death than till death when it comes to marriage. You cannot compare Sosa huyu ati ndio alikuwa assistant sijui ndio bibi au When Ruto came, he came at the same stature as this guy. And okay, let me go back first of all. Nimekumbuka story moja. And I like the debate we've had today when I joined. The main reason why the two were joined, there was two reasons. First of all, it was the Hague. And secondly, why even these guys were put together, it was about the status quo being maintained. And actually, some people who are blind, maybe someone is blind right now, they haven't realized that in Kenya, the status quo has not changed since 1963. You must be blind if you think the status quo. Hata hiyo mambo ya Kibaki aliingia 2002. Nothing changed. If you want to think about it, 2013, who do you think Kibaki voted for? Why do you think Kibaki was quiet? Because he didn't want to put that, the tag of a project, but he was quiet. But they knew what they were doing. Another thing I think Atuya said, and I think that's true. Uhuru got into this game, or maybe even Ruto, that meant because of the Hague. After the Hague, and I think Kenya lost something in those 2 years, or 2.5 years, I think back at 2015 May, that these guys were fighting the case, which to me, I was offended personally because I was wishing maybe it was called then. Because then they would have started working. But these guys spent their energy and time and money and everything else in trying to get themselves from the Hague. Then after that, so the election day imefika. Then they started fighting. Starting mambo ya campaign na kila kitu. After that, I think that's when Uhuru Kenyatta realized, of course, with the fallout and everything else, he needs someone to countermand. And if you've realized, after Raila joined, and of course Raila kind of became complacent, become quiet, which maybe they had a deal, Uhuru is kind of like now growing to realize now the presidency now it's like his. And that's when he started effecting some things, whether to success or to failure. But it's more like Uhuru now became comfortable, now become the president. Because the 2013, 2017, people say it was a co-presidency, but the real president, the person who was running things on the ground and running around, and I have buddies that I know in Kenya that I talked to, it was William Ruto. in everything, even connect, because Uhuru Kenyatta is not a product of being a pure politician. The only pure politician we have in Kenya is Raila Odinga and William Ruto.
Okay. Thank you so much for your
So I know,
views.
sorry, nimeongea too much, but yeah.
No,
So
it's
thanks.
okay. No, it's okay. It's good. We would have gone on, and I know we have different and varied ideas. It's only that now we have to come to a close, and therefore I want to allow us to at least take around 2 minutes round so that we come to a close. I will start with you, Thomas Ajuoga. Dakika mbili tafadhali, dakika mbili na ikifika it's 9:23 tuanze. 9:25 tunasimama.
So I want to remind Kenyans that Azimio la Umoja is going to bring what is called Inua Jamii. It's going to empower women. It's going to ensure that there is no corruption. I want to remind them as well that Azimio la Umoja is going to ensure that our youths are empowered in terms of technology, education, and job creation. I want to remind them that Azimio la Umoja is going to revamp our dead companies that are now controlled by the foreigners. And to each and everyone that is still thinking, who am I going to vote for this time? I think the right person and the person that is so sober is none other than Raila Odinga. These are persons that nationally and internationally has indicated that he has the wisdom, he has the knowledge, he has the experience, and he has the skills to lead a nation and to ensure that it's so peaceful and it's very fertile. Everyone is working and loving their enemy. One question that I would say when I'm winding up, let us forget the word tribalism in our heart. Let us treat each and every Kenyan as a brother, because at the end of the day, we are all coming from the same blood pool. We are brothers and sisters. So that is my submission, and we had a very sober discussion that even Alex, though amekunywa vitamin C sana, so I know right now immune system yake is very strong. Thank you so much, guys. Have a very peaceful night.
Okay, thank you. Stay on until we close. Atuya, are you there? Dakika mbili. Atuya. Okay, Atuya ameenda. Joe, huko?
Yeah, me, Nico.
Haya, dakika mbili basi.
Yeah, thank you very much for Mtembei TV for giving us this opportunity to air our views. We are all open to our views, no matter which side you are supporting. I'd also like to say that Raila Amolo Odinga is the best politician we have at the moment. I'd also like to say that had he gone in 2007, Kenya would be ingekuwa imefika mbali sana, because this is a man who has always delivered. He has delivered when he's outside the government. So I think he can deliver more when he's in the government. He's a guy who always think of the nation, not even the country. It's the nation, people being together, living together and have a same vision. So he's coming in late, which I believe is going to come in, but he's coming in late. He might not have the energy he had in 2007. So all viewers who are here, panelists, and those who are, Raila is a person that will fix this country. We have seen the mess that this country has gone into. And I think he still have the energy and the wisdom to put this country on the right track. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe. David, dakika mbili.
Yeah, thank you, Themba. I hope I will be able to dispense my points within 2 minutes, because at some point you realize I was in a different shoe.
Okay, I'll add you 2 more. So
one, I want to agree with those guys saying that the politics of Ruto and Uhuru can be equated to a marriage. In my opinion, yes. For order to be there, there must be some form of agreement policy following and respect. Otherwise, if you have two centers of power, things may not run. Just like in your house, if you say this as a man and the wife says the other one, you may not agree to do anything. You may spend more time to negotiate. So at some point, personally, I blame the constitution that gave a lot of power to the deputy president to an extent where the president cannot whip, cannot even. Okay, I'm not saying that you can rule with the dictatorship, but sometimes we mix these leadership styles to make things move. So the Constitution of Kenya 2010 gave one William Samoei Ruto a lot of power to an extent that even sacking him is a dream. That's my opinion. But again, I want to poke holes on President Uhuru Kenyatta. I want to agree with Joe that Uhuru is not a politician with the following points. One, Uhuru, once he won the presidency, he knew Ruto is there to do everything. He went into sleeping mode and celebration mode. So Ruto was running the show. And when things went offhand, corruption was here, left, right, center. He even himself confirmed one day that corruption is taking place in my own office. You know, that's a president standing, saying, and speaking to Kenyans. Just like we used to be told, kama mzazi, hauna kitu ya kupikia watoto, you simply put water kwa jiko yanse kutokota, if that is Kiswahili. So that kids may think, mommy is cooking, then one after the other, they all sleep. Then once they are asleep, unatoa maji kwa jiko, mpatane kesho, wende utafuta chakula. So the president, with whom we expect to give a solution, is the one standing saying corruption is taking place right inside my office. That was a point that we can subtract from him. Two, look at his history of political struggle. Uhuru has been handpicked away from the family business to the tourism board as the chair, to the nominated member of parliament, and then he's given a minister for local government. There is a deputy prime minister, minister for finance. Even when he's a minister of finance, he tells Kenyans that is a computer error, and the bills have been lost. So he inverted, in my opinion, one Raila Amolo Odinga, because Raila was monitoring what is taking place in the government, and he felt, wacha tulete mtu karibu, so that asituandike sana as we do our stuff. But unfortunately, his co-worker Ruto never accepted that, and Uhuru now is acting out of frustrations, because we believe those who are political science students, or if you have done any unit dealing with the politics, in the politics you get power and you struggle to hold that power. That is all about politics. You must get that power and hold to it. But look, today, Uhuru has given power to opposition willingly. It has never happened in the world as long as my memory serves me. And that's what we are saying. Raila comes in handy as a person who has struggled with this country, pointing out corruption, you know, trying to put things in order, even as the people who are supposed to take care of that country sleeping on the job. So Uhuru slept on the job together with his friend Ruto, and actually walishindwa na kazi. That is what we can simply say. But as we stand, we look at Raila to be consistent, despite the few flaws here and there. He's been consistent, and we hope that given chance, he will consistently deliver the promises that he has held for a long time. Then this, allow me to use the term Serarak president. We have had a Serarak president in Kenya. That is a fact according to me, and that's the fact I hold. So lastly, I want to say that history will judge us wrong and harshly if we don't seize this opportunity as Kenyans to put things right. even Uhuru and Ruto coming together for presidency, it was not out of the desire to deliver Kenyans from their poverty and from their misery. It is all about saving themselves and their skin from ICC and wielding power. That's why they look confused. In the middle of the line, they say we want agenda, 4 agendas. The other side, they say we don't want this. You know, in as much as we are seeing development going on, Kenya is a very rich country. We need to see people get out of their poverty by having their resources managed well by leaders who have the welfare of Kenyans at their heart. And that's why I'm saying that my vote will go to one Raila Amolo Odinga, because he has been seen and is consistent with what he says, despite 1 or 2 issues here and there, but he stands out to be more strong than any. I think that is my submission, Themba, for tonight.
Thank you. Let's stay on as we wait to close together. Alex, 2 minutes. Can you hear me? You can hear me, right? Thomas, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, is Alex there? Okay, Atuya, you're there. Atuya, give your 2 minutes. Tulikutafuta ukakosa.
Nilikuwa nimeingia kazi kidogo. It's already Monday. So I think my parting shot is I'm really happy that the Azimio guys, majority of them have agreed to us that Mr. Kenyatta is weak, and henceforth they are only inheriting a shell of a politician to their side. They have lost 2 bigger politicians in Mudavadi and Wetangula. They've gained a shell of a politician. And it goes without saying that the coming elections will be a downhill job for us in the Kenya Kwanza Alliance.
Hello.
Who's that? Is it me? All right. So I want to assure Kenyans that William Samoei Ruto knows the ills or where everything went wrong with this government, and he knows the remedies, and he has got the government experience of over around 8 years or 10. So he knows what works and he knows what doesn't work. He has got a new philosophy, economic philosophy. So what is remaining is only time that we will deliver this country from the bondage of the political dynasties and economic dynasties who want to rule this country for the next 100 or 200 years. So just call upon other Kenyans, let's work together, let's deliver this country from the wolves, deliver it to the common man, the Mwananchis, the Arikas, the Ajuagas. These are the people who own the government, and there should be the people who should be running the affairs of the country. I rest my case. We shall see each other later. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Atuya Jr. Alex, if is there, but if he's not, let me bring Ziana.
Unaongea na watu walienda kitambo. Ziana is there?
Yeah, Ziana is there.
Nizungumze?
Yeah, go ahead. 2 minutes.
Asante sana Bwana Themba. Jo, wewe unasema nimelala. Jamani, wewe kama uko usingizini, wewe lala tu. Nimeshukuru sana Bwana Themba kunipa hii nafasi. Hapa tunaelimishana. Nimechukua mambo mengi kutoka hapa sana. Hapa kwa Mtembei TV. Nimefunzwa mengi na hata mimi nimeona mengi. Sio kufunzana kwa sababu labda mimi yangu sio mafunzo. labda lakini nimefunzwa mengi, ninashukuru. Nilisikia kwamba tuwezi weka siasa na ndoa pamoja, lakini kwangu mimi naziweka pamoja kwa sababu naziona zikiambatana, kwa sababu sisi wote ni wanadamu, tumezaliwa humu duniani, na vile unavyo kuwa kwenye chumba chako umefunga ndoa, ndivyo unafunga ndoa na serikali, niseme na siasa. Saa zingine unasikia inasemekana umeolewa, wewe umeolewa na siasa. Hata mke wako ukija nyumbani anakuambia hai, wewe ni kila wakati siasa, umeolewa na siasa, kwa sababu analinganisha nayo, kwa sababu labda wewe utimizi majukumu ya nyumbani, ni mambo yako ni kule, lakini hayo tuachane nayo. Mimi nimeshukuru na ninawaomba Wakenya wenzangu, mtakapoenda kupiga kura, kwa sababu nilisikia bado sijui mna nafasi ya kwenda, unaweza toka mahali ukaenda kuchukua kura, lakini sio sasa wanakuja kwako. Wewe mwenyewe lazima uende kwenye headquarter. Kwa hivyo kama bado kuna nafasi hiyo, na waomba wale chukua, tafadhali fanya jukumu ufike kule. Na tukienda kupiga kura, mimi huwa nasema hapa kila wakati, tuwachague wale watu ambao watatusaidia kutoka chini, kama MCA, MP, Senator na Governor. Hao ndio watu wa karibu nawe. Ukiangalia zaidi, wale wako karibu nawe sana ni hao. Kwa hivyo tufanye jukumu kuwachagua wale watakao tusaidia. Tusije tukaangalia ni ndugu yangu, rafiki. Manake kama ni rafiki anaweza kuwa ni rafiki lakini humjui. Kumbe wachagua wa rafiki lakini ni mwizi. Chagua yule mtu ambaye umewahi kuona akitenda vizuri mali pale. Kwa hivyo Wakenya sisi wote ni mandugu, na kila wakati ninasema sisi wote ni mandugu. Tuchague wale watu watafaa. Hata kama ni nani atashinda, sisi wote tutabaki kuwa Wakenya. Hautaenda kuwa Mtanzania, utaenda kuwa mtu wa wapi? Ulizaliwa Kenya, wewe ni Mkenya. Kuna nyimbo ilikuwa ikiimba, Kenya sitaiacha daima, Kenya ni nchi yangu. Kwa hivyo sisi wote ni Wakenya, na ninaomba tuchague hivyo tu. Haya, Wakenya wenzangu, uchaguzi umekaribia. Tuwe macho. Ni hayo tu wenzangu.
Thank you so much, Ziana. And as we finalize, I wish to say something. I've always believed that Uhuru Kenyatta is a very typical example of, for those of you who may want to consider reading Machiavelli and the Prince. There's a part that Machiavelli says that the prince must delegate the difficult task to others and remain with the popular ones. And he gives a case of Borgia who wants to win this particular city. So he sends this gentleman to go and conquer the city. This guy goes and does so many atrocities in that city, kills people, and hurts them so badly. And then Borgia comes, and because people are complaining in that city, Gojia comes, and what he does, he takes the same person, he cuts him into two and displaces him in the city, and then gives the city dwellers food, and people are made to be merry. So he has achieved two things. He has conquered the city, and he has not taken the blame. So that is something that Uhuru has mastered. He's been very, very skillful. For those who are suggesting that Uhuru is not a politician, then he might not be a politician in the strict sense of how we are looking at it. But in my view, he has succeeded in getting power, maintaining it, and is taking it to the end. And that's all that we are talking about in politics. So if you read the different, political theory to understand some of these things, you might want to apportion some of the skills sets that people endear. Number two is that we have tried to put SI unit of political aggressiveness with the, in my view, the wrong targets. Because if you're not as loud, then you're not a politician. If you're not, there are so many ways of being a politician that I think we seem to have forgotten, and I think also it explains a lot about us. You know, when you are used to bad things, we think bad things is the best standard. You know, just because Ruto shouts and pushes people around, then we think that is what politics is all about. There are different times of political seasons in our times. There were times for revolutions, where Africa, everywhere there was revolution. But a time comes when now we are moving into a new tangent, democratic elections happening in Africa. It requires new skill set. Then when you move into another season of life, you require different skill set. You cannot approach the 21st year problems with the earlier, the 20th century skill set. You don't expect Raila, who was fighting for constitution in the early years, in early 80s and 90s, to still continue looking like he's fighting for a constitution that is already there in the 2022. I mean, that is we have stopped moving, as we are still looking at Raila in the trenches. That's why some people are going out telling Raila that Raila has just been made for opposition. You cannot fight for a constitution forever. So as we finish, I want to appreciate all of us, the panelists who have come here. I want to appreciate Joe, Atuya for coming on. Let's keep coming here to talk. Thomas Ajoga, thank you so much. Ziana, and those who left us, the many who came for the last many hours that we have been here. We really appreciate all of you, each one of you. This is Mtembei TV, and we try as much as possible to learn from each other. There's no monopoly of knowledge from any one of us. We try to compare what we know, learn new things, and also appreciate new perspectives in looking at our governance and leadership issue in our country. Because we say, when we stop talking, we start fighting. We don't want to fight, so we want to keep talking. So the more we keep talking, the better for all of us. You don't have to be in Azimio, you don't have to be in UDA, you don't have to be in Kenya Kwanza, Oka, whichever side. You don't have to be with them. You just have to have an idea that you want to share. Nobody, no one person has the right answer, because none of us works for those political formations. None of us is speaking for Area. None of us is speaking for Ruto. None of us probably is even coming from the inside. We are all speaking from what we have been able to be exposed to. So we have as many and as diverse perspective as they come. So the willingness to learn, the willingness to share is what brings us here. Thank you so much, those who also logged in earlier and left. I want to acknowledge some of those who are still in the comment section, like Junior Sampler. Thank you so much, Junior Sampler. Margaret Achola, thank you so much. Thank you, Gasaya Marwa. Thank you, George Gakure, Hezron Kijagulu, Masi Omenge, you are here. Kinara, Michael Marenge, George Gakure, you are here. Thank you so much. Peter Kriya, thank you. We are closing. We are closing. I know when the debate starts sitting, people discuss, you wake up, you find there's something I need to say. Hold it right there so that we come tomorrow, and then, later today, and you bring all those views. You can come and start from where we have left. So we are closing. Guys have been here for almost 10 hours. So Andy Monda, thank you so much. Steven Ojuang, Lama, asanteni sana Caleb Ngare, na wote ambao walikuja, both of those who came from Facebook and those who joined us from YouTube. It's always a pleasure. Kindly remember to subscribe to Mutembei TV. It is very important you subscribe and share so that we can have as many people getting this information. And indeed, every single day we try to make it more interactive, analytical, and critical. We need to interrogate the leaders that are coming in. And as Ziana said, we try to make sure that the voter is aware. And as you go to make a decision, you make an informed choice because you have the power to make an informed choice. Do not sell your conscience. Don't sell your vote. Go vote. The only way to make the leader come on is through your vote. So your vote is your power. Thank you so much. And as you subscribe to Mutembei TV, kindly also subscribe to my channel, Tembo Ndiege TV. Let me put it here so that mwende pale pia msubscribe. Get me to at least 1,000. Thomas Juaga, enda pale bana usubscribe saizi Tembo Ndiege.
Niko ndani. I saw you doing some good talks with your daughter. It's very important.
Really appreciate it. Joe, nenda pale subscribe na Atuya enda pale subscribe. Now, we normally nimeweka link hapo Tembo Ndiege TV, nimeweka kwa comment section. Now, we normally finish with a prayer, and our prayer is normally Atuya sijiko ulikuwa hapa jana, Atuya si uko na jana. We normally finish with a prayer, and our prayer is the first answer ya national anthem Kiswahili. Unaisema kwa Kiswahili. Joe, I don't know if we gave Joe a challenge and he disappeared. He never came back again. Joe, ulijaribu?
Yes, I did.
Joe alijaribu, Thomas alijaribu. Leo tupatie Atuya.
Atuya tafadhali, hebu sema national anthem kwa Kiswahili.
I'm already on your page, Pole.
Oh, thank you, sir.
That's a hard task. Nitalemewa katikati. The first line.
No, the first answer. The first answer. It's a prayer. You just say it.
All right.
Ee Mungu nguvu yetu, endelea.
Ee Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na amani. I just forgotten.
Okay, Joe.
Umejaribu?
Amejaribu sana.
Wacha.
Joe, umalizie.
Amemaliza.
Amekosea kwingine. Ziana unataka
kusema?
Tupate na ustawi.
Mungu nguvu yetu. Oh, ni Thomas anamalizia ama Joe?
Ziana maliza. Anza mwanzo.
You're just on the right track. You can do it. Keep going.
Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Hiyo amani na undugu, hiyo ndio maana. Amani na uhuru, hiyo na tukae na undugu ndio ya muhimu. Alafu amani na uhuru.
Hakuna neno umoja.
Umoja iko hapo. Sasa
ndio ndugu.
The reason tunasema Atuya tuweze kujua, nilikuuliza tulipoanza, nilikuja nikakuuliza symbols of national unity. Kuna zile symbols of national unity ambazo tunapaswa kuwa tunaziimba kama Wakenya. Tukiziimba tutakuwa tunakumbuka vile vitu ambavyo vinatuunganisha kuliko vile vitu ambavyo vinatutenganisha. Lakini kwa sababu labda tumeconcentrate sana kwa vitu ambavyo vinatutenganisha, we have not taken time to look at things that really unite us. For example, that prayer ambayo inasema na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru. That we need to stay as brothers always.
Haki. Mahali inaanzia uzuri sasa ni haki iwe ngao
na mlinzi, you know.
Na mlinzi.
So Atuya and all of us as Kenyans, if we can constantly, you know, look at that prayer, the national anthem, as a uniting factor, tutakuwa tunakumbuka ya kwamba huyu ni ndugu yangu, ni ndugu ya Atuya. I mean, even as much as we differ here, sisi ni mandugu. No, we are not enemies. You know, we are just expressing our different political views, which also are right, kwa sababu tunasema haki iwe ngao na mlinzi. You know, justice be our shield and defender. So justice na ambayo iko defended in the constitution, you know. So tuna protect each other as much as we are differing. In this platform, it doesn't matter what political view you hold. Sisi ni mandugu. Na haki iwe ngao na mlinzi. Asanteni sana. Tuonane tena majaliwa baadaye leo jioni.
Good morning.
Good morning. Hapa ni good night. Good night.
Atuya, wewe ni ndugu yangu.
Atuya ni ndugu yangu, kaka mzuri sana huyu.
Ni ndugu yangu kabisa.